age 17?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cook. You better come down to the station house. Your son is dead.
Dead? How?
He died of an overdose. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Your son is dead. Mr. Cook?
Yes?
Your son is dead. Mr. Cook?
Yes?
Your son is dead. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Your son is dead. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Your son is dead. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Your son is dead. Mr. Cook?
Yes?
Do you have a son named Robert? Robert Cook, age 17?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cook. You better come down to the station house. Your son is dead.
Dead?
Mr. Cook?
Yes?
Do you have a son named Robert? Robert Cook, age 17?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cook. You better come down to the station house. Your son is dead.
Dead? How?
He died of an overdose. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Your son is dead. station house. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Come down to the station house. Mr. Cook,
Yes?
you have a son named Robert? Robert Cook, age 17.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cook. You better come down to the station house.
Yeah, that's right. I just thought I'd start with that tune for no reason whatsoever. Welcome in, chat. How we doing? What's good? Is it Tuesday? It's fucking Tuesday. It's Tuesday, innit? It's Tuesday, innit? What's good? What's going on? How are we all? Good to see you. Look how many people we got in the chat already. It's great. Krilltacular, Tejan, Ninny, Frazo, Bass Brit, PBS, Steph. How we all doing? What's going on? Good morning to you, PBS. Don't you worry. Enjoy your day. Thank you so much for stopping by and wishing me a good morning. I know we're not talking Kirk today, but they set up a game dev recommend, not recommend curation list. It's great for knowing what games not to support. Obviously, those in support of Kirk. Tejan, I think that might have been set up in response to the fact that popular far-right piece of shit Grums, you know that one little freak who's like 50 years old and acts like he's like, I don't know, 29? I don't know, it's just like a really embarrassing guy. I'm sure like most of you don't actually know who he is. Like some of you will. But I think he was popularizing a thing, like a list of people who have said stuff about Charlie Kirk in a negative way or whatever. So I think that is in response to that. When you say they've set up a game dev recommend, not recommend, do you mean that like... Oh, maybe it's the same list. Maybe it's the same one because they clearly would be like recommending games. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I get it now. They be in the right wing. Right. Yeah. Sorry, no. It won't have been set up. It's the same list that I'm thinking of. And yeah, speaking of games not to support, you should absolutely support Frazo's Twitch extension. Or it's a user style. So go ahead and click the link in the chat. Get it used. Get it pogged. Pog it out. Nah, Frazo, it's good. It's good. I want you to do it. I want you to promote your thing for sure. Hello, Huskadoo. How are you doing? If it isn't Dongas Jongas, that's me. Yeah, it's right here, man. Right here, dude. Here's the crazy thing, chat. You're all probably gonna see me covered in wing sauce today because that's my dinner. And I'm very sorry to the vegans. You won't be watching me actually scran it, but you will probably see me like pop back up and go like that and just get it all in my fucking beard. I'm sorry that my day was disorganized. Apologies. Mad apologies, chat. It's boy dinner, that's the thing. You know what I'm actually gonna eat? You know what I'm actually eating? A ball of mozzarella. Some wings. Like, I don't know, like fucking 6 chicken wings. And some waffle fries. I've got big problems, you know what I mean? And then for dinner, I've got rice, chicken, veg, and gravy. Hello, Mr. Dank. Hello, Val. How are you all doing? What's going on? Yankees did a thing for him as well. Oh, what? The minute silence thing? Yeah, I saw that. I thought they did. Did they not do that? Was that like another... Was that like an NFL thing? I thought I saw that the Yankees did that on... Was it not like Saturday or something? I don't know. Maybe I saw like a different baseball team. I don't know. I don't follow baseball. The NFL did it as well. That's right. Your dinner sounds healthier than mine. I'm making loaded fries. I mean the waffle fries are also fries. They're also loaded. So there you go. Hello, Middle Earth Marxist. Daddy Mule. Whose is that emote? I actually dislike Chatterino because it doesn't let me click on and find out whose emotes that is. Sad girl. I should follow Sad girl probably because that's the second time I've seen someone in my community who watches her as well. That's like a home run to me. Badum tish. Doing fine, haven't done anything today but rest. Yeah, let's go! That's important. Really important that you do that. Just like do nothing, you know what I mean? Like chill if you can. It's cool to just like hang around and be about. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Okay. My dinner is ready, chat. I'm gonna go and scan it real quick. What can I leave you with? Is there anything I can leave you with? That's 1 minute. Hey, PvP, today is my do nothing day 2. Yes, let's go. Boy, dinner and meat is easy for capitalist reasons. I relate everything to ideology, but we must talk about subsidies towards killing of animals over subsidies towards plants. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You're not being annoying. No, you're absolutely fucking right. That's the thing. I'm not used to, my entire life, I have been conditioned to just cook meat. You know what I mean? And it's so easy for me to do that. I know what to do. I throw it in the oven. It's done. Yada yada. The only thing that's holding me back from going vegan at the moment is that like I've never made seitan before. I've got it there. I've got what is it? Wheat gluten? Like isolated wheat gluten or whatever the fuck it's called. Whole wheat gluten. I've got it all there ready to go to try and make seitan with, but I just haven't had the time because I'm grafting every day. Yeah. So, yeah, it's frustrating, but hopefully, I'm thinking Friday I'm gonna try and make my seitan. You know what I mean? It's just so annoyingly easy to, like, throw some meat in the fucking oven and just get it done. You know what I mean? Every day's my do nothing day? Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Had seitan salmon the other day and it was real good. Seitan is just great in general. Like, I really like it. I really fucking like it. Fuck Satan and fuck Satan. Check Derek Sarno on YouTube and witness the magic you could do with mushrooms. Why are you saying fuck Satan? What's bad? Is Satan bad? Is that like a bad thing for me to go into? Unfortunately, mushrooms don't have a lot of protein in and Satan does. So, you know, if I want to be vegan gym boy, I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to be having Satan, you know what I mean? I woke up early. My roommate is a morning person. The person was making breakfast at 5 a.m. and the smell woke me up. Nice. Nice. I wonder if I've got anything to leave you with. I don't really have anything that long to leave you with. Alright, you're just gonna have to deal with a be right back screen. I'm not gonna be too long. I'm just gonna yam a fucking ball of mozzarella. You can't see that bit. You just can't. You're just not allowed to see that bit. Just...
That's pretty gloomy, Master.
Okay, I'm back. Oh. Seitan is fine, I just don't really like it. Oh, for God's sake. I think you just gotta make it right. I don't know. Like, it sounds to me like you're not making it right. Derek Sarno on YouTube. Let's check out Derek Sarno. Derek Sarno. Delicious and healthy recipes that are good for you and the planet. Oh, I've seen a bit of this guy. What vegans get wrong. Bites that are worth breaking every rule for. Big bad breakfast filthy fast from scratch. Yeah, okay. Barbecue for 2000p and we made this. Okay, that fucking seitan meat looks incredible. How I make the juiciest steaks? Is this vegan? Is he doing vegan steaks? Derek Sarno was in charge of Tesco's vegan section for years as a Britbonger. You will have eaten his work. Oh, what? No way, that's crazy. Yeah, that's absolutely mad. It's probably mushrooms. Yeah, that's wild. Yo, Pacor's Language, how you doing? Welcome in. Vegan steaks made of mushrooms? Yeah, sick. That's dope. That's dope. Yeah, alright, thank you. Appreciate that, Husker. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at this guy's... this guy's shit. For sure. What do I gotta say? What do I gotta say to you? I don't really have much updates. I went to the gym today, did a leg day, it was good. I'm kind of alternating between heavy lifting for building muscle and then just lots and lots of reps. And not too many repetitions of the same exercise, you know what I mean? I've been playing with the boy. Been having a little fun with the boy. Did some laundry, changed the bed sheets. Put a video out today. Put the Glinner video out today. You don't need to. I'm not going to ask you to go and comment on it and all that stuff. You don't have to. If you want to do it, if you were going to do it anyway, you could do it, right? I'm not going to ask for like a drive on this one because I kind of just want to see what happens if I just release a video on a random Tuesday with no fanfare, no build up, nothing like that. I want to see what like my baseline views are. You know, it's not really relevant stuff. Graham Linehan's not really in the news right now, and I just want to see what happens. I want to see how many views that channel gets with my like nearly 300 subscribers, which is pretty good to be fair for a new channel. Like, when did I start it? 2 months ago, 300 subs. Not bad. I mean, I do also have to like remember that I have a channel with 8,000 subs as well. Oh, hello Luna with the new account. How you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Icked Trunks, it's good to see you as well. Catgirl Steph says, I've been touching grass, well, clover in the garden and making plans for overwintering plants. That sounds dope. That sounds absolutely dope. Pacor's Language. You have to follow the steps in the Discord before you can get access to the rest of the Discord. So if you were looking to like join the rest of the Discord, please follow the rest of the steps in the quarantine zone and you'll be able to get in there. What else did I miss? What else did I miss? What else did I miss? Anything in the chat? No. It's looking good. All right, cool. I got some funny stuff to start with, chat. Let's take a look and see what Miriam Margolis is saying.
Yourself. Oh, fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Okay? Oh, fuck yourself. Okay?
Dear haters. And you know why she's saying that, don't you, chat? Because she dared to say that Israel is ruining the image of Jews everywhere and committing a genocide. Nanny Ogg, I don't know if she played Nanny Ogg in any of the Discworld adaptations, but she's an actress. She's been in loads of stuff. Miriam speaking for all decent humans everywhere. National treasure. Dear Miriam, I sometimes find your language a bit coarse in that I wouldn't use it myself. However, I echo the sentiment. She didn't, but she's who I picture. Ah, fair enough. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Yeah, she's dope. You know. Most of the haters are just bots in a bot farm in Israel. Anyway, that's true. That's true. And they're not even really in Israel. Most of them are in India. Because, you know, it's good to just outsource your labor like that and just get more bang for your buck. Anyway, let's take a look at some other footy stuff here as well. Liberal Democrat leader Sir Ed Davey explains why he posted a picture of SpongeBob SquarePants after Elon Musk called him a craven coward on X, right? Should we have a look and see what that is? Should we have a look and see what he was on about? Ed Davey. So this guy is the leader of the Liberal Democrats. So, this is what this is in relation to. I've written to Keir Starmer, Kemi Badenoch, and Nigel Farage, urging them to join me in condemning Elon Musk's dangerous remarks inciting violence yesterday. This was about the Unite the Kingdom march. As leaders, we must stand together and make clear Musk will face serious consequences for these actions. Dear Prime Minister, the attempts this weekend by Elon Musk to sow discord and incite violence in our streets represent a serious and dangerous interference in our democracy. Speaking at the Unite the Kingdom march organised by far-right hate preacher Tommy Robinson, Musk told the crowd that violence is coming and that you either fight back or you die. The United Kingdom is the saddest flame war it is. It is. United Kingdom has always prided itself on resolving disagreements through debate. Not true. Through the ballot box. Not true. Through the rule of law. Not true. The recent conduct of Elon Musk deliberately spreading misinformation, stoking anger, and encouraging violence represents a reckless and dangerous assault on those values. Okay. This attempt to endanger public safety and meddle in our politics must be met with clarity and resolves. Must make it clear that no individual, however wealthy or powerful, could get away with using their platforms to inflame tensions and incite violence. Elon Musk responded saying, "You're a craven coward," and Ed Davey... Ed Davey responded with the SpongeBob SquarePants. So, let's hear what he's got to say on Newsnight.
The latest thing you've done is get into a spat with Elon Musk on Twitter.
Not the first time, it's happened a few times.
It has happened a few times. This latest one, he said you're a craven coward. You then responded with you are a craven coward with certain letters in capitals and a picture of SpongeBob SquarePants. What did that mean?
Well, one thing I think it's good to do when you're taking on opponents is ridicule them. Use laughter and humour to bring them down and show them for what they are. And what I found on social media, that's a very effective way, whether it's on TikTok, where please look at my feed if you're a TikTok.
Oh my God, he's getting... He has sought out... You know what this is, don't you, chat? He has sought advice from Zach Polanski, people who've been looking at what Zach Polanski is doing and going, what can I do? And looking at like Zoran Mamdani and all that shit. As shit as the Lib Dems are, their digital strategy has always been really engaged with memes. I think that they're firing it up a bit more now. After they've seen all of this other stuff. Ever since Ed took charge. I didn't know that, but I think that it feels like they're going fucking full gas. Full foot on the gas with this stuff now. Right? Well, you see, there's this fellow, he lives in a pineapple and you wouldn't believe where. Yeah. What's his constituency? Where's that Davey from? No. Ed Davey wasn't the leader in 2010, I don't think. That was Nick Clegg, right? Nick Clegg? Previous guy was Tim Farrow, wasn't he? I feel like they've seen, okay, this is how you engage young people into voting. And some advisors have been like, yeah, just do memes, bro. Just whatever you think. And obviously it's not Ed Davey, right? It's not him posting this stuff. It's going to be some intern, right?
Addict were on there taking it to people like Farage, to people like Musk, as well as putting forward Liberal Democrat ideas about how we want to change the country for the better.
So what did it mean, these capitals and SpongeBob SquarePants? Can you just explain to people who don't understand why some of the words are in capitals and some of the letters are and some of them aren't?
It's the style of these sorts of memes.
He doesn't know it. He doesn't know why he posted it. That's crazy. Yeah, it's just an intern. He's like, oh yeah, it's the style. No, man, bro, you just have to say, it's like going, you know? It's so stupid.
If you want me to dissect a meme, I'm afraid I might struggle a little bit. I get advice on that sort of thing. But
the young people in your office told you to do the capitals?
Well, no, they didn't tell me to do it.
I mean, yeah, they did.
There's a team that does our social media. I think it's quite fun, and I think it's the way you take down these people like Elon Musk. He has no sense of humour, but lots of people on social media do. And
well, the Lib Dems are like, you know, he's not going to get any wins. He's not going to get any votes from this, because everyone's going to be like, oh, he's just being advised by a bunch of younger, cooler people who could be running the country instead of him. They could have been talking like this. Is so 2010. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
You know what? The reaction to it has been fantastic.
Oh, that's what you meant by from 2010. It's like a meme from 2010. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry, I didn't know what you meant. Anyway, he does have some good things to say about this thing from Elon Musk. So let's hear what he's got to say.
Government contracts with Tesla to be cut and ended. So I think we have to take this seriously. I think governments have failed to date, and Liberal Democrats are putting out for others to look at a whole series of ideas.
What contracts do we have with Tesla? What would this mean? This is, as you say, the second most rich man in the world, richest man in the world. How much difference would this make?
Well, the contracts from Tesla aren't huge, but he's applied, for example, for a license. He's applied to Ofgem for a license to sell and distribute energy in this country, presumably linked to his Tesla cars. So they're the sorts of things we should look at.
So there's potential there, but the government has a procurement process, doesn't it? So the government, when they procure who is going to, run a particular contract, it is about the quality of the product, it's about the price. And if you start to unravel that based on political beliefs, then doesn't that end up not providing the best value for money for the taxpayer, which is the very point of these processes? There's
another test that often is in procurement, which is this individual, is this company fit and proper? That's a very...
Take a shot every time he says, yeah, I mean, you could say that for my stream. Don't do that. I do that all the time. I'm always saying, I'm so bad at public speaking.
Test. And I think it's a relevant one. And when someone is calling for the overthrow of a democratically elected government, whether you like them or not, and they're a person from another country who's saying these things, I think we should take that seriously. I don't think Elon Musk is a fit and proper person for us to do business with.
I'm always doing it. I'm always doing it. Yeah, which he are you referring to? me or Ed Davey? Yeah, so, yeah, interesting stuff from Ed Davey there. Not sure that's going to win the Liberal Democrats any votes, but there you go. You'd think so, but there was one guy who can't decide... Oh, wait. That one guy who's some election, after basically having an AI clone of him engage with voters, being very upfront about it, and voters being aware of this, and they still decided to vote on him. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. You're allowed to use filler words. Ed isn't. Thank you, Luna. I appreciate that. Theo, what's up? I guess I wouldn't have thought streaming to be meaningfully different to public speaking, but it must be. Hey. I mean... I feel like it's public speaking because I'm saying stuff, right? And it's not really in public, but there's a public. That's you, chat. You're my adoring public. Krill with a gifted sub to Luna. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Enjoy your emotes. Well done. Well done. You did it. Thank you. Krill, appreciate you. You know? Why was that? What the fuck is happening with Twitch auto mod? What is going on? It just held thank you Krill. Smart detection level 2? What do you mean smart detection? What is happening? Oh, whatever, man. Yeah, why did it do that? Why did it auto mod that last message? That's wild. Twitch is fucking fucked, man. Honestly. I swear to God. Is my name a slur? No, I doubt it. I think it's just fuckeries. I think it's just complete fuckeries, right? Empathy is a crime now. Yeah, that's right. That's what it is, isn't it? Anyway, this is really cute. I wanted to play this because I saw it last night and I thought it was really, really cute. Let's watch this.
These riots that have been going on, it's a bit delicate, but I mean, you're Muslim, right?
Yes,
Yeah?
I am. I'm Muslim, yeah.
I just want to say to you that if you ever need a safe house, my house is always available. If you want to come over here, bring your wife and your kitty, and get away from these maniacs, just in case. I just find it so embarrassing because I'm English, and these people, I don't understand what they're all about. They don't even live in the area, and they're rioting, and they fly an English flag. Well, they don't represent me, and they don't represent the neighbours here, and they certainly don't represent most of the people that I come across. I just don't understand it. But look, the important thing is, I really want to say to you, if something happens, or you feel unsafe, or you just want to get away for a couple of days or something, you just cross the road, pack a bag, cross the road, and you can come and stay. And you always be welcome. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Thank you. I really, from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciating.
Yeah, this is
what
just
you're
cute.
saying. Really,
It's
like
based and
I'm saying,
it's cute.
My wife, she can't go to work right now because she's scared if she go outside, and then that's it. You know?
Nah, terrible. It's terrible. Listen, I know it must be very difficult for your people, and I just feel embarrassed about the whole thing, and it's just
like, again, chat, this is just more and more examples that the everyday person, like, think about this guy. Think about what kind of guy this guy is. He's an older fella. He might be like 70 years old. And, he's got a posh accent. So he's grown up somewhere, very privileged. He's a white guy. And he's British. He's the example of British privilege, right? He's a normie boomer, exactly. He's a normie fucking boomer. And he's looking at this shit and being like, nah, this isn't England, man. You know what I mean? This is like, it's never really been about that in my eyes. You know what I mean? It's always been about, like, just being polite and cute. Right? This guy won't make Daily Mail headlines, but it arguably represents the majority of people in his demographic. Exactly. Yeah, he's using his privilege in the correct way. This is exactly it. Like, chat, like, if you know someone on your road, in your apartment building, on your estate, who is Muslim, who is racialized or anything like that, and you every now and then you just go, yeah, you know him, it costs nothing. It costs fucking nothing to be like, yo, I'm just letting you know that you're safe with me. If you ever need me for anything, like, just let me know. This is where I live. You want my number? You can take my number. Just give me a call. I'll add you into my phone and shit. This shit is important as hell. And this is like basic day one community organizing. It's basic day one community organizing. Just literally just going, yo, I'm your neighbor, and I just wanted to let you know that, like, I accept you being here, and I love you being here, and I want you to be here, and, like, it's enough that you're here. I don't demand that you are, like, a good immigrant or, like, a good, well-behaved whatever. Like, I'm just a normal guy, and you're a normal guy. We've got normal families. We should be able to exist and live together, right? You know? He's got children who are marginalized, who he's learned from. I mean, it might not even be that. It genuinely might not even be that. Because someone his age will probably remember, like, what the National Front was like. and he will have seen the shit that happened in the fucking Capitol on Saturday and gone, yeah, that's like the National Front days. That's fucked. I remember what those guys used to do. They used to go around and beat the shit out of South Asian immigrants. They used to do it all the time. And West Indian, not West Indian, like Caribbean immigrants, right?
It's just terrible.
I don't even know if he will have. I don't even know if he will have learned this from his kids.
Sure, I don't want you to feel that you can't go to work or you can't set foot outside the house. It's it's not what England's all about. It's not the way I was brought up, and I just feel that I just want you to understand that you have a safe house if ever you need it. All right.
Thank you. I really appreciate these kind words for you. Which house is your house again?
24.
24? Is this yellow one there for you?
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Oh.
You all right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I'm good right now. I'm good now. I thinking it's calming down soon, but it's like I'm saying to you, like since it's happening, we're just staying inside the house. Like I don't go to work.
Yeah.
And this is how every marginalized person feels right now, chat. This is how they feel. They don't want to go outside. They don't want to go to work. They're fucking terrified. Especially if they're a first-generation immigrant. You know what I mean? There'll be some second-generation immigrants who, like, work in a community that is full of second, first, third-generation immigrants. And there will be people who, are like, fuck them fascists, I don't give a fuck. But there's going to be a lot of people. Like, I don't know if this is, like, accurate to say. I'm pretty sure it is, right? There'll be trans girls who are, like you say, going stealth or, like, boy mode. Like, I think some people call it. I don't even know if that's bad to say, but, like, I remember my ex-partner who's trans used to say she was going boy mode all the time. When she wasn't feeling, like, great about going out in public and stuff. And, obviously vice versa. I guess if you're a trans guy. But it's also kind of a bit difficult if you're a trans guy. It's difficult if you're trans just in general, right? It's difficult for all trans people. Anyway. Stealth or boy mode, yeah. And it's just how it is, right? You know what I mean? One of the trans friends I'm closer to is desperately trying to leave the US, right? This is the kind of fucking environment that is being fostered all over the place. All of my trans friends have expressed this fear. Yeah, same. Yeah. Literally same.
These riots that have been
and we can't allow it to happen, right? We just can't allow that shit to happen. Charlie Kirk getting absolutely cooked on LBC. They're going to have to screen their calls better. LBC won't like this. Let's have a little listen to this.
Charlie Kirk himself, said that empathy was a new age word, and he said that mass shootings were acceptable if it meant he could have his Second Amendment after Sandy Hook and all that happened. Maybe this guy shouldn't have said it quite the way he said it, but I've had enough, because the person you just said, he was just a family value man. This family value man said that gay people are an error, transgender people are mental. So apparently free speech is only okay if you're on the right. Apparently if you're on the left, you're not allowed free speech. You've got to be some sort of upstanding citizen. Well, I've had enough of this hypocrisy.
Brilliant.
Is it not true, though, that Charlie Kirk's manner of expressing his thoughts and feelings was...
he was polite and but a racist, yeah? So you're talking about white replacement theory.
Vanessa Feltz is doing the same thing here. You know what I mean? This is like the same fucking thing. Vanessa Feltz is there, like, glazing a racist and being polite about it while saying, wasn't he so polite, though? Like, it doesn't excuse anything, right? It literally doesn't excuse anything.
He was polite and but a racist. racist, yeah? So you're talking about white replacement theory, that black people, black women in particular, were not clever. But it's all right as long as you do it politely, yeah? So I tell you what then, let's all be, this is how middle class people get, like Farage and all that, get into power. So what? Because they can...
Oh, yes!
Is that how it works? Because I've had enough of it.
Yeah, go on, that's it. This is literally the temperature of how people are feeling in the UK right now. People are like, this is gaslighting. What is happening? What are you talking about? Like, most people have never heard about this fucking guy ever in their entire life in the UK, and all of a sudden, all the media is talking about it. Vanessa Feltz is on here like, don't you think he was polite? You know? The bullets seem pretty polite in here. Any insults from that? Right, exactly. You know, but everyone hates that bullet, don't they?
We've got Tommy Robinson March right now doing all their thing, but that's okay. That's freedom of speech. Yeah? Mm-hmm. I'm sick of it. Do you know what, Vanessa? I'm had enough.
Hell yeah, this is it. Like, and again, chat, it's so important to remember most working class people are exactly in that position where they're like, hang on a minute. What are you talking about? Fucking John over there. He's a migrant. I've worked with him for fucking years. What are you talking about? All this stuff about fucking migrants being the problem. It's insane. Like, working class people are not necessarily stupid. You know what I mean? And it's really, like, people love to talk about, like, classism and shit like that when discussing, like, the racist marches and all this kind of business. And it's like, these people are like, they're just stupid. It's not that they're working class. It's just that they either are willfully ignorant and they love hating people. They're addicted to it and they're addicted to posting. You know, or they have like skin in the game. They're middle class and they are, you know, they're petty bourgeois, all that kind of shit. And it's like, you have to understand, most working class people are sat there going like, I can't afford my rent. What's that got to do with immigrants? I can't afford my fucking groceries. What's that got to do with immigrants? Are they controlling the prices? What are you talking about? Do you think I'm fucking stupid? The huge classism is when they're talking about people from up north. It makes me fucking sick. It genuinely, and I know I'm a northerner, yeah, but it fucking makes me sick as fuck, because some of the most intelligent people I've ever fucking met in my entire life are working class mums in Manchester. You know, it's fucking crazy. Working class single mums in Manchester, and all you have to, like, you don't even have to tell them what's what. They'll just be like, oh yeah, actually, what we should do is be in a tenants union and fucking look after each other and not be racist. Like, it's like, they're fucking smart as fuck. What are you on about? What are you fucking on about? You know what I mean?
Charlie Kirk himself, yeah.
Yeah, we're not listening to that again. All right, let's take a little look at some Trump stuff. What's he saying here now? What's all this? What's going on here? Let's see what he's saying.
A president in office should be engaged in so much business activity. Well, I'm really not. My kids are running the business. I'm here.
Hang on a minute. I can't fucking hear a fucking thing.
A president in office should be engaged in so much business activity. Well, I'm really not. My kids are running the business. I'm here. You know what the activity, where are you from? I'm from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, Paul Corners program. Well, the Australians, you're hurting Australia, right? In my opinion, you are hurting Australia very much right now. And they want to get along.
So in case you didn't hear what this guy just said, this reporter just asked Trump, don't you think it's weird that a president has this much involvement in business? Don't you think it's weird that a sitting president is this involved in business? And Trump is like, where are you from? First of all, where are you from? And he's like, Australia, bro. And he's like, yeah, you're hurting Australia right now. What are you talking about, bro? What you want about? Just say anything. Just say anything, yeah.
Well, the Australians, you're hurting Australia, right? In my opinion, you are hurting Australia very much right now. And they want to get along with me. You know, your leader is coming over to see me very soon. I'm going to tell him about you. You set a very bad tone. Well, go ahead, John. Okay, maybe you can set a nicer tone. UAE does a deal. What does it want in return? Quiet. Mr. President, what
It's so insane, dude. It's so insane. Like, this is where we're at. This is where we're at. New tariff for Australia. Yeah, he's like the grass president. I'm gonna fucking snitch on you, man. What do you mean? I'm gonna snitch on you to your fucking president. What do you mean? Actual baby behavior. He is, like, I keep saying this. He is just like if you gave a baby nuclear launch codes. He's just like, yeah, just do whatever you want. Fucking, you know. And I'm not saying that he's like thick. He's read Mein Kampf, right? And he's like, oh, this is how Hitler did it. Great, I love that guy. And he's doing it like that, right? He's doing the Hitler playbook. He's doing the whole fascism thing. I mean, he doesn't even really have to look at Hitler because America did all this stuff anyway. Oh my god, crazy stuff. Let's catch up on the chat. Hello, Loki Human. Good to see you. How are you? DJ as well. How are you doing? Good to see you. Base Brit says, this is true. One of my closest friends is working class, grew up on a council estate, has no skin in the game in terms of politics. She's saying these exact things about how shit of a person Kirk was. Yeah. Just like normal. Normally, it's just how normal people think about this guy when they know who he is. I like how the camera angle is now only showing the right side of his face in order to avoid any further unexpected asymmetry appearing on his face. Yeah. Don't let anyone know he had that stroke. No. The cake on the makeup is beyond foundational. Hey, Banker with a dub, how are you? Yeah, land of the free, by the way. Yeah, just say whatever you want. Nothing true. Just whatever you like. Some big free speech there. I think it's interesting that during most of his terms, Trump has done these presses right next to the White House helicopter. He's desperate not to be heard or quoted. For all the kayfabe, he's a coward and feeble, a paper tiger with a penchant for pageantry. Yeah, absolutely. Not perfectly deferential to him. Now he's going to raise taxes on the workers, yeah. No, exactly, that's true as well. The Murdoch media has been gassing hard on trying to pressure Albanese to meet personally with Trump. Everyday headlines written by US think tanks, and the Aussie PM hasn't committed to meeting him face-to-face. Right, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. It wasn't even Mein Kampf. His now dead wife said that he kept a book of Hitler quotes next to the bed that he would read at night. Yeah, so just like quotes. Just quotes. He is doing the, like if Hitler posted stuff. It's like if Hitler had Twitter, Trump would like read all of his posts and just be like, right, I think I get this guy now. I think I get what he did. So he's like, and it makes sense, right? He's kind of, he is doing the Hitler playbook, but if you like looked at Hitler's posts, that's kind of what it feels like. That's a really like decent insight to remember, actually, Luna. That's pretty good. Hey, Riolan, how are you doing? Welcome in. He is very, very zesty. Very zesty at the minute. All right, what we got? We got the main segment of news here. What we're going to look at, chat. This is Peter Mandelson. This is just my search, YouTube search. We got Peter Mandelson being appointed to the US ambassador by Keir Starmer, and everyone found out that he's a friend of Epstein. And then he was taken down as US ambassador on Friday last week, and since then, you know what? I gotta add that RIP Bozo emote. Hang on, just before we go any further, let me just get to BTTV and add RIP Bozo, because people have been saying that in my chat, and there's not been an emote playing, and I know that you're all sad about that. I know that everyone is like, Mule, why haven't you got all the good, cool emotes? Right? I've got some good, cool emotes, like the Keith Starmer one that Valerie is using, right? Emotes, channel, browse, shared emotes, RIP Bozo. Yeah, there you go. All right, chat, it's added. Yep. All right, that should work, maybe. I don't know how fast it is. Okay, it's not that fast. Let's try it. Now? Oh, whatever, man. It's showing up on my dashboard, so it'll happen in a minute. Anyway. It'd be amazing if someone talked shit right back to him face to face. He'd have no idea how to handle it. Oh, what, Trump? He just tells them to shut up. Friend of Epstein in the same way gay people were called friend of Dorothy. Yep. It's working for you now? Hell yeah. Thank you, PvP. Look, not all PMs would have the courage to appoint an Epstein accomplice and also withdraw support for that accomplice when not convenient for themselves. It's very true. It's very, very true. So that's what's happened. Let's see what the media is saying about it. I'm going to scran some wings while we're doing this. So I'm going to go off camera. So, yeah, you know, let's watch along. Let's watch along, chat.
A far-right rally is about to get underway in central London. Much of America is mourning the assassination.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck is this going to be about?
Of the right-wing, some would say far-right activist and podcaster Charlie Kirk. With a mixture
some would
of
say
grief
far-right.
and rage. Is this the beginning of a new season of political violence and revenge? Yes, autumn is here. The season of wet leaves and shorter days. But in Downing Street, winter has come early. This time last week, we were asking why Keir Starmer had stood by Angela Rayner, even as more and more of his own MPs were asking why she was still in the job. Fast forward to Wednesday this week and hit repeat. This time with Peter Mandelson, a.k.a. the Prince of Darkness, courtesy of Donald Trump, Sneaky Pete. Even as emails were circulating in Number 10 illustrating that Mandelson was staying in Jeffrey Epstein's lavish properties in Paris and New York after his conviction as a paedophile and calling that conviction unfair, the Prime Minister was preparing to defend his ambassador in the Commons.
It's crazy that Peter Mandelson was just being like, no, he's not a pedo.
He's right to do so. I have confidence in him, and he's playing an important role in the UK-US relationship.
And this was the Prime Minister in happier times in February when he held a drinks reception at the British ambassador's residence in Washington.
There's a real buzz around Washington right now.
Buzz.
There's a new leader in town, that he's a true one-off, a pioneer in business and in politics. Many people love him. Others love to hate him. But to us, he's just Peter.
Nah.
He's the right person to help us work with President Trump and to take this special relationship from strength to strength.
It was a good joke at the time, but the laughs have dried up. To rephrase an old question, what did the Prime Minister not know and when did he not know it? And why? Only 12 days ago, in a distant era, Starmer announced a reset of his team at Number 10. How's that been going? The Labour Party used to pride itself on not indulging in the regicide that became the Tories' favourite blood sport. But is that about to change? The mood at Number 10 is indeed funereal. The mood on the back benches is livid. And the Prime Minister is accused of being cocooned in his own bubble. One head with a target on it is Morgan McSweeney, the architect of Starmer's election victory, now often accused increasingly of being the
How embarrassing
of his faltering administration. Fair? Let's find out. And my first guest this morning is David Yellen, the co-host of When It Hits the Fan podcast and, of course, former editor of The Sun. Good morning, David. How are you?
Good morning, Matt. I'm very
Fuck you, you scumbag. Fuck you.
How much of a disaster is this for Starmer?
Well, it's moving very fast. And I'm beginning to think that it is a fan hitter that he is going to be lucky to escape. Even in, you're starting to see the word funereal. You just use that word used all over the place. I think for Morgan McSweeney, the writing is on the wall, and that may be unfair, but I think that is where we are, and I can explain that if you want.
Yeah, please do. I mean, just people may have heard his name, but tell us about his role and how important he is to Keir Starmer, Morgan McSweeney.
I mean, he is effectively the PM's right-hand man. He runs Downing Street. Now, a lot of people will say, why do you always go for the advisors? Why do people like you and I in the media always go to the advisors? And that's because the advisors always go before the top man or woman. That's just, the inevitable. But there are so many structural problems in Downing Street. They have completely lost control of the narrative on this story in a way that I haven't seen for some time in the US and the UK, and then you've got the president Trump coming here in the next few days. So it's all good. So if you look at the New York Times this morning, you can see Peter Mandelson's briefing. Peter Mandelson is believe it or not, a brilliant PR man. Now he continually gets himself into messes, but he's also brilliant. He's a combination of things which makes him unique.
And that's quite a compliment coming from you.
He is not going quietly.
Right.
And he's going to take people with him, and it's a matter of who. If you look at Mark Landler, who is the guy that runs the New York Times in Europe, based here in London, he has a piece this morning in which you look at the language. Peter Mandelson says next week's tech deal, there's going to be this big tech announcement by Trump and Keir Starmer, is, quote, my pride and joy, my legacy. He says it's his legacy. Now, there's lots of things to talk about. One of them is this. Global Counsel, which is his PR firm, is briefing against him. They're saying, we are cutting ties with Peter Mandelson. We don't want, because of course they have a lot of other clients that maybe quite rightly wonder about whether they want to do business with somebody that's identified with Epstein. Of course. But the way the industry works, that is the high-end, public relations industries. You don't necessarily say who you talk to. And if you want,
right.
Just today we've seen AstraZeneca pull out.
Like nothing ever happened, chat. Oh my god, I might have given myself heartburn though. Did I miss him say anything insane? I was gone for the last minute, just to wash my beard and my face. Is this the Britbong James Carville? Who the fuck is James Carville? There's something about this look, like when you don't have a beard and you're bald. But also you're the editor of The Sun. I think it's fine for people to look like this, but when you're also the editor of The Sun, it's just you just look like a worm. You know what I mean? You look like a worm with glasses.
To the UK. Now, if AstraZeneca or Merck or any other company wanted to talk to a single individual in the world about where Trump is, where the White House is.
And yeah, these guys do just love hearing themselves speak.
So you're saying
you're right.
He thinks he's more sinned against than sinning, and in that spirit, he might take people down with him.
I think in terms of UK politics, yes. He's clearly...
He used to be the editor of The Sun. I don't think he's the editor anymore, but who cares?
He's
Scrote with glasses, exactly.
He's not using those words. He is saying, I told...
And yes, you're right, Banker. Even if he wasn't a predator, why the hell are so many people okay with our politicians being completely blatantly in the pocket of foreign millionaires? It's got to stop.
The email cache went to Morgan McSweeney.
He was an infamous Clinton campaigner, right, gotcha.
Before Keir Starmer was at PMQs. Now, I have to say, to defend the Downing Street apparatus, for Peter Mandelson to buy...
Oh, you don't need to do that, Doug. It's crazy when people say this. To defend the state apparatus, dude, you don't need to do that.
Those emails over just a few hours before the Prime Minister stood up at noon is a bit much,
Oh my god, are you joking me? He got it the night before. What are you talking about? This is just not true. Of course, a fucking ex-editor of The Sun is just gonna be yeah, misinformation. It wasn't that fair. He didn't have that much time. Dude, he got this shit the night before. It was the night before. It wasn't hours before. It was the night before. You would just, if that happened, and you seriously thought about it and seriously considered it, which is what happened, by the way, if you were a correct thinking person, you would have gone, this is a disaster waiting to happen. This is a disaster waiting to happen. And no one thought that. Morgan McSweeney was like, no, even if this gets found out, it will be all right. And here we are, I don't know, what is it? A year and 9 months later or some shit? A year, July. It's like a year and, what is it, July? July, August, September. A year and 2 months later. Here we are, a year and 2 months later. And apparently Keir Starmer is yelling at Morgan McSweeney going, you're supposed to protect me.
It's a bit, I'm
just going to put this in the microwave.
Before, in which case, of course, he wouldn't have been in the job. But the problem is that there are so many other errors that have been made in Downing Street. And I think there's a name that's never mentioned, and that's Sue Gray. Sue Gray is definitely, in my opinion, a woman more sinned against than sinning. And where would we be? Where would we be if that had not happened? I think that moment and the takeover and ousting of her by Morgan McSweeney and the people around him is, in the end, going to make this a one-term prime minister and maybe half a term. And that's sad. It's so sad and it's tragic. But I think that's where we're going to be.
But, I mean, just on Mandelson, the Prime Minister was very clear, and the people who've been speaking on his behalf, on various radio shows, surrogates, ministers, have also been clear. Mandelson was a risk. We knew he was a risk, but we thought that his talents and his connections and his charm and his diplomatic know-how, would be worth taking the risk. It turns.
That's it. That's what they said. That was the whole analysis of what they thought. They were like, yeah, we know he's a risk, but we should do it anyway. Like, come on, man. By the way, chat, I just want to highlight something to you. The waffle fries and the buffalo wings that I got are part of Aldi's new range in special offers. Yeah, Aldi there. Look at this for graphic design marketing. Aldi, no, Aldina. What? Taste of America. It's the taste of America, dude. Makes you want to shit your pants. God, it's fucking funny as hell. Anyway, just thought I'd show you that.
That calculation was wrong. I mean, but was that a fair calculation at the time? Given the fact that Trump was in office, he was mercurial. They needed someone who could sort of could tweak him and charm him and get the trade deal across the line, which arguably did help to do.
Yes. And there's a lot to say there. The first thing is there'll be lots of women listening to this that think, hang on a minute, what about what Mandelson actually said in those emails about the women that were, so I
asked earlier if you've watched Chicken Connoisseur. I have not watched Chicken Connoisseur.
We must reflect on the fact that it is disgraceful what he said. He was enabling and forgiving.
How dare they put the trans colours on that trash?
That is very important.
Not enough additives and preservatives to be authentically American,
at the moment. Sorry, just ask me
do you think they were? Can you understand why they put him in that position in the first place? I mean, they had a perfectly good ambassador in Karen Pierce, who wanted to stay on. She got on very well with Trump. They got rid of her. They put Peter Mandelson in. Was that
like these fucking idiots just cannot even remotely conceive of a Labour neoliberal government that engages in giving jobs to your mates? Like, are we just like what's going on? What is this conversation? These fucking brains are just addled, completely addled with briefcase wanker wonk politics. They're obsessed. They really think that Keir Starmer's team were doing surgical forensic politics, and it's just not. It's just not the case. There was none of that. It was bad, terrible electorate analysis. And he got in because no one wanted the Tories. People were like, anything but the Tories. That's what we're talking about, man. We're not talking about like a forensic, surgical, the big boys are back in the room. None of that is true. None of that is actually real. The only reason that was the line is because people wanted an air of professionality. Like, that's all he has. He's got nothing left now.
What was the thinking behind that decision, and was it right?
Like you, I spent a lot of my career in America, and the problem with this job is, look, he was out of control. Peter Mandelson is always out of control. He gave an interview to Harry Cole, my old paper, The Sun, this week, which was scheduled. Why on earth is the British ambassador in Washington giving these? He gives interviews every week. No, he comes out of the residence and rolls his window down and talks to journalists as he leaves the residence. Now, you don't do that if you're an FCO, a normal ambassador.
I love how he's not even remotely accepting any responsibility on the Sun's behalf here for like being hawks and just taking like any kind of fucking story that they can possibly get and twist it into whatever the fuck they want, of course, because he's an ex-Sun editor. What do we got here? Can anyone remember a single policy that Starmer ran on? Yeah, he was supposed to make the Renters Reform Bill go through. He was supposed to put the Renters Reform Bill. And he also pledged to fund the NHS. He also pledged to he wasn't gonna introduce the 2-child benefit cap. He wasn't going to take away winter fuel payments. He wasn't going to, he was going to help people with their benefits and shit. It was all left-wing policy that Corbyn ran on. He ran on the same bill as Corbyn, essentially, but like less radical. It was just very basic centre-left policies with like a focus on business. Like I remember taking the piss out of it. Hang on, let me see if I can find this. This was like a short that I did. A fucking, I don't know. I think it was literally April last year. Maybe it was just before I stopped streaming. If I just go to my shorts, hang on. Where is it? Recuperation of liberal language. Yada yada. COVID, landlords, justice for a shark. Oh no, maybe it's on my TikTok. I don't know. Let me try and find it. Hang on.
You never speak to the press except on behalf of the country. They took it's all because of Trump. All the things we're seeing going wrong, many of things, in my opinion, that we're seeing going wrong in the world, and there are also lots and lots, are as a result of the world recalibrating to deal with Trump. And that's what Keir Starmer had to do. If Trump hadn't been elected, there's no way in a million years that Peter Mandelson would ever have been our ambassador there. It was only because of Trump. And he did do, a good job in many ways. And had a trade deal. We're going to have this tech deal. By the way,
someone on Twitter said today that US fascism is so scary because the US is the unipolar power of the world. And I'm just like, that's not where we are, right? You know that that's like no longer where we are. They couldn't even take out Iran's nuclear facilities, man. Like, what are you talking about? We're in the Chinese century. Like, what is going on? And think about the way that Trump has completely alienated all of the countries that support him. The EU, all the countries in the EU, some countries that are not in the EU but are classed as imperial core countries like Britain, South Korea as well, did this insane shit with South Korea. It's crazy. Well, this person described themselves as a communist, and I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like the unipolar, and they were comparing it to Hitler's Nazi Germany, and I was like, that the entire imperialist nations supported Hitler until it had an economic effect on the capital that businesses wanted to make in the imperial core. Like, please stop doing history revisionism. Please stop making this guy out to be like this super smart. Of course there's power there. Of course there's a lot of danger there. I think the people who are most endangered, though, are people inside the US and overwhelmingly black people, migrants, and trans people, right? A lot of the EU countries are still deep-throating the US like good little vassal states, though. That's true, but it doesn't mean that there is, any kind of, particular influence or threat that the US can really have on other countries. Once everybody saw how it all worked with Iran, I think that was like a watershed moment. I think that people were like, this motherfucker can't even do anything in Iran. He's not even going to go to war in Iran. Israel are begging him to go to war with Iran, just like they did with Iraq, and that happened, and that didn't even happen. Like, that was at the height of the US's power, the imperial core's power. 2001, fucking do anything you want. Go to Iraq, kill 1 million people. No problem. Do whatever you like. Right now, obviously the occupying Zionist entity is part of that. And they're doing a genocide. And it's disgusting and vile, but, the US itself getting involved with this shit, it just doesn't seem to be, things just don't seem to be adding up. I think the important thing to remember as well, oh yeah, he wants to do a regime change in Venezuela, yeah, because that's oil closer to home, right? It's oil closer to home. But again, what is he doing there? All I'm seeing from Telesur English, which is the Venezuela reporting, is we're just like upping all of our relationships with surrounding states. We're performing military drills. There's no way that, like, if Trump invades Venezuela, there will be fucking an insane blowback. There will be a completely insane blowback. I don't think Latin America is down for this fucking around anymore. You know what I mean? Especially with the way that Brazil is doing things. Especially with the way that not necessarily Colombia. I think Colombia is you know, pretty done with it. Scheinbaum socialism happening in Mexico. Things are changing, man. We're not in the American century anymore. We're in the BRICS or the Chinese century.
With the West Coast, I mean that.
Hey, Soph, what's up?
I mean Amazon, Google, Meta, all these people.
Everybody, please go follow Sophie. She's doing a stream this week.
He may not come back to he may stay.
Venezuela's a Rubio project? Yeah, that's true.
Mandelson damaged Keir Starmer, who has humiliated him by sacking him.
I think that's also an important thing to remember as well, that like the EU countries that are like doing whatever Trump wants, they're doing it because they know that if the US collapses and the imperial power that they're part of collapses, they won't have as much power in the world. Like, that's what it is. Like, that's why Macron was shitting himself a couple of like months ago. In fact, not even a couple of months ago, literally a month ago, he was like fucking terrified. Like going, yeah. So like we lost all of our colonies. It's time for the UK and France to have a new entente cordiale, because you remember that when everything was bad back in the day and everyone wanted to fight each other in Europe. Yeah, we gotta like reestablish those bonds, bro. And now France is like falling apart. They've got no colonial extraction wealth power anymore. The French people are revolting. Oh yeah, his blood pressure is through the roof. It's through the roof. Can you believe it? Yeah, the whole of France has wanted to rip him to shreds for years, literally. And yeah, Trump cares about Trump, and that's the thing, right? It's this egotistical politics, egotistical stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
How?
Wait, just been watching the Utah sheriff reading all our evidence against all the evidence against Tyler Robinson. He said the whole of Tyler and his FFS text convo on live news, it was surreal. FFS? Facial feminization surgery. What? Wait, what do you mean? Next French Republic should bring the old alliance back, march on Westminster with the Scots. Oh, his girlfriend's text convo. Right, okay, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, the Scots are going to vote for independence as well, because they're seeing what's going on in the UK and they're like, yeah, no thanks, man. It's going to happen. Ireland is preparing for a united Ireland. Multiple councils in Ireland have said, yeah, we're going to vote. Well, they voted too. They voted to prepare for a united Ireland, at least in terms of trade. And when it becomes obvious that the contradictions are too clear, north of Ireland will just become Ireland. Like, it will just be Ireland's territory again. You know, I mean, it always has been spiritually. But the Brits will be out. They'll be out. And I don't know about Wales. I don't think Wales has that much of a deep connection to independence. I might be wrong. I don't speak to many Welsh leftists. But I think that also the Scots are giddying up. There's a huge projection for SNP wins in Scotland, and yeah, they are going to vote to leave 1,000%. I think the union is just going to fall apart.
Peter Mandelson comes after you, no matter who you are in trouble. He is a phenomenally talented communicator. Right. He has huge energy,
but how would he specifically damage the Prime Minister who'd given him...
Check fair Allah.
He knows where all the bodies are buried. Also, he remains very close to Tony.
Wales can become part of Ireland.
Is interesting. They disagree and so on, but they talk a lot and so on. So if the Blair era, if the powerhouse, it's still incredibly powerful in the country, internationally, and in the Labour Party, it moves against Keir Starmer.
I wouldn't be surprised if we had a socialist France before other Euro countries. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I just logged into my TikTok. Oh yeah, I know that Welsh leftist. I've spoke to those Welsh leftists before. Yeah. I have Husker. Be good to get some information on what it's like on the ground in Wales, what most Welsh people are thinking. Not even just Welsh leftists, right? Because I'm sure most Welsh leftists are probably like, we should just be Wales. I imagine that's how most Welsh leftists think. But like, it depends on like what the temperature is in Wales regarding that kind of a thing, right? Wales, Ireland, Scotland joining to be the UNK, United Non-Kingdom. United against the kingdom. I mean, they don't have a king. These are all Republican states. They don't have a king. So it would be united against the kingdom, because the kingdom would just be England, right? What was I going to say? Spain is not necessarily socialist, but I think that you're right. I think that what we've got coming very soon is a socialist France, and I think that Spain will follow suit pretty quickly afterwards, because Spain is already pretty left-wing. We're going to get into some Spanish anti-Israel stuff later on. Spain today have announced that they've cancelled a deal with Elbit Systems, 837 million euro deal. It's more than the British deal that we were gonna do with Elbit Systems, maybe. So they've cancelled this deal, the deal to build stuff on the, on Spanish land. So there's that. We're gonna get through that. And I just believe that like life in Spain is pretty good. They have a pretty bad landlord problem. I know that. I know that they're like desperate to throw off the shackles of neoliberal, fucking Franco fascism, insane. There is like obviously like a fascist problem in Spain. But yeah, I don't know. It depends, right? We'll have to see. We'll just have to see how things go.
But what's happening is, when you say to your children, put your listening ears on, the Street doesn't have listening ears. In the days of Tony Blair, and I remember it very well, there wasn't just Alistair Campbell, there was Angie Hunter, key person, and who would be constantly listening to the back benches, listening to editors, getting you in, a couple of glasses of wine.
Yeah.
What do you think?
No one's doing that at the moment.
No one's doing that. Morgan McSweeney doesn't have they hate it.
That's what I wanted to show you. I think this is it. Let's take a look at this. Oh, yeah. Here we go, chat. The salad days. The salad days. No. I saw that you corrected that, Sophie, yeah. The salad days. I hate this. This feels like an I think you should leave bit. It's the TC Tuggers. Oh my God, you're right, Emmy. Remember this? It's the TC Tuggers. No, that's ridiculous. Do you remember this shit? Dude, what are you talking about? It's the same. It's exactly TC Tuggers. Yeah. All that shit. That's the platform they were running on. That's the platform that Labour were running on, chat. People were saying before, like, what was Labour's policies?
Everybody. They just think everyone's out to...
Did your comment... Wait, what? Did your comment get withheld by Automod? Now, what? What are you talking about? I haven't seen anything come up for you, Husker. Did it come up with the big thing on the screen saying, "Are you sure you want to post this?" Is that what it said? Because sometimes Automod, it'll just go in... When it's Automod, it'll just go in the chat. But Twitch has like a second level where it's like, "Are you sure you want to post this?" This kind of thing has got people in trouble. Are you sure you want to say it? And it's a different thing.
Needs
let me just ask you a question. Sorry to interrupt. I mean, that's interesting, isn't it? Is that because Keir Starmer ultimately is not a very political animal? He was a lawyer.
No,
he was,
that was
head of the Crown Prosecution Service, and then he got into politics quite late in life. He doesn't seem to enjoy, the glad handing and backslapping and drink taking of politics as much as other people have done.
This is another thing that Keir Starmer was running on. They're not saying things like that. They never say things like that. What they say is, "I want Labour
They're not saying things like that.
Shut up, me. Shut up.
They're not saying things like
Why is it not? Why is it not going back?
saying things like that.
What is happening? Why is that like that? Why is it not playing? Oh, here we go. Right. This shit. This is what he was fucking saying.
The 5 missions are to secure the highest sustained growth in the G7.
Oh, fuck off, bro. How is that a policy? How is that a policy? Like, the first thing that he leads with. Yeah, you know what? You know what, Keith? The electorate, they want that. The electorate need that. Yeah, I'm constantly speaking to people in some of the worst housing that I've ever seen in my entire life. You could barely breathe inside it. You know, and you know what they say to me? They say to me, well, you know, Labour are great, but they're not really taking seriously the mission to secure the highest sustained growth in the G7. They're always saying that to me. They're not saying things. And that's what he says.
Are to secure the highest sustained growth in the G7.
And like all those other policies that he was going to talk about, like his 5 main policies, were all just like nonsense, bollocks, crap, surgical briefcase, wanker, nonsense shit. Like, that was what he ran on. But like, he was telling other people, yeah, no, actually, we're going to run on the same thing as Corbyn. We're going to continue Jeremy Corbyn's great work.
And he was fighting a war inside the Labour Party to get, you know, to lead that party. So most of his political career has been dealt with actually internal discipline. And that doesn't make for someone who's good at reaching out.
In my opinion, he is more than qualified to be a very, very good Prime Minister.
Oh, shut up, man.
It may possibly be over him. I don't know. I'm not going to go that far. But you know, with a better team.
Hey, one who reads.
Understanding. But he is used to delegating because he ran the CPS, and that's an organisation where you would delegate regionally into your staff. And I think he has faults there. And his choice of, you know, I think, as I said before, you know, the abandonment of Sue Gray, I think that was, then there may have been, Sue Gray may have had faults, I don't know the detail, but that moment for me, because that would never have happened.
Yeah, now he's putting out videos about immigrants every other day. But this is the crazy thing, Real Lamb, because what he's fucking doing now, is he's saying, oh, we cannot allow these violent fascists to steal our flag. And it's like, dude, you did this. You made this possible. You know? Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean, bro? What are you saying? All right, let's have a look at some Good Morning Britain shit. Get ready to get mad as one of the worst fucking Tories you'll ever see in your entire life is on this panel. I'm sure he'll say some correct and true things about Keir Starmer, but piece of shit, wanker, all that kind of business. Come on, give me madly. Come on, YouTube, give me madly.
The Prime Minister is going to break days of stony silence a bit later on today in this speech about the US-UK nuclear deal. That's ostensibly what the speech is going to be about.
Whoa! What? Yesterday? US nuclear deal? Oh, man. Come on. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. He's got to go. He's got to go.
What's he going to say
He's got to go.
about the Mandelson mess? Or is he going to completely ignore it?
Well,
this guy on the left.
Questions after the speech.
Completely insufferable.
Sorry, but important as the nuclear deal is.
But also on the right is like another ex-Sun columnist. It's more Orca shit, isn't it? I think so, yeah.
Questions are going to be about what he knew about Peter Mandelson when he told the House of Commons, which is telling the nation he had confidence in the ambassador, and yet it's now pretty clear a dossier had arrived the day before, which revealed he had thought it was that the first conviction for Epstein was unsafe and should be reversed, and also declaring his love for the most notorious, infamous paedophile in America, just the day before he was going to prison.
What he'll say, because Downing Street have said it, the Foreign Office have said it, is they didn't know when Peter Mandelson was appointed the depth and the extent of his...
Daily Mirror columnist, not Sun columnist. I mean, the Daily Mirror is More left-wing than the Sun, but not good enough. You know what I mean?
Relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. They knew he'd been close, they knew he'd stayed, but not the love, not the best pal, not the stain after the conviction when we all knew it. Not saying this is how you get your sentence short.
He stayed at his house.
Because he was vetted.
It's bullshit that they didn't know. They absolutely knew.
Appointed ambassador. You wrote a piece in the Mail saying it was a good appointment. He was doing a good job. What I
said was Peter Manton has all the skills to be a good ambassador. However, the baggage he's got.
Look at this fucking cursed. Like, what is it? What is it with right wingers just kind of looking like this? Like this is like if Trump was British. You know what I mean? Like a fucking weasel of a guy. And he's there and he's got the hair, but he's like, he slicked it back and it, looks like someone's like creamed up his head. He's got like the same, like, look, that's his skin color there on his scalp. You could see it. And then on his face, he's got the tan. You can see his neck is missing tan. This is just like the UK version of Donald Trump. But in the UK version of Donald Trump will be too embarrassed to try and be prime minister because that's what British people are like. You know what I mean? If there was a British Donald Trump, they would just be too embarrassed to be prime minister. They would be like, no, there's no way I could be prime minister. There's no way. There's no way I could do this. Because, people will find out that I'm a fucking pedophile. I'm a pedo president, etc., etc. Botox overload as well. Right, exactly. It's just crazy, man. Welcome back, PBS.
Yeah, could be a big risk.
However, I would say you wouldn't have had the vetting power and insight and interrogatory powers that the Foreign Office and MI6, MI5 have. So to hold Andrew to the same level of accountability.
I wouldn't. But of course, I think vetting is.
Hey, Pitsy, what's up? All the Trinity Eaton folk must have so much dirt on each other,
What your relationship was.
Did you erase Boris Johnson being prime minister from your memory? Boris Johnson was not Trump. Boris Johnson was not Trump. No shot, not by a long shot. Boris Johnson had, obviously some of the more insane comments that people have made about marginalized people in the past. But in terms of policy, he definitely, pushed it to the right, 1,000%. But if we're going to talk about policy, there is no one who is closer to Donald Trump in policy than Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer is easily far closer to Donald Trump. And also, Boris Johnson is absolutely not like Trump at all. He is maybe I get what you're saying. Maybe he's more embarrassed to be that fucking cringe. But he's not really embarrassed. No, it's not really the same. It's not really the same.
I think that's about the extent of it. I don't think they had the emails. Now, Starmer will say, I didn't read this until late on Wednesday, then I got rid of him. Because, of course, for Keir Starmer, when he was director of...
what you've got to remember is that in the middle of COVID, even though there was all that stuff leaked about Boris Johnson, and he was saying, we should let the disease run rampant among the masses, his policy was completely different. And he was listening to advisors and he was like, yeah, we should do a lockdown. It's not going to be a serious lockdown, but we should do it. And all of his cabinet were saying some stupid things every now and then, but overall it was no, this is what we're doing. We're doing a lockdown. That's that. But you got to remember, it's not a serious lockdown and we're going to have a party and it's okay. The plebs will be locked down. We won't. But we won't talk about it. Trump wouldn't give a fuck. Trump didn't give a fuck. Trump was like, yeah, do whatever you want, And then, was that Joe Biden? There was definitely overlap, but I can't remember was Joe Biden in before? No, because he got elected in 2020, right? Just like he got in 2025, Joe Biden got in 2021. Right, okay, yeah, I remember now. Trump was just like, yeah, nah, fuck it. Just do whatever you want. Take ivermectin and all that kind of shit, right?
Prosecutions.
It's different. There's different flavors.
Started prosecuting, for instance, the grooming gangs. And Andrew Norfolk, the Times journalist who made what happened in Rotherham public, the prosecutions had already stopped. He gave a much wider airing. Praised Starmer.
Boris plays the buffoon, yeah.
Starmer has been attacked on the far right for somehow giving grooming gangs, sex offenders a free...
January 2021, when January the 6th happened.
Particularly appalled, I think, if it was the first time when he read about Mandelson's friendship.
Well, let me focus on that, because I think, to me, that's the central issue of the events of the last few days. I find it very hard to believe, as do many people, and I'm not using the word liar, but I find it very difficult to believe that top people at number 10 saw those incredibly embarrassing and revealing emails that were sent by Mandelson on Tuesday.
Yeah. Chat, there is no shot in hell this guy didn't pedo girls. Didn't pedo young kids on Epstein Island. Like, are you joking me? Are you kidding me? Look at this dude. Look at this shit. He's wearing a fucking dressing gown, sat with the pedo numero uno. I know that, like, at the moment, he's just being attacked for his relationship to him, but there is no way this guy did not fiddle kids on the kid fiddling island. There's no way he didn't do that.
And on Wednesday, the Prime Minister made a staunch defence of Mandelson.
It's insane how much he sounds like Partridge. Yeah, it's crazy. Is it Balmoral? I don't know.
Until Wednesday evening. Why would top-level civil servants, government advisors in number 10 not show the Prime Minister something as categorically catastrophic as those emails?
It's
hard to believe.
It is hard to believe, and it shows there's some... If they didn't show it to him, it shows there's something very badly wrong in number 10. And there's been a lot of criticism about the way number 10 operates.
Surely.
Yeah, it is a sackable offence.
I think that's true.
But it's the advisors, again, who are getting all the blame. Hang on, we've got a leader here. Why didn't he? Why wasn't he, particularly as a former Director of Public Prosecutions, curious enough to say, I need to know everything. Before I go into the Commons hothouse tomorrow, I need to know everything. Why didn't he sit down with that?
Why wouldn't they show the Prime Minister the emails? Why wouldn't they show them?
I think it's because a Prime Minister has so much on. He also had... No, it is. No, you play for time, right? You're trying to get your head around lots of crises at the same time. That afternoon, he also had Isaac Herzog, the President of Israel, coming hugely controversial, and you need to be prepped for that. You've got lots of other things.
But to let him go into the chamber the next day...
He didn't give a resounding backing.
He said he had confidence in him.
Which is as weak as, not even full confidence. You would think the week before, with Angela...
You can't say publicly, I have confidence
I have got you...
then say, well, that's not exactly full backing.
I'm not the world's greatest...
Confidence is binary. You either have confidence or you don't have confidence.
I clocked him.
What the fuck kind of a thing to say is that? What do you mean your confidence is binary? What do you mean? Suzanne Reid is insane. What the fuck is that? You either have confidence or you don't? It's just not true. What do you mean?
Immediately, that was not resounding.
Yeah, but Kevin, that's code.
And you could...
And voters don't interpret code. They hear that the Prime Minister...
I didn't even think that this guy is he even trying to run defense for Starmer?
Has confidence in...
I mean, I guess it would make sense if he writes for the Mirror, right?
Can I just say here as well, Mandelson gave an interview to The Sun where he said more embarrassing revelations
that morning. You pick up the phone, don't you?
That's when the Prime Minister's people should...
You pick up the phone, surely,
when the Prime Minister...
What are you referring to?
I need to know. He had all...
Hey, Val, two genders, confident and not confident, exactly.
12 o'clock on the Wednesday, he had 24 hours to...
She was too confident when she said that, correct?
This works in other...
That's why she thinks confidence is binary, because she's got, like, way too much of it. Chat, I got to run to the toilet real quick. I'll be back. Not too long. All right. Look after yourself, take meds, yada, yada, yada. Like 5 or 6 minutes. All right, I'm back. Oh, sorry about that, chat. All right, let's get back into it.
Labour, Conservative coalition, and it's because you have a lot on at the time, and you pick up the phone to Peter Mandelson, he's not going to tell you the full, horrible, terrible truth, is he? I'm sure he didn't in the vetting. I bet you they
but it was in a dossier in number 10.
Those emails. Then you've got to make sure the emails are accurate. And then you think,
surely,
what do we do?
Your antennae prick up when you heard Mandelson say in that interview?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm afraid to say that there is worse to come.
Oh,
more,
and it had already been pretty embarrassing.
We discussed it that morning.
I bet you did,
and I thought he's finished if he stayed with him after the conviction for procuring a young woman, for a girl,
which
for
he did.
Prostitution. And he had, so he was
Also,
gone then.
this
But I
idea that
then picked up what the Prime Minister...
Love keep showing this picture. Okay, let's move on. All right. Yeah, I can't. There's only so much brain rot I can watch. Let's hear what Diane Abbott has to say about Starmer and Mandelson.
I'm sure to many people that you've had the whip removed, so suspended from the Labour Party for speaking out about your own experience and view of racism as a black woman. But it took the Prime Minister a very long time to sack the US ambassador over his links to a convicted paedophile.
It does seem extraordinary, but what seems more extraordinary to some of us is why did he ever employ Peter Mandelson in the first place? Luke may not remember, but back in the day, Peter Mandelson was sacked twice, and it was always for the same
Yeah, that's
thing.
right. Oh my God.
Sleazy goings on with multimillionaires. So why would you put him in Washington?
Do you buy the official explanation coming from number 2?
I mean, bless her. She, I don't know how much of this is her rehearsed line on what she's going to say about this stuff, but that is why they put him in Washington, because he's a sleazy... He had goings on with sleazy multimillionaires, right?
And on behalf of the Prime Minister, who's yet to speak on this, that he didn't know when he stood up in the Commons on Wednesday.
I just can't believe it. I just cannot believe that the top civil
that's where those guys belong,
he has around him didn't say, better show the Prime Minister this before he goes into the chamber. I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
She's right.
Based on your experience, you've been in government. I mean, it is hard to swallow, isn't it?
It just doesn't happen. It's the biggest story.
Yeah.
It's a possibly, it's something that might wipe out your career. And your civil something said, you think you should have a look at this? No.
I mean, that's what we know, is that Morgan McSweeney did say this to Starmer. Yo, Riolan with the gifted sub to Pitsy. Pitsy, enjoy your ad-free viewing. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you so much, Riolan. I appreciate you. Appreciate that. So where was I up to here? Can't remember. I had a take, but then I got a gift sub. Never mind. Let's crack on.
In the so-called birthday book of Jeffrey Epstein, Lord Mandelson's message calling the socialite and sex offender his best pal caused embarrassment for number 10. A week that began with questions...
That's what I was going to say. Morgan McSweeney, that's the story that we're learning. Morgan McSweeney told Keir Starmer and all the top aides in number 10, when he was going to be appointed US ambassador, they were like, yo, this guy has connections to Jeffrey Epstein, And they did a calculated gamble. That's exactly what's happened. They've done a calculated gamble. They've gone, well, do you think he was on the island? Nah, probably not. Okay, just get him in, because he's the right person for the job. That's all that matters. He's the right person for the job.
With the now former ambassador to the US has ended with them pointed at the Prime Minister. Keir Starmer's government now has to explain what they knew and when.
We knew all the publicly available information. We knew that he had an association with Epstein that went beyond his conviction. These were put into the context of the challenges the country faced and the talents we needed to get to serve the country at that moment in time.
You see, they're saying it out loud. They're saying it out loud. We had to get the right people in the right jobs. We had to get the right people in the right jobs at the right time. Come on, dude. Like, you fucked it up. You completely fucked it up.
Of course, if we knew...
Maybe he's a sucker for punishment. They told him he wanted Kemi to embarrass him one more time.
Wouldn't have been appropriate.
The man Peter Mandelson had been deployed to influence in Washington was also implicated in the Epstein documents released to the public.
Yeah, he was on the island with Trump. Get him in there. They're all mates. Right, exactly.
But the family of the late Virginia...
Oh my God, what the fuck was that?
...explain why some felt him appropriate for the role. But the
pigeon going in the office in the background? Wait, what? A pigeon walked in the office? Nah.
Association with Epstein that went beyond his conviction. These were put into the context of the challenges the country faced and the...
Oh my God, it looks like it's gone in!
...country at that moment in time. Of course, if we knew then... what we know now, he wouldn't have been appointed. It wouldn't have been appropriate.
Look. Look at this pigeon. Business pigeon.
All the publicly available information, we knew that he had an association with Epstein that went beyond his conviction.
Man. Sick. Great spot. Great spot, Steph.
He wouldn't have been appointed. It wouldn't have been appropriate.
The man Peter Mandelson had been deployed to influence in Washington was also implicated
in Rune Collector, what's up?
Released to the public, which may explain why some felt him appropriate for the role.
Birds of government drones.
The late Virginia Giuffre, who was abused by Jeffrey Epstein and fought to expose him, called the Prime Minister's initial decision an error of judgment.
Legend!
When Mandelson's prior friendship with Epstein was already known. Mandelson's departure joins a growing list of what critics call U-turns and failings since Keir Starmer took office.
Well, there are grave questions about the Prime Minister's judgment. This is the man who stood on the steps of Downing Street and said he was going to restore political integrity. And look where we are now. We've had 2 senior resignations in the space of 2 weeks. We've had the outrageous situation where the Prime Minister and the Labour Party defended appointing the best pal of a convicted paedophile to be ambassador of the US.
It's so good that the Tories are going with this because I don't think it's going to help the Tories. It's only going to help reform, right? Unless the left wing of the Labour Party, what remains of it, organises something pretty rapidly. And then, I mean, that's the worst case scenario for me, to be honest, because if the left wing of the Labour Party have, like, you know, some very basic social safety net stuff, like if they turn around winter fuel payments, that'll obviously be a good thing. And if they turn around the 2-child benefit cap, I mean, that was actually overturned today, I believe. You know, if they, you know, turn around some like very, very basic stuff, then that'll be good. But I feel like it'll be another milquetoast government, and I don't think they'll do anything about Palestine. It's a little confusing. Like, things are up in the air right now, you know what I mean? And it feels to me like what's more likely is going to happen is Keir Starmer will be forced to resign. There'll be some other stuff that comes out in the next week or the next 2 weeks, because what the media in this country loves to do is wait a couple of weeks to release another thing. And then at the point when it will cause the maximum damage, that's when they release it. And, you know, I think that's what's going to happen. And I think it's going to force Keir Starmer to resign. And I think it will be Wes Streeting. Right? I literally started the process to request UK citizenship a few months ago, then I dropped it when I remembered this is what the country is like. You want to know where you should go? Spain. Spain seems like a fucking a sweet deal. Honestly, I would say that Spain seems like a decent place to go. Like, I got a friend who moved to Spain a couple of years ago, and he's like, yeah, it's fucking sick. There's none of the stuff that is wrong with Britain here at all. There's some of the stuff, but not even remotely close. Where else would be a good place to go? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's tough, right? It's tough. It's tough to know. It's not going to be any of the Central European countries. Maybe France. Maybe move to the ZAD in France, you know? Spain too hot. I just want to live in the Highlands. Move to Ireland. You really think he'll resign? I think if something else comes out this week, Prime Minister's questions tomorrow... Right, I think this is what's going to happen. Here's my prediction. I think that Prime Minister's questions tomorrow, he's going to get grilled on this, and he's going to have like a heart attack or close. And then afterward, he's going to give some crap answers, because he's not good at giving answers, you know? And I think that what's going to happen is that the media is going to, or the left of the party,
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you for the follow. I think that the left of the party or the media or both are going to release another bit of information, and it'll be the nail in the coffin. It will be something like Peter Mandelson was actually a pedo and he pedoed loads of girls, and the government knew this. He'll say he can't take all the constant bullying and threats from the left. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the thing is that, like, I think he will desperately hold on to this for as long as humanly possible because he's only interested in getting money. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't recommend moving to France. The government is really trying to speedrun fascist land, aka allowing the Rassemblement National access to power in 2027. Yeah, I mean, but there's also all of the protests, right? There's the huge Bloc Tout movement, which we've been having a look at. I mean, I don't know if you're French, if you live in France, maybe you've got like a better insight into it. Yeah, obviously Macron is trying to make that happen, but I don't know, man. I don't know if that's going to be the way that it goes.
The Prime Minister's authority is completely shot, and he and his Chief of Staff have some serious questions to answer over how this was allowed to happen, and we, the Conservatives, will be pushing those questions.
And in the Prime Minister's own party, concern over their leader's performance has led to stories of plots.
He murked anyone in the party who could possibly challenge his leadership. Well, no, I think that's the thing. I think left-wing wise, there wouldn't be anyone to challenge his leadership unless Andy Burnham makes a push for it, which we're going to have a quick look at in a bit. If you don't know who Andy Burnham is, he's the mayor of Manchester. I think that it's possible he could get together a leadership challenge. If there's a by-election, someone has said in a constituency near where he lives that he will step down to let Andy Burnham run in a by-election. And then if that's possible, he might start a leadership bid. I don't know. But I think that there is blood in the water. The sharks are smelling it. The biggest shark that exists, and he kind of looks like one as well, is Wes Streeting. And I think that Wes Streeting is going to become the transphobic supreme leader of the UK. I think that that's what's probably going to happen, unfortunately. And I'm not saying that with any joy.
The contest is between the Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson and the former Commons leader Lucy Powell, who is backed by this man. Andy Burnham has been heavily promoted as a challenger to the Prime Minister, but this speculation may be as far as internal dissent goes.
I don't think that the mayor of Manchester, Andy Burnham, look, he did bus socialism in Manchester, and that was great. You could get the bus for £2 everywhere, and it's pretty much the same. It's pretty much like everyone really likes it and doesn't want it to go. And it's kind of like come to the end of its term, and like they don't really know what they're going to do with it. But yeah, it's great. Like, you know, you just get a bus and it's the same everywhere, like the same price, literally to everywhere. And you can get day tickets that are really cheap and shit like that. It's great. But I think that Andy Burnham, given the fact that he's pushing Lucy Powell to be the deputy prime minister, just kind of shows what kind of a prime minister he'll be. I think he'll just be like another Keir Starmer, but from the north. I think that's all it'll be. It'll just be like Keir Starmer, but he's got an accent. The Mancunian candidate, that's right. Current social movement is something alright. Macron is a shithead who doesn't listen to anybody and probably won't budge, but nothing is certain and set in stone. Movements like Bloc on Tout, that's right, could intensify, but people are tired, especially with police violence. Yeah. The police are so violent in France when it comes to state repression. Absolutely, I agree. I mean, we'll see, right? I think that if Bloc on Tout continues, and the unions continue to back Bloc on Tout, I think that will be pretty powerful. We're probably going to have like a bit of an update on France quite soon. But I think that Macron knows that his days are numbered. Like, you know, I was talking before about the fact that France has no colonial power left. And it's pretty much resulted in the country just falling apart, right? Everyone is like, nah, fuck it. Fuck it. It's riot time. It's France time, baby.
Mayor of Manchester is not even a member of Parliament, and removing a Labour Prime Minister has procedural challenges. Talk of leadership change may be premature, but the Prime Minister is facing divisions in his party and his country.
You think Corbyn's new party has the chance to grow and be something real? Yeah, as long as they get rid of this fucking Adnan Hussein prick. Like, for real... I think that if they are going right, here's how it will grow, and here's how it will be good. It will be good if all the things that they are saying about it is true, in that policy will be decided and voted for by members. I also think it will be good if there is a policy like mandatory reselection, because that means that members get to select which MP is put forward by the party. Yeah? So, for example, if Adnan Hussein, transphobic, landlord, piece of shit, anti-abortion wanker, is an MP for your party, we, the members, could go, no, actually, I think that we should have a challenge. We should reselect him. He doesn't represent our views. He doesn't represent what we want. He's a landlord. Like, come on, like, please do some fucking joined up thinking. What the fuck are you talking about? I think if that happens, if we're allowed to do that, then I think it will become something real. I think that if there are issues and it keeps, oh yeah, he's a transphobic anti-abortion landlord. Yeah, I covered this. Check out the VOD channel. I covered this not last week, but the week before, I think. So check it. It will be the one about your party transphobia. And I had a look at this guy like 2 streams in a row, just about like the response to it and that kind of thing. But yeah, I think that if there are roadblocks, and I think that if there are, if there are problems, and it means, with this kind of organizing, he's talking about organizing a political party in the same way that like a Soviet council is organized. That's basically what he's saying, right? And they're going to be going around to all the different cities and towns in the country and having all these assemblies and people deciding on what should be voted on and etc. and yada yada yada. Right? That's a big thing to organize. He's basically trying to organize Soviet fucking councils, and it's a little bit like, well, are you doing that because you've already appointed like a secretary and you've not really consulted anyone who's got any interest in the party? You've already appointed a director. You've already appointed directors to the company, the party, the political party, and that's like a top-down decision. So it's a little bit like, but obviously it's early days. I think that if they're going at the speed that they're currently going, they would probably be able to have a coalition with Greens if they had policies that the Greens agreed upon. And maybe the acceptance rate for which policies are agreed upon might get wider, might get longer, if it becomes absolutely necessary in order to beat reform. I don't know. But again, we'll just have to see. We will literally just have to see. But again, important to remember, trans people are not going to want to organize with your party after all the things that Adnan Hussein has said. And if you value your trans siblings, our trans allies, then if you're a cisgender person, you should, and you care about them, and you want the party to be a safe place for trans people, we should get in there and fight like hell. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to the assembly. I'm gonna raise questions about transphobia. I'm gonna raise questions about fucking Adnan Hussein being a landlord. Because I think it's really important that we do that shit. You know what I mean? If that is what it is going to be, then we have to get in there and work. We have to get in there and organize. And trans people are fucking exhausted.
Keir Starmer responded to the weekend's rally against immigration that saw clashes between police and some protesters. The Prime Minister said that Britain is a nation proudly built on tolerance, diversity and respect. Our flag represents our diverse country, and we will never surrender it to those who use it as a symbol of violence, fear and division.
You did this! You made this happen! All you had to do was literally just get fucking... Oh man, I can't stand it, man. I can't fucking stand it. All you had to do was hold a hard line about fascism. You had to be like, these people are far-right fascists, and they cannot, like, he said it last year. He was like, these people are far-right nationalists, and they don't understand anything about blah, blah, blah. And then there was, like, a bit of backlash in the press. And Morgan McSweeney was like, maybe we should talk about these people's legitimate concerns. You know?
But if unity is the aim...
Spineless, he is spineless.
The Prime Minister welcomes a president accused of stoking division. As President Trump...
He reminds me of Hollande. Well, he's very similar to Macron. Apart from he's not nearly as confident as Macron. right? He's just a neoliberal piece of shit without a spine.
To many,
I don't know who Holland is, but
Starmer's relationship with President Trump has been one of his biggest successes, and the hope will be that this visit.
What are you talking about? It's been one of his biggest successes. What do you mean?
Mood on his leadership.
What are you fucking talking about? All right, let's have a look at some more news here. So we got the National with a story about Andy Burnham's supposed leadership challenge. Subscribe to read this article. Oh, is that what it's saying? All right. Don't worry, chat. I'm just about to subscribe to this article. Hey, Ash, how you doing? Welcome in. Hey, Muhanga, how are you? What do you mean Starmer doesn't have a spine? The Trump hand is deep enough to work as a spinal column. Great joke. How you doing, Muhanga? Good to see you. All right. Let's take a little look here. All right, Lost Labour already looking to an Andy Burnham challenge. The pressure mounts on Keir Starmer. Many were anticipating a chorus of calls for him to go should May's election results prove as disastrous as polls suggest. You'll have to wonder if he'll make it that far. A cabinet reshuffle is a big card to play if your Prime Minister has played it and the dial has not moved. In part, this is because changing personnel only really means something to the electorate if policy changes with it. He's not changed many personnel either. Very true. Hello, Soccer. How are you? Good to see you. This is no policy reset. Everything remains as it was. All the problems are still there and getting worse. Prices are high. Workers are on strike again. Debts are increasing. Cuts are looming. No one in Labour government has the inclination or bottle to ask the wealthy to pay up. And now we have a contest for a new deputy leader as a party which has lost its sense of direction seeks someone to lead it somewhere. With Angela Rayner's departure, Starmer has lost the political fig leaf that covered up many qualities he lacked as Labour leader. Party members will now be asked to replace her from a limited choice of two Northern English women, both members of the cabinet, but Rayner below brought more to the top table than gender and geography. It wasn't just that she was from the working class, lots of MPs could claim that. It was that she made it to the top by using the institutions of the Labour movement rather than moving up through class structure. Rayner and John Prescott before her remained of the class they were born into, easy with its culture, mores and language. Neither Lucy Powell nor Bridget Phillipson look like a substitute. Oxford and decades of rubbing shoulders with the ruling class have not just polished the rough edges, they've made the product inauthentic. This is my fucking MP, by the way. Muhanga says I'm okay, preparing my speech for Workers' Council, pre-election meet and greet, so on, organising sort of. Let's go. That's what I want to hear my chatters say. Hello TTK, how are you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, like Lucy Powell has ignored my fucking emails for the entire decade that she's been my MP. You know what I mean? Of the two, Phillipson has the least going for her. She might want to channel Mary Cox, Gina McKee's character in Our Friends in the North, but she lacks the passion. You cannot imagine Phillipson making mistakes, or being so rude as to call Tory opponents scum, or getting pissed, or DJing. The self-control is apparent and has led to a robotic presentation, though not nearly as acute as its manifestation of some of her colleagues. It's hard to find much online about what Phillipson believes in, having been elected to Parliament at 26. Her backstory is thin, feels very middle of the road, very boring, technocratic, very Starmer. I'm sure they'll get on. Right, there you go. Last week's big internal Labour story, the launch of a new network called Mainstream with impressive inaugural cast ranging from the founders of Momentum to soft left associates of Tony Blair. The group says it's attempting to put social democracy back into the Labour Party. They deny that they are an embryonic structure of an Andy Burnham leadership campaign, but that's exactly what they are. Burnham looks like a better bet to take on Farage than anyone else at this top of the Labour Party, an estimation shared widely across the political spectrum. He, too, is a product of Oxbridge, but he's much better at hiding it. The open-necked Greater Manchester mayor has been very adept at cultivating his everyman image. His only problem is he's not an MP, and you can't challenge the leader unless you are. So eyes peeled for a parliamentary by-election in Greater Manchester. This must happen before the spring of next year for him to be in a position to challenge Starmer if the May elections see Labour take another step to self-destruction. He will, of course, have to win that by-election. And in today's volatile politics, who's going to say that's a safe bet? I don't know if it's going to work. It's not looking good, you know? It's not looking good. All right. Chat. We all hate James O'Brien here, right? We all know this guy is a fucking wet. And he has said he has loved Starmer since day one and did so much manufacturing of consent to smear Jeremy Corbyn, not really manufacturing a consent to smear Jeremy Corbyn, but he smeared Jeremy Corbyn as part of a consent manufacturing campaign in order to stop him from being elected Prime Minister. Incredibly good to see him suffering. Let's listen to him suffering.
This is from a comedian friend of mine, a genuine comedian, not a self-appointed comedian like Keith. He carried the vase across the ice rink and then handed it to a man in a mask and a stripy sweater with a bag labelled swag dangling over his shoulder. So how badly damaged is Starmer? And in
what the fuck are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Anyways, the Mandelson question, the Mandelson issue is the first time you can ask.
No, it's okay, Rune Collector. I'll read it in a minute.
To him. And in the case of Peter Mandelson's appointment, the answer has to be all of it. Nick's in Windsor. Nick, what would you like to say?
Oh, good morning, James. Thank you for taking my call.
You're most welcome.
My belief is that Keir Starmer is now finished and there'll be a general election next year. And unfortunately...
A general election?
A general election next year, yeah.
Well, how does that work in terms of the size of the Labour?
This is baby leftist cope. This guy is like 22 years old. He's not been outside. He's been on the internet. He's been completely radicalized. Might even watch my stream. If you're watching my stream, this isn't how things work. I appreciate your hopium, but it's not gonna go down like that.
Majority.
So I think once if they do change leader, which I think they will, I think Keir Starmer will be gone after the conference. I think his position is now...
Yeah, but how do you end up with a general election when you've got one of the biggest majorities in recent memory?
It's happened before. I think
when?
Richie Sunak spun the.
He called an election.
Yeah. So if Keir Starmer goes, you're going to have a new.
All right, chat. We're going to get an ad in 3 minutes. If you want to not get hit with the ads, the 3 minutes, 4 minutes of ads, please consider subscribing. We have a subscriber goal, and we are very close to hitting it. We are on 61 subs to 80, so we've got another 19 subs to go before we hit the dono goal. Don't forget, we are having a Discord movie night on Thursday. After the stream, we're going to be watching Akira and The Big Short. Very exciting. Very excited to watch those two movies together. Nice little double feature. And if we hit the sub goal, I am going to be doing a DJ stream next month. And if we hit the dono goal, I'm going to be doing a gaming stream with a bunch of other streamers, playing that one game Peak. Looks very, very good. Can't wait to play it. And we should have a bit of fun. If that is something that you would like, and also if you just kind of want to see me succeed, please consider donating either off Twitch or on Twitch. It's entirely up to you. You can sub off Twitch. There is the sub off Twitch link right there. And also you could just subscribe by, whatever. Okay. Also, you can go and retweet and repost my go live and posts and tweets, and that will also help if you can't afford to subscribe. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We don't shame anyone for that here. I know Starmer is thick as fuck. He's documenting electoral suicide by calling a general election. No, he won't. Did you not watch The Big Short last month? You mean last week? No, we didn't, because one, I felt bad for you not being able to be there when you suggested it, and also because I wanted people to get an opportunity to get a double feature movie night, and that is what happened. We got the double feature movie night that's coming in on Thursday, so that's very exciting. All right, so Rune Collector was saying Hollande was the president before Macron came into office. He was from the Parti Socialiste, betrayed his base. Macron is on another level of delusion, fancying himself as the brilliant person with tendency for self-aggrandizement. Behaves like a little king, that's true. Yeah, the French love that as well, when you act like a king. Yeah, they love it, don't they? So I wouldn't say that they are the same. Hollande was cowardly. Well, I mean, that's what I was saying. Yeah. That's kind of what I was saying. I was saying that Macron is Starmer if he had confidence. Because Macron does all the same neoliberal, horrible kowtowing to, lobbying groups and corporate interest lobbying groups, etc., etc., weapons lobbying groups, the Israel lobby and shit like that. Yeah. You get so now you get what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that attitude that Macron has is very much like if Keir Starmer had confidence. Hollande was cowardly and didn't want to come off as too scornful. Macron. So yeah, okay, then you're probably right. Like Keir Starmer is probably absolutely the same as Hollande. Yeah, I agree.
Prime Minister.
If that's what Hollande was like, yeah.
I think they will be forced through social discontent that's currently happening. That they'll be forced. They will be forced.
See, like I can't stand fucking James O'Brien, man. Like, he is the face and the voice of neoliberalism, like middle-aged, balding neoliberalism. This guy was probably partying somewhere in like a fucking student dorm, during Tony Blair's election night. And as soon as someone says, now I've got time for this caller. I know that this caller is like a little naive and expecting a general election is going to happen. I just think that they don't understand politics, and that's fine. Like, it's stupid the way that our politics works, and maybe there should be the levers available to the public to trigger a general election if we want one. I don't even think that's a maybe. I think that there should be, right, in this current mode of so-called democracy. But James O'Brien, as soon as social discontent is mentioned, the fucking laugh and the face on him. I can't stand this piece of shit. He's like, that'll never work. I fucking hate that. Anyone who continues this capitalist realism nonsense nightmare shit. It's bullshit. I can't stand it.
Discontent that's currently happening. That they'll be forced.
His fucking face. He's like.
They will be forced, absolutely. Now, I don't want to see Nigel Farage become the next Prime Minister, but I think it's highly likely he will.
What sort of social discontent? What's going on in Windsor that I don't know about?
Well, I've got more flags in Windsor than I have in London at the moment, and some of them are the US flags.
There's always been
thanks for the follow
in Windsor. But I mean, I see some mention of social discontent on social media, and I'm aware of these tiny protests outside buildings that have been repurposed as asylum seeker accommodation. But it's just not true, is it? I mean, how does that lead to a general election?
So I think the position of the UK will become so untenable that they'll have to. The budget's going to be a total disaster on the 28th of November because there's nothing been mentioned about wealth taxes. So we're going to.
Or maybe this guy is a young reform guy. I don't know. If he's talking about social discontent, is he on about left-wing social discontent, or is he on about right-wing social discontent?
So you're buying into the social disorder, which you turn out to be right, then I'll have a small slice of humble pie on the programme on that morning. But you're coming at it from a Starmer hasn't been left-wing enough position.
Oh, okay, so he is left-wing, yeah.
The 80 MPs that are raised across the aisle and join Jeremy Corbyn's party, or even
where does that number come from?
So it's a number I've heard many, many times.
Yeah, but where does it come from? Because
no, you just can't be saying shit like this. You just can't be saying like, yeah. Okay, this isn't the caller that I thought I was going to be hearing on this video. Can I have a look at the other guy that he speaks to, or have they just like not posted this because it made James O'Brien look like a prick? 9 hours ago, 1 day ago, 5 days ago. Oh, okay, here we go. He's finished. Stranger things have happened. Peter Mandelson sacked. What next? Is it this?
Peter Mandelson is no longer the UK ambassador to the United States. It's just been announced that Lord Mandelson has been withdrawn as the US ambassador. So if I've got a horrible feeling I didn't say it because I was so conscious of the sensitivity of the subject matter that we were discussing. But if the Charlie Kirk...
They're not afraid of making him look like a prick because they post any video of him.
Killing hadn't been front and centre this morning, I would have come on air at 10 o'clock and said, I don't think Lord Mandelson will be the ambassador to the United States by the time we come off air today. Just a sense, we got it with Angela Rayner last Thursday, and of course she didn't go until the Friday, but there is just a sense of the moment that a position becomes untenable. And
hearing James O'Brien talk about Charlie Kirk is like it's like having a fever dream, honestly. What are you talking about, man?
Moment yesterday, and it has only gathered in pace and volume since. And the idea that he sustained contact, friendship, and it emerged this morning, really very, very lavish support for Jeffrey Epstein long after he had been convicted of crimes, before he was convicted of the final crimes, the ones he was in jail for when he took his own life. But that is where it became unsustainable. Some of the messages that have emerged this morning and last night were, I mean, absolutely unbelievable, frankly, given the context of what we know, what we knew then, but especially what we know now. So you can use Global Player to rewind live radio, but I'm pretty sure I didn't open the show this morning by saying that I think he'll be gone.
Charlie Kirk is still front page news across the world. We live on fascism's planet. Is that still true in the UK? I think it's died off here. I'm pretty sure it's died off in the UK now. I think that this is what people are talking about in the UK. Can I have a look at some front pages?
He comes into the studio. Henry
front
Riley
pages
is with me, just to provide a little more detail on this story. It would have been presumably a Foreign Office minister speaking to the House of Commons.
That's right. Quite unusual, actually, to have a sacking done in the sort of appropriate way, really. This was announced in the House of Commons by Stephen Doughty. He is the minister...
No, it's done in the UK. Financial Times, Trump urges US companies in China to copy China in ditching quarterly reporting. Crisis for PM grows. Starmer fights for his future. It's all about Starmer. Yeah. Trump is not welcome here. Family's anger over maternity. Nuclear deal. Ricky Hatton. Hillsborough. Crackdown on fare dodgers. I don't know what this is about. Yeah, no, it's over in the UK. They're not talking about this shit in the UK anymore. Even in the Irish news. Yeah. No. I would expect it in in Australia. Can we get an Australian one, maybe? No, this is just for the UK. Obviously in the US it's all going to be Charlie Kirk, right? It's going to be Kirk Killer. Oh, damn. Even fucking... Wait, what? Even in the US, they're not talking about it. That's crazy, dude. In the Daily News, there's one. Palm Beach Post. White House crackdown. Yeah, that's to do with it. Yeah. Australia. Forecasters in, it's not pretty... Yeah, I'm not even really seeing it in Australia either, actually. That's mad. Okay. Well, there you go. Kirk was never really a big deal to anyone other than the outright fascists. That's what I mean. That's why it was so crazy that, like, all over the world. I mean, you know, it's true that when was it? And the 2 days after it, maybe the 3 days after it, everywhere in the world was talking about it. That was crazy. That was crazy making, but it's definitely died off. You know what I mean? Just like him! Wait. Okay, well, that was a bit late. Whatever, never mind.
For North America, indeed, this is what he said.
In light of additional information in emails written by Peter Mandelson, the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador to the United States. The emails show, Mr. Speaker, that the depth...
Wasn't Hassan writing in political violence in one of them? I saw people crying.
...with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment. In particular, Mr. Speaker, Lord Mandelson's suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first...
It's just the online sphere. This is the thing. I think we all have to remember a lot of the time... The internet can be such a... I think I said a little bit about this yesterday. The internet can be such a horrible thing to all of us, what it does with us, and the way that it, like, changes your mind and shit. The way that it changes the way that you think about things. Like, a lot of us are on the internet because we're desperate for information. You know what I mean? I think that we are in a world where we want to know so much... And it's, you know, it's the reason why a lot of you come to my stream. It's the reason why a lot of you go to Sean's stream, Rhizome stream, Hassan's stream, Sad Girl, you know, Lux, Complainy Laney, all these people, like it's the reason why you go to left-wing streams to get the news, to get the lowdown on what's happening, like, you know, figure out what's going on, and that's what we're all kind of doing together. We're desperate to know what's going on, and I think that's good. It's good. It comes from a good place. It comes from a desire and a thirst for knowledge, right? But I think a lot of the time, like especially with the way that these apps are run nowadays by these piece of shit fucking capitalist bastards. I mean, they always were, but, you know, they are so geared now towards disinformation and brain rot that it's like, it's very, very difficult for us to not get swept along in that. Sophie did a great bit of writing in a Patreon about this. But obviously I'm not going to like repeat it all here because it's, you know, paywall content and stuff, but just like a really, really good bit talking about how like we desperately wanted to confirm our biases about the Charlie Kirk shooter and that like he's not a leftist and shit like that. And so Sophie had a great take. It's like we're so desperate for the shooter to not be a leftist because of some kind of vague idea that, oh, well, it just means that they're going to go harder on the left now. And it's like, no, they were always going to do that. They were going to wait for any excuse, and this just happened to be the excuse. And it isn't even going to matter if he's right wing. It isn't even going to matter if he's got incoherent politics. Sorry, because yeah, exactly, Rune Collector. Yeah, it just won't matter because that's what Trump need. They just need a Reichstag fire, and it's happened. And again, important to remember, it's already happened. Like they have already been cracking down on migrants. They've already been cracking down. They've been it's not even, I don't even like calling it cracking down because it's disappearing. They are disappearing migrants. They are disappearing black people. Black people continue to be lynched. And another 2 black people were lynched in a more white supremacist traditional way earlier this week. You know? This one guy called Trey, I can't remember his surname, Trey Reed, I think is his name, and another guy, I can't remember his name, but we're going to cover that in a little bit. You know, they were literally hung from trees. They had all of their fucking legs and arms broke and hung from trees. It's like, you're saying that they did that themselves? You know what I mean? Everyone trying to make a big deal about it, didn't give a shit about him the day before he died. It's a performance. Yeah, there's that true. They'll manufacture any kind of excuse to go harder on people resisting them and vulnerable people. Yeah, right. I don't give a fuck if the shooter's reincarnation of Lenin. They'll spin it to what they want it to be. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? And it's like, should we be so shocked to find out that he is a leftist? If the shooter is a leftist, should we be so shocked? Like, you know. I think that it would make sense, and that's why they're going so hard on it, because they're like, no, yeah, he just said things that lefties don't like. All these woke snowflakes finally got triggered enough to shoot him. They're so violent, look at them, etc., yada, yada, yada. But that's what they wanted all the time. They wanted a guy to sit there being very polite, like we heard Vanessa Feltz say earlier. Don't you think he was very polite? Being polite and saying the most depraved, inhuman things of all time does not change the fact that you are saying the most depraved and inhuman things of all time. You know? The sheriff saying it's a suicide. I bet the sheriff fucking did it. I bet the sheriff and his mates did it. You'd be a fucking idiot leftist to kill him because it's going to bring the clamp down. I mean, I don't know. I think that leftists can be brain poisoned in the same way that right wingers can be brain poisoned. I think that kind of brain poisoning can really get to some people, you know? So I don't know if like, you know, yeah, he could be a leftist. I'm not saying that he's going to be like all of us in this room, because all of us in this room are like, no, it would be stupid to do that. It doesn't matter how I feel about this. It doesn't matter how much I hate him. It would be stupid to do that, right? But, you know, this guy might be, you know, a leftist, but is just completely brain poisoned, spends all of his fucking time online, and then just goes, yeah, no, do you know what? It's time. It's the day. I'm doing it, right? From my experience, any political motivations or inspirations are not a barrier to killing anyone. Right, exactly. There's someone who decides I'm going to take a guy's life is just not going to be thinking straight in most cases. You know? Maybe except for Luigi Mangione. I don't know. He's on trial today, by the way. Did you see that?
And should be.
Maybe we'll have a look at that in a bit.
Information. And in light of that, Mr. Speaker, and mindful as we all are of the victims of Epstein's appalling crimes. He has been withdrawn as ambassador with immediate effect.
And
that's crazy, man. Look how many people were in Parliament for this shit.
With immediate effect.
Look how many people were there. Not even the front benchers. All too embarrassed. Far too fucking embarrassed. That's crazy. Yeah, Luigi's no longer on a terror charge. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah. What is going on with Automod today? They've changed Automod. I didn't see that. I hope the guy's okay. They're still calling for the death penalty, I presume. I don't know. Not sure.
And the Conservatives have anticipated this, actually, James, because Kemi Badenoch has put out quite a sort of polished video that's clearly been done in advance. The caption is, Mandelson might have gone, but just with Angela Rayner, Starmer dithered when he had to be decisive. Time and again, he puts his party above country. He has no backbone and no convictions. But, I mean, I think, James...
Hello, I'm going to do it. Welcome in.
The deputy leadership race, we've had a few dropouts this morning with Paula Barker, with Emily Thornberry. It was inevitable that every candidate was going to be asked, should Peter Mandelson go? Bel Ribeiro Addy was sort of first out the blocks in order to say that, and I think actually for Bridget Phillipson, who's seen as the sort of Starmerite candidate, it would have been a particularly tricky line for her to take. But lastly, James, we had a statement.
When Kemi is landing licks, your time is up. Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Written by Peter Mandelson, the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador. The emails show that the depth and extent of Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment. In particular, Peter Mandelson's suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged is new information. And the last line here, in light of that, and mindful of the victims of Epstein's crimes, he has been withdrawn as ambassador with immediate effect. And of course, that spectacle next week, James, of Donald Trump's state visit to the UK.
I've got an idea. Any ideas on who could replace him in DC?
I do. Well, George Osborne revealed that he was second last time around, and it did come about. There was an approach, so I would actually suggest
second to Lord Mandelson.
It was well reported he was second.
Oh no!
I could see George Osborne getting it. Here's a rogue name to throw into the mix:
Angela Rayner.
No, it would be funny. I could actually see.
God, I can't fucking stand James O'Brien. He thinks he's so funny. He thinks he's so fucking funny. Was that... I can't remember if that was in this stream or if it was in Helena's stream when he was like, oh, I've got friends or something like that. He was talking about, yeah, I've got friends. And he was talking about his, like, definitely real life friends.
Jonathan Powell getting it, who's currently the National Security Advisor, very sort of Starmerite figure. So I can imagine him. I think it's unlikely Angela Rayner gets it, although I know our colleague Ian Dale was speculating whether Nigel Farage could be given that.
Is there a Bacon number site for politicians and rich people? Yeah, but instead of Kevin Bacon, it show you how closely someone is associated with Epstein. That would be so fucking good. That would be so good.
No, he's not. Well, actually,
going very well for him here for the time being.
A source told Aggie Chambray, our political correspondent, that given where Reform are in the polls, he would not be interested.
I know someone who'd be brilliant at this.
Actual friend.
It's not lost on me why I might have won this award. Aside from presenting Match of the Day, the most iconic football show on television for 26 years, and there's so many amazing people that have...
Automod is being so fucking sensitive right now. I'm literally going to turn it down. I'm literally going to turn it down or turn it off.
Camera and behind the camera over that period of time. I want to say a massive thank you to each and every one of them, because I wouldn't be here now receiving this award if it wasn't for them. And also...
What is he talking... Who is this? Who is this that's received a reward? Gary Lineker? Yeah, big up Gary. Come on, Gary. Yeah, but Gary Lineker wouldn't be the fucking ambassador to the US, would he? He wouldn't be the... Oh, God. People calling Gary Lineker Gaza is just like, you don't get it, man. He's not fucking Gaza. He's not fucking Gaza. Don't make me bring up Gaza. This is fucking Gaza. Yeah, this is Gaza. That's who Gaza is. Yeah. Get it right. Get it right. Yeah. Yes, I know he looks like that. I know. This is the first time I'm seeing it as well. Euro 96 goal against Scotland. Oh, he's looking bad, right? He's looking bad.
Also, I think it demonstrates that perhaps it's okay sometimes for us to use our platform.
Come on, man. Yeah. Okay, yeah, good. I get the joke.
Tonight, bringing to an end a 23-year and that feeling was about Gary Lineker. If you were taking your guy, they're going to need it. The plays pretty
Pierce. Well, I think she's seen as a sort of
okay. They've taken down the bit where James O'Brien was getting proper sad. James O'Brien was getting proper sad about Keir Starmer losing his job. Anyway, there's some more stuff that's come out about top aides with regards to Keir Starmer. Let's have a look at this. Senior Starmer advisor quits over offensive Diane Abbott messages. Departure of Political Strategy Director Paul Ovenden is yet another setback for the PM after Mandelson and Rayner exits. A senior advisor to Keir Starmer has resigned after it was revealed he sent inappropriate messages about the Labour MP Diane Abbott 8 years ago. Paul Ovenden quit on Monday as the Prime Minister's Director of Political Strategy after details emerged about a sexually explicit conversation he had in 2017 on an internal Labour messaging system. This is fucking crazy. His resignation is another setback for the beleaguered Prime Minister, who has also lost his Deputy Prime Minister and his Washington ambassador. The messages show Ovenden and a friend joking about a party that Ovenden had attended the night before, which attenders had joked about having sex with Abbott, the Labour MP who is the longest-serving woman in the Commons, longest-serving black woman in the Commons. The pair exchanged messages in which Ovenden recounted an explicit conversation in which people at the party had played a game of shag, marry, kill. Ovenden, who had previously told friends he was planning to stand down after the party conference later this month, said he did not want to cause another distraction for Starmer's government. He said on Monday, "I'm accused of 8 years ago as a junior press officer sharing with a female colleague the details of a silly conversation I was party to with other female staff members. Before summer, I announced some of my colleagues my intentions to leave government, though messages long predate my current employment and relationship with the Prime Minister. I brought forward my resignation to avoid distracting from the vital work this government is doing to positively change people's lives." He added, as an advisor, "My duty is to protect the reputation of the Prime Minister and his government. Most people could find a private conversation they'd had in the last decade, whether in the pub or on WhatsApp, that would be distasteful or embarrassing if it were published." Yeah, but dude, you can't be saying that about Diane Abbott. Like, come on, man. You can't really be saying, like, you know, shag, marry, kill. Like, if you're gonna be playing shag, marry, kill about politicians, you can't be working in Westminster when you're doing it. That's crazy, dude. That's just crazy. I understand shag, marry, kill politician version, right? Sure. Funny thing to do when you're pissed. But when you're in Westminster, when you're literally working in politics, that's mental. That's like absolutely mental. SMK, mythical creatures, not real people. I mean, ideally, yeah. SMK, fictional characters, right? It's just kind of weird to do it with real people. Abbott71 likened the comments to those highlighted in a report by the barrister Martin Ford into bullying, racism, and sexism in the Labour Party, calling them very unpleasant. She weathers so many storms, Diane Abbott. Like, holy shit, man. It's a wonder that she's able to still conduct herself with any kind of fucking, like... Oh my god, it's just crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. It will be crazy if this is the thing that brings him down. Yeah. This is the Gaza I want to remember. Yeah. Yeah.
Gascoigne, you can finish it here! Gascoigne! 2-0!
There he is. There he is. Squirt fucking Fanta all over him, lads. There you go. Oh, that's the same one. Okay. I was like, wait, what? What's this? Okay. All right. What do we got now? Keir Starmer suffers fresh blow as top aide resigns over sexual remarks over veteran MP Diane Abbott. So this is not something that is, you know, it's not being swept under the rug. This is being reported by multiple different outlets. What do we got here? We got a little bit of UK-related stuff that we're going to just finish up with. I'm just going to see if there's anything remotely... Oh, okay. Here we go. We got some little press bits from Starmer here about this. Okay, yeah, there's that as well. Yeah, here we go. There's that as well. Good morning, Britain. Apparently, there's some absolutely shite damage limitation being done by the Labour Party at the moment, and one of them things includes talking to what's her name? Alex Davies-Jones, this like horrible piece of shit employee who, when questioned about Gaza and Palestine, she was like, if you ask me any more questions, I'll have you arrested. Yeah? That's who this person is. Let's hear her answer questions from Richard Madley and Suzanne Reid about Keir Starmer and Peter Mandelson.
Speaking of public figures telling the truth, hand on heart, are you completely comfortable with the Prime Minister's explanations over the Mandelson affair?
The Prime Minister outlined yesterday that as soon as he was made aware of the extent to that relationship of Mandelson and Epstein, and if he had known what he knew on Wednesday evening, he would never have appointed.
Oh my God, you're an idiot. Like, does she not read any of the press? Has there not been like a line come out from the party? This is crazy.
Mandelson as the ambassador to the United States. And when I read what was in those emails, I was disgusted and I knew that Mandelson had to go.
But so much was already known about Mr. Mandelson's relationship with Epstein. Huge amounts of detail had already...
It was literally leaked by the press. It was leaked by the press on Friday night that they knew about him before he was appointed. Like, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that A, she cares about her job so little that she's done fuck all reporting about this. The only thing that she should say in response to this is like, I don't know. I didn't know that. Oh my God, that's absolutely insane. Then I condemn him entirely for putting him in that position, right? That's the only reasonable thing that you should say. You know? Yeah, how could Labour Friends of Israel defend a Mossad asset like this, right?
Already been published, the fact that he'd been staying at Epstein's house in America while Epstein was serving his sentence for paedophile crimes. Surely that information on its own should have been enough to stop him being appointed as our ambassador.
The extent to the relationship was not known. And when that was disclosed on Wednesday evening to the Prime Minister, when he read that, when
She's just lying! This is crazy, dude. She's so depraved.
There can be no coming back from that, which is why I'm glad the Prime Minister took the decisive action that he did.
Explain. So your responsibilities include issues such as violence against women and girls, criminal law covering child sex abuse.
Oh my God, she's done. She's done. She's done. She's gone.
So, you know, our work includes, you know, rape victims, victims of...
I had completely forgotten that she's the Minister for Women and Girls. She's literally just been appointed the Minister for Women and Girls, I think. Or like the Equalities Minister, Women and Equalities Minister. Is that true?
Witnesses and other serious sexual offences. Can you just explain to our viewers why someone staying at a convicted sex offender's house while they were serving a sentence for soliciting a minor, a child, for prostitution, why that was not sufficient justification for the Prime Minister not to appoint Peter Mandelson as ambassador?
The Prime Minister has been very honest that if he had known the extent to the relationship...
Oh my God, that's just the line. That's just the line that they've been given. Oh, this is crazy. I don't even know if this is her fault. I feel like an email went out and it was just like, just say that he didn't know. Just say that he didn't know. Just keep saying that he didn't know. He had no idea. He didn't know how bad it was. Yada, yada, yada.
In those emails, then he would have taken action sooner.
But that was known. That was known. That's the point.
So why was that not enough to rule him out?
That decision was taken, the independent vetting was carried out, and the Prime Minister was not aware of the extent to that relationship.
Sorry,
and as soon as he was,
you
he
as
did
the
remove him
Justice
from
Minister with
Oh, this is
responsibilities,
crazy.
including...
Oh, she's the Justice Minister. Oh my God. Oh my God. She's done. She's done for. What the fuck?
Issues such as violence against women and girls and child abuse. Why was it not enough to rule him out as US ambassador that he stayed at the house of an individual serving a sentence for soliciting a child for prostitution? Why was that not enough to rule him out? I'm not asking about what...
At this point, you just have to be like, you know what? I was given a line by the Prime Minister this morning. This is new information to me. If this is true, shit. Like, how there is no confidence that anyone could have in her being the Justice Minister after this. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy, man. This is like Lammy levels of denying complicity and knowing and knowledge of what's going on. You know what I mean?
That everyone suddenly saw on Tuesday night. I'm asking
yeah, it did make him more qualified to be the US ambassador. That's true, yeah.
That Keir Starmer appointed Lord Mandelson.
Oh boy.
As the victims minister, my thoughts are always with the victims, and their voices have been silenced throughout this. They have been sidelined. And as the victims minister and the minister responsible for tackling violence against women and girls, it is my job to give those victims a voice in Parliament and through legislation. And that's exactly why I'm here today.
Hey Katrina, how are you?
Mindful of that voice when he appointed Lord Mandelson.
What we know is what the Prime Minister has said, and when he was aware of the extent of that relationship and the abhorrent information in those emails, he took action.
Do you think it's okay or not okay that Lord Mandelson was appointed at the point when the Prime Minister knew he'd stayed at the house of a convicted sex offender? Was that okay?
Was a decision. That was a decision for the Prime Minister, who made the decision on the information he had at the time.
And so
had the information been disclosed?
They're not asking that, man. They're asking about what you think. They're asking for your opinion. Could you at least, like, she can't even like give her opinion. This is crazy, man.
Had the Hillsborough law been in place and we'd had a duty of candour, then we could have had more information available. Was that okay?
Had that information been disclosed, then we could have taken decisive action, and Mandelson should never have been appointed. However, we did not have that information.
Well, look, we understand.
And what's important is now that action has been taken, and we, as a government, are getting on with delivering the priorities of the British people.
She's trying so hard. Her forehead is like carrying her entire being right now. You can see all the stress in her body is like concentrated in her forehead. Her brows are so furrowed, literally like this. Krill! Thank you for gifted a sub to Katrina Kaiju. Katrina, we got all kinds of emotes and shit nowadays. Take a look. Enjoy them. I'm sure you will. Yo. This is fucking wild. This is wild. Every TV interview is a bloodbath until he goes now. His entire cabinet is in the fucking fryer. It's so mental. It's so mental. It's so crazy. Yeah, the "it wasn't me" defense is mental. Politics is so dramatic these days. We see someone lose their job live on air every other week. Time is so compressed. Time is so fucking like, oh my God. And just like everything is nightmarish. It's crazy. All right, we've got Matt Kennard here. Great guy, reporter for, I think he's Dropsite News. Oh no, he's an independent journalist. I think he does stuff with Dropsite News and Declassified every now and then, but saying here he's totally dead inside. It's mad. Keir Starmer is angry that he was let down. Let's hear what the man himself has to say.
Risk, a gamble appointing him in the first place. He's got a huge track record of getting into trouble, and you knew that. It was a gamble.
If I knew then what I know now, I would never have appointed
him. Yeah, but you knew a lot.
At the time,
everybody knew a lot.
He'd been through due diligence, and therefore I knew of the association, and he'd expressed regret in relation to that.
And you knew he'd carried it on way after the conviction.
What I did
we did know that. That was in the public realm.
The nature and the extent of the relationship, as I understood it then, compared with what was revealed in the Bloomberg emails, which none of us had seen, there's a gulf between the two situations, which is why I can say to you very clearly today, had I known that at the time, then there's no way I would have appointed him.
But you did.
I am angry. I don't particularly think anger helps here, but I feel let down. I feel that a process was gone through, and now information has come to light, which had I
He's throwing everyone under the bus. That's so fucking funny. He is throwing everybody under the bus. He's like, I had no idea. I don't know what was going on, man. It's wild that Epstein will bring down Starmer, but not Trump. I know, it's crazy. It's like a different level of politics here. Not the betrayal of his pledges, not the hateful neoliberal policies enacted, but this. It's crazy that's what it is, right? It's crazy. It's crazy making. It's crazy making. It's not the participatory nature of the UK in a fucking genocide. It's not completely throwing disabled people under the bus. It's not the increased attacks on transgender people. It's not the increased deportations and fanning the flames of fucking fascism in the country. It's literally because he knew that there was a pedo adjacent fella working for him and he just did it anyway. And it's like, this is it. This is the thing that happens. You like, oh, you know?
I know that.
Like, yeah, no, it is bad. And like, I think that like anyone should resign if something of that nature happens. But oh my God, it's crazy making. It's like how many fucking things have to happen before someone gets gone?
At the time. I wouldn't have appointed him had I known the nature.
He might even cling on to power after this. I don't know, man. He might not resign.
The fact that
there might have to be a leadership challenge.
I've worked on violence against women and girls for many years. I know exactly how all this affects victims. That was a
and you don't give a fuck
anything about.
And that's the reality of it, dude. You don't give a fuck because that was all just part of your career. It's all part of your career, and you didn't actually let any of it enter into your emotional psyche, enter into something that could have distracted you from your goal of getting to the top of your career, starting off as a barrister, getting all the way, or a solicitor, pro bono solicitor, getting all the way to the top cop, and then going, right, where do I go from here? Let's get into politics. It's time to be an MP, right? Prime Minister, that's it, great, Career politician through and through, dead inside, completely dead inside. There is too much of a financial incentive to become the prime minister of this country. All the lobbying money that he's got, all the gifts that he got for him and his wife, that's all that fucking matters to him. It's nothing about scruples. It's nothing about actual principle or actual, ideas or philosophy. It's literally just like get into power, make money, make the most money you can. Who gives me the most money? All the people that gave the Tories the most money. So we'll just do it with them, loads more. Right?
Until Wednesday afternoon, that he was encouraging the challenging of the conviction. That goes to a different issue, to the nature and extent of the
Also, hi Mia, how are you doing?
On top of that, that even on Wednesday evening, I wasn't getting through my officials from Peter Mandelson satisfactory answers. So,
are you angry?
Yes,
you're angry with Peter Mandelson.
I'm angry to have been put in that position.
And so you're angry with Peter Mandelson. You're angry with some elements of the system.
I'm not angry with elements of the system.
Are you angry with yourself at all?
Look, in retrospect, of course, I think it would have been better if the detailed allegations that have been made in relation to Peter had been put in front of me before PMQs. But the team were trying to get answers out of him in relation to those questions, and that was the right thing to do. I've seen the questions. There's nothing. The questions that were being asked of Peter were the right questions.
He's doubling, he's tripling, he's quadrupling down. That is what's happening. He's going to hold on to it. I don't think he's going to resign. This is crazy, man. He just wants to stay in the position as long as possible to make as much money as possible. This is wild. Prime Minister's Questions tomorrow is going to be insane, chat. I'm considering streaming early to actually stream it live. I'm considering streaming early to actually stream it live because I feel like there's going to be insane things said. What time does it start? Prime Minister's Questions start time 12 noon. I thought it was 12 noon. Nah, there's no way I'm getting up for that time. We'll just take a look at the edits that will be in the news, because there'll be loads of edits in the news. Yeah. Who's gonna stop in by-elections take a while? Yeah. Why can't they just lose the documents like they did before when investigating Savile? Right. Oh, God. He's falling apart and the system's so flimsy that it might not even matter. Right, exactly. It's just people going into a room and saying things. That's all the government actually is, That's all it is. It's just people like Keir Starmer who are rich. They're just, the only difference between someone like him and us is that this guy's got money. He comes from a life of privilege, etc., etc. You know, he's just a guy, right? Like, all of them are just guys. All right. The BBC knew about derogatory messages about veteran P. Diane Abbott sent by a close Starmer aide before the 2024 general election, but refused to publish, former top Labour officials have claimed. That's so funny, dude. That's so fucking funny. They waited until this moment and they were like, yeah, nah. It's time now. Time to destroy it. Time to destroy this man. Life of privilege. His father was a tool maker. Yeah, he probably owned a fucking factory, didn't he? Like, did we ever like learn anything about that? About like my father was a tool maker. Like, did he just like own a factory? You know what I mean? Where tools are manufactured en masse. All right, what's Starmer doing? His father did make one tool. Yeah, we all kind of made that joke when he was saying that stuff, but yeah, it's always good to bring it back. Always good to bring it back. All right, so what kind of stuff has Starmer been doing to try and save face? Breaking. Keir Starmer has introduced the long-awaited Hillsborough Law Bill. Chat, this is one of the most cynical and pathetic things that I have ever fucking seen in my entire life. Right? The Hillsborough Law Bill is something that should have been done on day one. Right? I don't know what kind of reporting we're going to get on this. This is Politics UK. So, he's introduced the Hillsborough Law. If you don't know about Hillsborough was a disaster that happened in Liverpool. There was a football match and there was it was very, very, very overcrowded, and one of the stands started to collapse and they tried to... Oh, no, it's huge, Mia. You don't understand. It is huge. It's huge. It's just cynical and pathetic how it's being implemented. So one of the stands started to collapse and the police trapped everybody inside the stadium as it collapsed, and 97 people were killed. The law could be a nothing burger. Yeah, you're right. The law could be a nothing burger. Yeah. So that's what the Hillsborough disaster was. Then after that, the Sun newspaper printed lie after lie after lie after lie after lie, saying that the reason that the 97 people died, I mean, they underreported on the 97 people. I think they started out by saying it was like 60 people or 70 people or whatever. They kept the numbers down. The Sun kept on saying it was the horrible, nasty, scouse, working class, unwashed football hooligans who, killed each other and shit like that. And it was just like horrific and evil, and people have been demanding a Hillsborough law where people can get justice. Didn't the cops also beat injured people? Yeah, absolutely. Actively slandered the victims. They were interviewed by the police, by the Sun. Yeah, preventing actual emergency services from getting in there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, all cops are bastards. Every single one. Every single cop is a bastard. State thugs, right? So, if passed, the Hillsborough Law would place a statutory duty of candour on public officials. Long-awaited Hillsborough Law has been introduced to Parliament nearly 10 years after it was first proposed in the aftermath of inquests into the 1989 disaster. Chat, this is 35 years old, this thing. This legislation is intended to change how public bodies respond to major tragedies. Central to it is a statutory duty of candour, which requires officials to act with honesty, openness, and integrity during investigations, inquests, and public inquiries. Serious breaches of this duty could lead to criminal sanctions, with public servants who withhold or distort information facing prosecution. Alongside this duty, the bill creates separate criminal offence of deliberately misleading the public in a way judged to be seriously improper. Ministers say this is intended to end a culture of cover-ups and to to drive lasting cultural change across the public sector. Another key element is expansion of legal aid. If the bill passes, bereaved families will be guaranteed non-means tested legal support at inquests, which the government calls the biggest reform in a decade. The changes aimed at ensuring families are not left at a disadvantage when facing state authorities with far greater legal resources. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has made the legislation a personal priority, having pledged in opposition a Hillsborough law would be one of the first acts in government. He said the bill delivers on a promise he made to campaigner Margaret Aspinall, whose son James died in the crush at Hillsborough. Let me guess, Keir has changed the law so it makes it illegal to block the Sun from printing whatever lies it wants. Yeah, probably. I don't know. What else do we got? It's taking a long time to get here. The government says the bill is not just about Hillsborough, but about learning lessons from other scandals and disaster, including Orgreave, the Windrush scandal, the Grenfell Tower fire, and infected blood crisis. Ministers argue the new framework will embed transparency and fairness in the way public institutions respond when things go wrong. It's okay. It might be good. There might be some stuff in here, right? I don't want to hear what fucking David Lammy has to say about tragedies when he won't say fuck all about a genocide that he is participating in. It could be good. There could be a good outcome of this. There could be good things in the law that will actually help the people of this country. The thing that sucks about this and the thing that stinks about it is that he has clearly introduced it when he knows he's floundering. They've been sat there chewing their fucking pens, figuring out what to fucking do about this. All these fucking policy wonk, piece of shit, briefcase dickheads that surround him, like Morgan McSweeney and all of the advisors, all the top aides and shit. They just lost one top aide because of this Diane Abbott stuff, and they're like, right, what do we do? What do we do? What's something really easy? Oh, the Hillsborough law. Brilliant. So easy to do. So easy to do. And it's cynical and it's pathetic. Like, that is what he is doing to save face. Transparently cynical. Exactly. It's fucking embarrassing. And it's an insult. This could have been introduced on day one of his government. But no, he has capitulated and conceded and accepted gifts and bribes and money. Lobbying group money, genocidal money, participating in fucking genocide. It's sick. It's completely sick. Because how else are we supposed to remember this? Oh, this was the thing that Keir Starmer introduced to save from the fact that he appointed a pedo-adjacent guy. And it's probably going to at least partially work. Right, exactly. Some people will be like, oh no, this was good. It's really fucking, yeah, I've got it, a sports thingy. It's just completely horrific and cynical. I hate this man. He's a piece of shit. He needs to resign. He should resign, but he won't. All right. Let's move on. Let's see what Ed Miliband's saying. I don't know. It's been a while. Let's just see what he's saying. Just a little bit of extra related UK politics stuff.
Elon Musk, very close associate in the past of Donald Trump, the world's richest man, said to the crowds in terms that they should turn to violence and in terms suggested it was time to overthrow the elected British government. What's your reaction?
Who the hell is this guy is my reaction. Just because you're a billionaire, it doesn't give you a right to come and tell us how to run our country. And look, as far as I can see, this guy is a publicity-seeking narcissist who is inciting violence on our streets. And honestly, he should go back to running his car company, and I think, as the Americans would say, butt out of our politics.
Elon Musk.
Ed Miliband, he's gearing up for a run at the leadership, chat. It's time. It's time for Bacon Sarnie number 2. All right. Let's move on to some other stuff. We're at the Palestine update, the so-called Israel update. Such a hard stance. I know, it's funny. Rare Ed Miliband W. Yeah, Ed Miliband 2, Electric Boogaloo. I can't wait. All right. Here we go. It's the Israel report. Hello, Monkey Sputum. How are you doing? Welcome in. Well, it's the Palestine report. That's what we're doing. That's what we're looking at. Netanyahu admits Israel is economically isolated, will need to become self-reliant. Brilliant! Chat, BDS works. BDS works. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu admits that Israel is facing increasing economic isolation as the war in Gaza drags on and will have to become more self-reliant. Israel is in a sort of isolation, he said at a conference on the Finance Ministry's Accountant General in Jerusalem, and may have to move towards a self-sufficient economy. I will increasingly need to adapt to an economy with autarkic characteristics, he said. The word I most hate. I am a supporter of the free market, but we may find ourselves in a situation where our arms industries are blocked. We will need to develop armed industries here, not only to research and development, but also the ability to produce what we need. Right, now, he thinks that this is a dub, but here's the thing, chat. If we shut down arms industries that are supporting Israel in the UK and in the wider world, all over like different countries and shit, and even if when they do that, Israel decides to make their own arms and have a so-called, quote, indigenous arms industry, just like Palestine does, that will be far more vulnerable to resistance attacks. It would be over for Israel if this is what happened. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Let's see what Yair Lapid says. Netanyahu's statement that Israel is entering isolation and needs to adapt to an isolation economy is a crazy statement. Isolation is not a decree of fate. It's the product of a wrong and failed policy of Netanyahu and his government. They're turning Israel into a third world country and not even trying to change the situation. The liberal Zionists there, everyone. You know? Douche with Israeli characteristics. Yeah, just isolation. Yeah, nothing. Nothing actually good. Who would have known you'd be isolated when colonizing a land that has a different culture than yours and all the countries near it have a similar culture to that land? Yeah, it's crazy. So this is crazy. So this is Netanyahu saying things that he doesn't really want to say out loud. So we have to assume that the situation is much worse. That is the case for whatever Israel communicates. And this is not a English-speaking address. This is a Hebrew address. It is in English for people who want to read in the Times of Israel. Abroad, who speak English and not Hebrew, he will have addressed this to a Hebrew audience. What else we got? We got Inet, or Ynet, however you say it. Ynet, I always call it. Netanyahu warns Israel may need super Sparta economy amid growing global isolation. So, what he's saying is Israel needs more pedophilia, and it also needs to do all the same things that Sparta did. You know, Sparta was bad, right, chat? You know, Sparta was bad. Like, Sparta was like a bad. It was a bad. It wasn't really an empire. It was just like, a bad occupying power. Like, they occupied Greece. They had slaves called helots who had no rights in society. They routinely rebelled and shit like that. Like, they're already doing this. This is what I'm saying. They're already doing this shit. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warned on Monday that Israel may soon be forced to adopt what he described as an economy with autarkic features resembling a super Sparta. Sparta was founded on slavery, literally. He argued that Muslim migration to Europe has created a significant and vocal minority that bends European governments on issues related to Gaza. That, like, the majority of people in Europe are not Muslims. And there are a lot of people who are like, we don't want our countries to support Israel. It doesn't mean more orgies. Super gay, much to the chagrin of Zack Snyder. That's right, Mr. Dank. In unusually blunt remarks, Netanyahu said these trends are pushing Israel towards partial economic self-reliance. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right. So what do we got here? We got something from Bloomberg. Israeli stocks decline as Gaza escalation spooks investors. So this is literally a day after he said this. Tel Aviv Stock Exchange declined. Israeli stocks are heading for a 5-day losing streak as the country intensifies its military campaign in Gaza. Yep, that's right, chat. That's fucking right. The Tel Aviv Stock Exchange 35 index fell as much as 2.3%. On Tuesday, briefly posting the biggest losses in the world. before paring the slide to 0.2%. The sell-off came even as global stocks were extending their rally to a 10th day amid expectations for a further Federal Reserve easing. Investors and business leaders are warning of mounting economic costs as Israel launches a new offensive targeting Gaza City, and images of widespread destruction stoke criticism even by countries friendly to Tel Aviv. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu acknowledged his nation's increasing isolation. We spoke about this just then. It's going to be another one of those weeks where decades happen. That's right. It's only Tuesday, chat. It's only fucking Tuesday. You know? You love to see it. They're really going to let Bibi drive him off a cliff. That's right. Yeah, it's going to happen. Like, you know, chat, like, this is the thing. This is the thing. I said this. I've been saying this for the last couple of months. Israel is so fucking weak right now. Not just the ideology, but also the country. It's not a country, obviously. But the actual military power that it has. You know what I mean? And that's it. It is time to push. It is time to keep pushing. Go to your first pro-Palestine protest. Go to your first pro-Palestine meeting. Anything relating to Palestine, go. Just jump in. Just be like, all right, it's time. And there are loads of things that you could do. Loads and loads of things. This economic pressure, this BDS stuff, it's what brought down South Africa. It will bring down Israel. Get the app that scans barcodes and tells you what to boycott. You know? What else do we got here? Okay, I'm getting updates on this from 39 seconds ago. France urges Israel to halt destructive campaign in Gaza City. So we got more Macron pressure here. Jordanian parties called for global hunger strike in solidarity with Gaza. I'm going to focus on a couple of stories that I wanted to have a look at here. The one that I wanted to have a look at was... here we go. Spain threatens to boycott Eurovision if Israel is allowed to compete. And this is not the only European country that has done this so far. Spain said on Monday it will consider boycotting the 2026 Eurovision Song Contest if Israel is allowed to compete, citing concerns that the event could be used to normalize genocide amid the ongoing war in Gaza. Spanish Culture Minister Ernest Urtasun told state-owned broadcaster RNE that he is concerned about Israel's potential participation in Eurovision, scheduled for May 2026 in Austria. We do not tolerate sporting and cultural events normalizing genocide, Urtasun said, urging Spain to join other nations in protesting Israel's presence. Spain's stance allows similar decisions from countries including Ireland and the Netherlands. Follows similar decisions. So Ireland and the Netherlands have also expressed opposition to Israel taking part in the continent's largest annual music competition. Urtasun's comments mark a rare instance of political considerations directly influencing participation in Eurovision, a contest traditionally focused on music and cultural exchange. Remember when Russia got banned from everything after they invaded Ukraine? Yep. Hey, that dude Zoot. It's becoming more and more and more difficult to be normal for Israel. All the normalization stuff that they have done over the last 20, 30 years, it's all going down the pan, and it's good. Spain votes to boycott Eurovision if Israel competes. So this was breaking news today at midday. So that was news from yesterday. But now they have voted to boycott Eurovision. Spain has become the latest country to threaten a boycott next. It's the fifth broadcaster to say it. Recent announcements by the Netherlands, Ireland, Slovenia as well, and Iceland have also said the same thing. RTVE, the Spanish state broadcaster, announced the decision following a board vote on Tuesday. So they have actually just voted for this. The thing is that Eurovision is meaningless. People could just drop out with minimal impact to themselves, but maximum impact to the organization. Right, exactly. The UN inquiry findings were a day late and $1 short. Yep. Thank you for the subscribe to the YouTube channel. Appreciate that. Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has previously called for Israel to be banned from the competition, highlighting how Russia was expelled following its invasion of Ukraine in 2022. At the time, EBU said the decision reflected a concern that in light of the unprecedented crisis in Ukraine, inclusion of a Russian entry in this year's contest will bring the competition into disrepute. It's always amazed me they even let Israel into Eurovision. It barely even pretends they aren't European colonizers, right? It's crazy. Just absolutely crazy. So we have a response from Eurovision organizers. We've not told Israel to withdraw from next year's contest. Competition attempts to negotiate controversy after Netherlands, Ireland, Spain, and others threaten withdrawal over Gaza. I'm sure that this is going to go really well. I'm sure that this is going to go so well. Like, yeah, man, just hang on to it, Eurovision. Just hang on to it. Just keep, you know, from your cold, dead hands. You know what I mean? Eurovision. Yeah, let's have Australia come in. Yeah, we're definitely still Eurovision. Definitely nothing to do with, you know, culturally washing the imperial core power block. You know? The next edition of the contest will be the 70th anniversary. It's due to take place in May 2026 in Austria's capital, Vienna. However, the staging of the contest remains in doubt if mounting anger over the death toll in Gaza, now at more than 64,000, add a 0 to that. It's going to be Germany, Ukraine, Australia, and Israel by the end of it. Yeah. Who's going to watch that shit? No one's going to watch that shit. On Monday, Spanish Culture Minister Ernest Urtasun reiterated his country's opposition to Israel taking part. We just read that. Yeah, so this is more stuff. We got a bunch of videos from the Electronic Intifada here. Let's take a look at some of their incredible reporting as per usual. We've got Nora Barrows-Friedman here talking about British Columbia in Burnaby votes to become Canada's first Israeli apartheid-free zone. Let's take a look and see what they're talking about.
Finally, to Western Canada.
Forehead of the beast, because if Auckland is the belly of the beast, then I think Canada is the forehead of the beast.
The receding hairline of the beast? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I won't talk about receding hairlines. But another credit to the grassroots, to the people who are making things happen. This actually happened at the end of August, and I've been wanting to talk about it, but the city of Burnaby in British Columbia voted unanimously, the council there, to become an apartheid-free community. And you can see that this is from apartheid-free communities. This is from Apartheid-Free Communities Canada, or BC, I think, their Instagram account celebrating this victory. And you can see this story from the CBC, the Canadian government broadcaster, even covered the story, and they did so quite well.
Wow.
The headline, as we can see there, is Burnaby Council votes unanimously to ask Ottawa to impose arms embargo on Israel.
That's dope.
And, just a few snippets from this, that the councillors there in Burnaby, BC, voted unanimously, have unanimously passed a motion calling on the federal government to impose a two-way arms embargo on Israel amid the current war in Gaza. The motion from Councillor Alison Gu asks Burnaby Mayor Mike Hurley to write to the federal government and request that the federal government stop the export and import of all military goods between Canada and Israel. And it commits Burnaby to the signing of the Apartheid-Free Communities Pledge. And they, by doing so, they become the first community.
Just looks it up. The council is mainly NDP.
Arms embargo on Israel. Councillor Alison Gu,
New Democratic Party,
who sponsored this initiative, said our constituents have been speaking to us, coming to us, saying that
Sock Dems, hell yeah, let's go.
Let down by other orders of government in the
I love Sock Dems.
Lack of
Sock Dems are so good.
Action on this, she told the CBC's On the Coast before the meeting. So again, showing how it is pressure from below that is pushing these initiatives, and And again, this really is so important, and the fact that the CBC even reported this, I was amazed.
Hey Alejandro, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Like it's crazy actually that it's the NDP. You know, I don't think that is like, oh well, that's to be expected. These are liberals. You know, these are fucking neoliberals.
Motion was motivated by recent analysis that showed that arms from Canada are still flowing to Israel, despite the federal government's insistence that no arms have been.
Like this will have come from public pressure and a desperation to stay in power from these councillors, probably, right?
To the country since January 2024. She says the data was uncovered by a group of researchers from 4 NGOs, World Beyond War, the Palestinian Youth Movement, Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East, and Independent Jewish Voices. They found entries in the database of the Israel Tax Authority that show Canadian goods continuing to enter Israel, described by the Israeli government as military weapons parts and ammunition. So again, that shows how these groups that we've talked to many of them, to many of these activists on this program, how they're having a...
That's why you go to the Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht remembrance. They're so awesome. Don't look at what happened in Berlin in the early 1919. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'll just remind people, back in March, we spoke with Wafiq Faour of Vermonters for Justice in Palestine about the apartheid-free communities initiatives in Vermont, where 5 towns earlier this year became the first communities in the United States to adopt the apartheid-free community pledge. So go back and check that out. The headline there for the story in the Electronic Intifada, and you can find all the videos, is Vermont Victory Against Israeli Apartheid.
So also Vermont as well. Hell yeah, let's go. What do we got here? What's the next one?
We have 2 actually like good news stories. There's one in Spain and one in...
So I covered this earlier last week. So this is from a few days ago. I think this might be from Friday last week.
Western Canada. Ali, take us through what happened in Spain, why it's significant.
Yeah, actually,
the Western Canada one is what we just saw.
EU countries, but we'll start in Spain, where there was a very recent announcement by the Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez. Let's listen to a few seconds of that.
España ha decidido dar un paso más y poner en marcha de forma
we watched the same thing on a stream.
Acciones adicionales para detener el genocidio en Gaza, para perseguir a sus ejecutores y para apoyar a la población palestina.
So what the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez is announcing there is 9 additional measures to be taken by Spain to stop the genocide in Gaza. Those are his words. You could hear them there in Spanish, if you could understand it, to prosecute its perpetrators and to support the Palestinian people. And
prosecute its perpetrators is a key thing.
Legally consolidating, he says, urgent approval of a royal decree law that legally consolidates the arms embargo.
I hate listening to Spanish people speak Spanish. What the hell?
Establishing a legal and permanent ban on the purchase and sale of arms, ammunition, and military equipment to that country. A ban on transit through Spanish ports for all ships carrying fuel for the Israeli armed forces. Denial of entry into Spanish airspace of all state aircraft transporting defense.
It's the list. What is happening?
A ban on access to Spanish.
We got a French chatter and a German chatter just being like, oh, fucking Spanish, like fucking, oh, what is wrong with them?
Territory for all persons directly involved in the genocide, human rights violations.
Oh, you're on about. You're on about your father is Chilean. Okay, that makes more sense. No excuse for rune collector.
And war crimes in Gaza. And
fucking so Canadians, am I right? Hey Ninja, how are you doing? Welcome in.
Good things, definitely a good start. But this is very significant too. a ban on the import of products from illegal settlements in Gaza and the West Bank with the aim of combating these occupations, stopping the forced displacement of Palestinian civilians, and keeping the two-state solution alive. He also announces some additional aid for Palestinians. But on that settlement ban, it's interesting that Ireland, which should have taken the lead on this with its occupied territories bill, still has not implemented this. And Spain
pretty disappointing.
Come out ahead of it. I did try to look for any small print. I couldn't find it. I was even digging through the Spanish government's official gazette to see if I could find anything, and I haven't yet, to see, number one, when this ban on settlement goods would begin, how it will be enforced, whether it includes services as well as goods. We've learned with announcements from all these governments, you really have to read the small print, but this is definitely a step in the right direction. And as you can imagine, Israel is not happy. So we can see a headline here from the Times of Israel that Spain...
I remember covering this. They are so pissed about this. Netanyahu is saying things like Spain is committing a genocide against Jews. He's an evil anti-Semite. It's a return to the days of the Inquisition when the Catholics murdered all the Jews and all that. Like, you know, obviously no mention of the Muslims that the Inquisition murdered, or you know, the other secular Christians or anything like that. And Netanyahu is so fucking pissed. Like, nah, this can't be allowed. It's disgusting. Which just goes to show how effective this stuff is.
Recalled
absolutely incredible
from Israel in the last few days after the Israeli foreign minister accused Madrid of anti-Semitism, because it's officially declaring, and that is significant, that Spain now, like
Israel,
Ireland,
accusing anyone of genocide. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah,
a genocide.
That's what they do all the time. Like, you know, speaking like, oh, Hamas wants to do a genocide against Jews, so we need to do a genocide against them. Like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you fucking on about?
But the Israeli abuse and predictable reaction does not seem to be deterring others from following suit. So the news broke today that the government in the Netherlands, which is a caretaker government because the cabinet is collapsed, but nonetheless, it will, as this report shows, will introduce a national import ban on goods from Israel.
Chat, this is why the news that came out yesterday of Netanyahu saying we are economically isolated happened. That's why this happened, because more and more things like this are happening. And it's becoming a snowball. You've got the small grassroots actions that really help, and then you've got the bigger public pressure campaigns for governments to divest, right? And these are small things. These are small wins. These aren't even... This is like a drop in the ocean of what could be done. Like, if the UK ended all arms sales, that would be massive. If Germany ended all arms sales, it would be the end of Israel. You know? Like, I don't even think the US could pick up the bill, could foot the bill of the arms sales that Germany provides Israel. I just don't think it could.
In occupied Palestinian territory as soon as possible.
Like, that's why he's talking about we need to develop a in-house weapons manufacturing industry. So that's why he's talking about that.
Caretaker Minister of Foreign Affairs David Van Veel said in a parliamentary debate on Wednesday. And last week, Belgium made a similar announcement. It announced 12 specific sanctions that it will impose on Israel.
Belgium?
Foreign Minister of Belgium, Maxime Prévost, said that this will include a ban on the import of products from illegal Israeli settlements and a review of public procurement policies with Israeli companies, which is also very significant because several Israeli or Israeli-linked firms have had significant roles in European infrastructure projects over.
Chat, it's happening. I'm telling you now, it's happening. It's time to push. It is time to push. If there was ever a time to push, it is now. We could end this. We could fucking end this. The fucking words within our lifetime. It could be easily within our lifetime. It could be within the next year. Fucking hell. Push, push, push. Whatever you could do, whatever you think you could do, whatever you're available to do, even if it means writing a letter to your fucking MP, to your representative, you could do it. We could do it. It's going to happen. It will happen. We will win.
This all goes to show that these are all governments that supported the genocide. These are all governments that came out after October 7th and fully adopted Israel's atrocity propaganda narrative and supported its attack on Gaza.
This is how you can turn it round.
So the fact that they're moving in this direction, and recall the discussion we had with Craig Mukhaiber earlier, is, I think, due to the pressure from their populations, and that has to continue. A ban on settlement goods should have been done decades ago. And it needs to include services. And really, what's the logic? Looking at this not as Ali Abu Nimer, but as the EU. The EU has basically banned all trade with Russia, saying that that's necessary to stop the war in Ukraine. Well, why doesn't the same logic apply to Israel?
Also, it hasn't stopped the war in Ukraine. It's so fucking stupid. You know what I mean? It's so dumb. All it did was hurt Russian working people. Oh, dude. Anyway, whatever. Let's move on. What's this next bit?
You're watching it.
No, this is 42 minutes. We're not going to watch this. This is the best chance for UN to stop Israel's Gaza. This is an interview with Craig Mukhaiber, so we're going to move on from that as too long, because what we really want to be looking at, chat, is the resistance report. I condemn, I disavow, I don't support terrorist organizations, but very, very, very important. Very, very important to recognize that the resistance in Gaza is legal, despite them being a prescribed terrorist organization. I disagree with the prescription of the terrorist organizations that have been prescribed by the British government, Al-Qassam, Sarai al-Quds, Hamas, the government. However, it is a legal thing that they are doing, and it is important to report on that.
You are watching and listening.
Any word on the Samud Flotilla? We're going to get into that in a little bit.
The Electronic Intifada. I am John Elmer. This is the Resistance Report for day 706 of Israel's genocidal war on Gaza. I am reporting this on September the 11th. We're going to start with the maps. As always, I've got a migration map here. Switch it up from the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs map. This is a map from the migration cluster that shows...
Not too loud, is it, chat?
Looking at a map on the screen with... I don't know, what is it? Dozens of arrows showing all of the neighborhoods in Gaza City. Wider
also
Gaza
made us spend more shit on shit from America.
Well.
Yep.
This map already assumes the ethnic cleansing of Beit Lahia in the north west there, Beit Hanun in the northeast, and also around the buffer zone all the way down to the south, where we know that Rafah has been completely ethnically cleansed. We learned today that the 36th Division of the IDF has pulled out of Khan Yunis, so that marking on the map showing Khan Yunis being taken over. Again, they've pulled troops from there. They've left a shadow force in Khan Yunis. We know from my reporting last week and leaks within the Israeli military to the Israeli media that they believed that Gideon's chariots, the operation that we watched carry on from the middle of May until the late summer, was a failure. It failed to accomplish its goals, but it did accomplish the genocidal goals of destroying entire villages in the Khan Yunis area And what we're looking at here is the number of people leaving Gaza City. And this is a number that's being tracked by the International Organization for Migration. This is an UNRWA. This is a site cluster of a number of organizations, the Norwegian and Danish refugee councils. And they show on this map that since August the 14th, 97,000 people have left Gaza City. The Israeli military today, I mean, they're updating this number every day, the Israeli military, because they want to make that seem like everybody has left Gaza City. But as Nora reported in the newscast, there's a lot of people that are not going to leave Gaza City. They didn't leave Gaza City the first time when they were told to evacuate. People don't believe there's anywhere to go. It was difficult enough to push everyone out of Gaza City the first time when people had money and resources and gas in their cars. None of that exists now. The roads are destroyed. There's nowhere for their tents to go in the south. So it's a total genocidal disaster. And Israel's bragging about it this week. Netanyahu spoke before the Israeli Air Force and bragged about how they had knocked down 50 towers in the previous 48 hours. And he said to Gazans, get out of there. This is just the beginning. So again, this matches the genocidal plans that the Israelis have been speaking about since October 7th consistently, that they're going to turn Gaza City, a city that's 5,000 years old, into Rafah, which is completely erased at this point. Israel's Air Force said this week that they bombed Gaza more than 360 airstrikes in recent days, and that's a separate category than naval bombardment, than artillery bombardment, than the quadcopters dropping grenades on tents and homes. It's a separate category from the M113 armored personnel carrier robot bombs that they're sending in that blow up. That are tanks packed with explosives that blow up entire housing blocks. And so they're bragging and they're putting these numbers down on the record for the genocide trials. And I include these maps for those trials. And if we look at the next map, there's another
I fucking love John Elmer, chat. I love him so much. What a legend. Nations, satellite agency, and you can see the tents along the waterfront in precarious places. And on the right side of the map, you're looking at blue dots, yellow dots, red dots all along the coast. These are all tent camps all along the coast that are in, this was noted for being in a flood risk zone. But I want to show this map just to show you what the coastline of Gaza City looks like. It's packed with tents all the way up and down. And this is what Israel is trying to push people out of. There's one more map of this that shows, number 3, that shows the coastline as well. Just like it truly just illustrates how sick Israel is in the fact that they push people out of the cities because they are terrified that their houses are going to fall down around them. That is what has happened consistently since the start of this genocide. And so what that means is that they go to places where they think will be the safest, but they are in fact not safe because it just makes them far more visible and far more concentrated. And so when Israel bombs these displaced people's camps, which it does regularly and routinely, it kills and maims and injures the maximum amount of people that it possibly can.
Down the coastline. We would take a look at the next map is the IDF's evacuation notice. Nora reported on similar leaflets that had been dropped on Gaza City. They're dropping them on individual neighborhoods. This one's forcing people out of the entire wider Gaza City and Jabalia area. So these are for the war crimes trials because this is blanket ethnic cleansing. It's illegal in every possible way. And as I said, they're bragging about it. Netanyahu bragged at the Air Force base about dropping the towers. And I'm not going to show it to you because it's too specious, but the IDF released a video this week that was similar to the one they released about Shifa, the fake video of the Hamas command center under Shifa Hospital. They released another one of those about the high-rise towers in Gaza.
What are you talking about? High-rise tower in Gaza underground base? No way, dude. What are you talking about? IDF jet bombs, Gaza's tallest building, Hamas skyscrapers. They're just like these Hamas skyscrapers. We blew up these skyscrapers and they're Hamas. Are you joking me? Hamas was hiding in Kirk's neck.
Displaced people that already have all the windows blown out of them from previous attacks. And they showed them and said that they were terror towers and that they're destroying every one of them. And at the end of the video, it showed the whole area of Gaza City, the number of these towers that they are intending.
I'm not seeing this like CGI video that John Elman's referring to here, so we can't see that. But
their families, multiple generations of families in the towers, and it's because of the height of the towers. It's the amount of people living in there in the thousands. And so they've started this attack, this part of the war. As I reported weeks ago, the Israeli military drew down in Gaza at the end of Gideon's Chariots, what they're calling Part 1. And they haven't, they're building up, but they haven't started the invasion of Gaza City at this point. This is strictly a war on civilians, and there's no pretense.
No joke, Netanyahu said it with a straight face on video? Wait, what? What do you mean? The Charlie Kirk thing? Sure,
anything other than that happening. And it's just incredible. If people didn't see Nora's newscast, she showed some of the videos of the towers being dropped. And you can just see entire, hundreds of families' lives just go up in a plume of smoke. This is strictly a war on civilians. There are still resistance operations, and we are going to take...
No, the Hamas towers. I was going to say. No, I believe it. Absolutely.
Gaza Strip.
Absolutely.
Gaza City, Tel Al-Hawa, the Shati refugee camp. Those are the areas under displacement orders. Shujaiya, Zaytun, largely destroyed up to this point in Gideon's Chariots 1, Tufa, the same. And the Israelis are essentially just demolishing block by block. They're not fighting the resistance. They're not trying to find the resistance to fight. They're just dropping civilian homes with no military pretext whatsoever. There was there was 7 Qassam operations this week. They hit in defensive positions, which is what we've seen from the resistance operations in the last few weeks since the end of Gideon's Chariots. The operations are breaching operations of Israeli positions. We saw that in Khan Yunis, a breaching operation of an IDF outpost, and we're going to see that again today. The Qassam operation, a video was just released just before we went on air, showing an operation, again, a hand-delivered explosive being placed inside the hatch of a tank. These are the high-quality operations that Qassam said that they were going to be executing. They've created new weapons, guerrilla action devices for these operations to deposit the explosive directly into the hatch of the tanks or the armored personnel carriers.
That's crazy.
And the field report came out this week from Qassam of the video that we won't see. I'll break it down for you next week because it just came out as we were going on air. But the field report, again, matches exactly what you see on the video. Qassam fighters, Qassam says, were able on Monday to raid a position where enemy soldiers and vehicles were fortified. One of our fighters was able to climb on top of the Merkava tank and throw a
Makava tank
action device
in the subs,
the cockpit, which led to the killing and wounding of the tank's crew. This occurred in the Al Omari area in the center of Jabalia City in the north of the West Bank. Our fighters observed the landing of the medevac helicopters for
$10 million coffin.
This operation was clear that they had waited for the return of the tank to come back to their position after moving. And that is the time where their intelligence surveillance
Scottish tanks, Makava,
in previous days, that's when they pop
Scottish would never. No true Scotsman.
Air in when they're back in their
unironically,
they believe they're safe in their base, and the resistance attacked them, and that's what the preliminary IDF probe pointed out that 3 Qassam operatives launched an attack on an army encampment in the Jabalia area. Around 6 a.m., the incident took place shortly after the troops had arrived at the outpost following their night activity. And they killed all 4 of the tank crew instantly, which the IDF acknowledged as well this week. Let's take a look at some of the other operations this week. This is in Jabalia.
Yeah, well, we're going to see some of it now, Ninja Can. That's why we watch this.
This is to go... This is the part of the battle renamed from the previous battle, which was Stones of David. We see the fighter here. He's saying, "We are the ones who pledged allegiance to God in struggle, and we will maintain this pledge to fight as long as we live." He then quotes a poem by Sudanese writer Muhammad Abdel Bari. The poem ends, "And we will remain on the mountain of archers, and behind us the voice of the prophet shaking us. Do not leave. Do not leave." And this is a poem that refers to the Battle of Uhud in the Quran, where the archers left their positions on the mountain. 50 archers left their positions, costing the Muslims the battle. We also saw that poem be used in Shujaiya during the second battle of Shujaiya. So here we see fighters advancing on a tank from cover, behind cover. They fire a Yasin strike, a direct hit on the tank, and the fighter here, you're going to see he uses the smoke and the chaos of the strike on the first tent as concealment. To now we see him running. We're with the cameraman here. The camera is on board with the fighter as he's running up to the armored personnel carrier and depositing the explosives into the hatch of the armored personnel carrier, attempting to put it in the hatch. And here we see the fighter returning to his base safely in this operation. It's a remarkable operation. The guerrilla action device detonate in that operation.
Dude, are you fucking crazy?
Both cameramen in this operation.
My God.
Again, you see it detonating.
The Israelis learn nothing from these engagements.
Didn't go into
It's because like this is the craziness of fascism, right? It's the craziness of fascism, of Zionist fascism. If they admitted for 1 second that they need to change their tactics in Gaza, that means that they would have to admit to themselves that they have not been winning the war and that they are just committing a genocide, right? I mean, most of the people in Israel will be like, yeah, that's fine. But then it would destroy the IDF. Like, the IDF would fall apart. They cannot tell their soldiers. They just cannot tell their soldiers that things aren't going well. They can't do that. There's no way. There is no way. Because the fucking IDF soldiers already know that shit isn't going well.
The hatch was locked on both of these.
They're going to start welding troops into the tanks or something, right?
Now we're seeing another type of guerrilla.
They can admit to committing a genocide, but they can't admit to losing, right? Exactly.
These throughout the war. At the beginning of the war, we were seeing them as Yasin 105 warheads that had magnets on them, and we saw the fighters go and.
And here's the thing: they need to maintain a military presence in Gaza. What I mean by that is a shadow force that is there to fight Hamas, right? It's there to fight Hamas. Oh, in Israeli media, they talk about this shit all the time. Yeah, I know, but the fucking, the IOF and the Politburo of the Knesset just deny it. They deny it and they say, no, we're winning. I've heard them say on live that they can't win the war. Yeah, you're talking about Channel 12. Yeah, they talk about that. They talk about that regularly. But you know that the range of stuff that they talk about in Israeli media is so fucking vast when it comes to this shit. You know, because they're not just talking about, oh, we're not winning the war in Gaza, we can't win the war in Gaza. They're also talking about, oh, everyone in Gaza is completely guilty of this stuff. They're also saying Egypt is attacking us, and like Egypt are fucking going mental and this, that, and the other. Yeah, we're also going to have a look at that as well, Ash. Qatar is going to attack us because we bombed on their land. Like, they talk about so much shit. Do you know what I mean? It's endless on Israeli media. Yeah. But like lots of hardliner settlers will just be like, nah, it's not true. Zionism is strong. Zionism is proud. Zionism isn't going to fail. Yada yada yada. Like they're completely cooked. Their brain is just boiled with Zionism, you know?
In between the turret gap, between the hull and the turret of the tank, and pull the pin, and the magnetic.
They need to keep it indefinitely, and they're bleeding military resources at an unsustainable rate. At this point, European and American weapons they give to European and American fascists are what keep them in the fight. Yeah.
To adapt these weapons throughout the course of the war to carry out the operations that need to be that they have seen an opening going into the war. They had many guerrilla action devices, but they were, like I said, magnetic. So they were presuming that you stuck them on the outside of the tank. But throughout the battle, the fighters had witnessed, we've all witnessed, Israeli tanks driving around with the hatch open and the commanders with their heads outside of the hatch, or while they're parked in their positions, the Israeli soldiers, the tank crew open the hatches to get air. And that left a vulnerability that
I'd be interested in the demographics of the IDF. It's all kids. It's all kids. They have that forced conscription shit. You know what I mean? The criticism is always, you're doing it wrong, do this instead sort of shit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. They're like, no. But Netanyahu's not doing it good enough. So-and-so will do a better job. You know? Yeah, it's mandatory military service. Most of these people dying in the IDF are going to be like kids. 19-year-old brigadier generals. Every accusation is an admission from the occupying Zionist entity. They are constantly saying that Hamas uses child soldiers. They are the ones that use child soldiers. They just throw these fucking 18-year-olds into Gaza fighting people who are actually like fighting for a reason. You know what I mean? And sure, these 18-year-olds will have been completely indoctrinated with Zionist ideology, but they won't have the same kind of like definitive, motivating personal kind of spirit to do what the resistance does, to fight in the way that the resistance does. And the resistance is like water. Like they often don't need to change tactics, but when they need to, they will do it incredibly effectively. It speaks to the fact that they aren't getting trained properly. They have to go through so many people per month. There's also that. There's also the fact that, again, it's fascism, right? There is a chain of communication, there's a chain of comms, and there's a chain of command, and there's missing bits all over the place. There's like, hurdles everywhere. There are some things not being communicated to some people. There are some things being communicated to other people. There are people who are saying, like, we've gone through this on this show before. There have been battalions that have gone, we haven't had any communication from this battalion for like 10 weeks and we don't know why. We try and communicate with them to try and coordinate operations and positions, but they don't respond to us. We can't get through to them on radio, yada, yada, yada. Like, they do all kinds of stuff to like stop them from communicating with each other, so they don't actually know how bad it is, because obviously the troop morale is the biggest thing. They just need people like ready to go. You know what I mean? Like, they just want to go, yes, let's do it. You know what I mean? It's like what some other countries are doing. South Korea comes to mind, but Israel is actually fighting a war. Wait, what does South Korea do? I doubt that South Korea have 20 to 25-year-old dudes with high ranking. Hello, Powerful Finger. Welcome in. I don't know what you're referring to.
With these guerrilla action devices, and I just wanted to
I was talking about how many people come from other countries in order to serve in the IDF or outright mercenaries. That is a great point, Mia. Yeah. That's a great point.
They have a different type of one. The announced operation.
Oh, South Korea also has mandatory military service, right? Okay, gotcha.
Bark, the lightning explosive device, and this is a different one that we're...
Of course they do, because South Korea is occupying Korea. It's America occupying Korea, right?
We're seeing here in this next slide, you can see Qassam has pointed out this is the fighter returning to his base safely after depositing the guerrilla action device in the previous video that you saw. And it says, in vain they try to uproot us, but we will sprout from the blood. And that's, again, Staff of Moses operations that are in opposition to, in defense of Gaza City and Jabalia. And we have another operation from this same series here. This one, you're going to see, we're watching now a fighter crossing through open space. There's a berm made by the Israelis to protect their tank, and we're watching the fighter here creep up the berm and walk. We see a company of tanks and armored personnel carriers. There's the zoom in on him literally climbing up on top of the Namr troop carrier, and he attempts to open the hatch. And in the field report, Qassam said the hatch was closed. So he's going to retreat here safely to his base, and the fighters are going to come up and launch Yassin strikes against those two tanks and Namr troop carriers. So we're seeing these actions. We've seen them. The Israelis are saying, the Israeli military is saying that these are new, bold actions. But people who have been watching the Resistance Report and watching the Resistance since the beginning of this war know the fighters have been bold all throughout this war. The guerrilla action device requires a boldness to affix it. And people even who watched the Second Intifada, the boldness of Palestinians around Israeli tanks is something that starts very young. It's not just the resistance fighters, it's also...
That's another thing. It's important to remember, and John is doing great work here pointing this out. Like, these tanks are no scary big strangers to Palestinians. They are normalized in Palestinian society. One of the first things that you're going to see as a kid, as a Palestinian kid, is either a psychotic Zionist with a gun threatening to kill you or your family that might actually eventually kill you, or a tank doing the same thing. You know? Like, we've all seen those pictures of Palestinian kids throwing rocks at tanks, you know, actual real David and Goliath shit.
Stone throwing children who confront tanks.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
In the previous generation of Israel's war on the Palestinians. But there you can see the green triangle is the Qassam fighter climbing up on top of the Namr. You see him there. Now he's up on top.
Yeah, that's mad, dude. That's mad.
Hatches on the top of the Namr, and he's trying to open those, and they are locked. And then we've seen this before too, firing rounds from small arms at the same time as they fire the Yassin. Believe that's to try to distract the active protection system, the trophy system that's on, or the Iron Fist, is some cases, that the firing on the sensors messes.
That's a good point, Powerful Finger, yeah.
That is the belief of what is going on here. But the battle is, of course, beyond Gaza. It is also in the West Bank. This is a video.
Okay, this is huge stuff, chat. I brought this up very, very briefly last week on stream, but the West Bank, I can't remember what the militant name is. Al-Quds, I think. Al-Quds in the West Bank announced that they were doing operations for the first time in a long time. I think it might be years since Al-Quds have done any operations in the West Bank. But they're like, yeah, now it's time. And you will notice that these guys are operating on a completely different playing field to what the resistance in Gaza are operating under. So, yeah, hopefully we're going to see some stuff here.
Al-Quds that they have put together. Interestingly,
it's Al-Quds, yeah.
They have captured Israeli military gear, which goes with an army radio report earlier this week that
what? This is all stuff that they've done?
These are also operations previously in the battle of in northern Gaza, in the Tulkarm and Jenin camps, as well as Nur Shams camps, and it's a promo video that Israel Quds put out to say that we're here, we're on the battlefield, we're carrying out these operations, and it ends with saying, "Our struggle is ongoing, and we will continue to fight you until the liberation of Palestine, all of Palestine." And there was an operation today, reported, a Shuja IED, named after the commander in the Tulkarm. In the Tulkarm camp, he's from the Tulkarm camp, but he's the overall commander of Israel Quds in Tulkarm. That operation wounded 2 IDF soldiers inside a troop carrier, and today is 232 days of siege of the camps in Jenin, and it's been 8 months, full 8 month siege on those camps. Earlier this week, Army Radio reported several Palestinians tried to return to the Jenin camp, which they have been expelled from, and the Jenin camp is in the process of being destroyed. They went back to look for belongings, and Israel shot and killed a number of them, which is exactly what Israel did in 1948 when they ethnically cleansed Palestine the first time. And they anyone coming back were called infiltrators. If they went back, Palestinians went back to try to get their belongings or to get some of their sheep because they had been driven out. They were killed by Israeli forces. And when you see that happening in Jenin, it definitely reminds you of that time. And just to give you a sense, though, in August, there was more than 180 clashes, stone-throwing clashes between youth and the Israeli military in the West Bank. These are happening every single day. Just a nutshell of a single day in September, September the 8th. There was an attack in occupied East Jerusalem that killed 7, 17 were wounded, but there was also clashes elsewhere around Jerusalem, but also
majority of Americans don't know the difference between Gaza and the West Bank. Ignorance here is mind-boggling. I mean, yeah, that's the point, though, right? You know, it's by design. You probably couldn't have even remotely spoken about Israel and Palestine in the way that people are speaking about it nowadays in the USA 2 years ago, right? And I know that to be true because it was true in the UK. And I know that it is more insane in America, the blurring of the lines. And it's all because the imperial court is complicit and participatory in it, right? You know what I mean? And that has just been like the bitter, sweet result of this. It's been the bittersweet outcome of what has been happening in Gaza is that actually people know about it now, and it sucks. It sucks that like hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have had to die in order for people to see it for what it is. But you know, we are here, and you know, Zionism is staggering around. It is dying. It is completely under attack. It is being economically isolated. It knows that it's under attack from boycott, divest, and sanctions. I remember the fact confusing me when I was younger. The media I had access to were all complicit. Yeah, exactly. And again, like Magic Mia says, in 2024, a major German newspaper ran a headline which included the phrase "Jenin in the Gaza Strip." Jenin is in the West Bank. You know. The only reason that I knew the things that I knew about Gaza and the West Bank was because of the electronic intifada and other people who were brave enough to talk about Palestine when the world's leaders just didn't want to know anything about it ever. You know what I mean?
In multiple places in Ramallah, multiple places in Jenin, multiple places in Tulkarm, in Nablus as well, and in Halil Hebron in the Al-Fawar camp. There's operations and clashes and resistance and refusing to submit operations going on in the West Bank.
It's what happens, Rune Collector, with fascism, because when fascism pushes outwards, Abby Martin as well with the Empire Files. Yeah, Abby Martin is a great example as well, like learning about Palestine. She's been doing that for years. It's what happens with fascism. Like Hitler, you know, made the same mistake in terms of, you know, thinking that, oh yeah, actually what we need to do endless military expansion is just conscript young people into the army, just conscript 16-year-olds, 18-year-olds. As soon as someone reaches that age, they get conscripted into the army, and anyone who refuses, we put them in the camps. That is exactly what Israel does. Anyone who refuses, they get put in a prison, you know, and they get a much better prison ride than Palestinians, because obviously even prison in the Zionist entity is apartheid, and it is incredibly telling that they do the same shit. They just copy what fucking Hitler did. Hitler ran out of folks to conscript. Yep, kids and old men towards the end. They were even. I remember when I went to Berlin for the first time, and I went to the. I can't remember what it's called. The English name is something of terror. The something of terror. I can't remember what it is, but it's like it's not the timeline of terror. It's the something of terror, and it talks about how in the final days of the Reich. When even Hitler didn't know that the Allies and were marching on Berlin, they were marching on Berlin, and it like came out of nowhere. There was a instruction for everyday Germans to create weapons of their own. Right? We can't give you a gun, but here are some ways that you can make a gun. And if you ever see a communist coming this way, you use it and you kill them and you just do it for the fatherland, right? And that's crazy. Like that is the level that they got to in just like completely underestimating, total domination and expansion. Werwolf guerrillas, is that what they were called? Right? Yeah. And this is, that's what happens. Like you think that endless military expansion isn't going to have consequences for you, and the way that you because you invade a country, the people in the country didn't want it, you beat them via force, and now you subjugate the people in that country. They don't like it, they rebel, right? The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, that's what happened. And then you go, fuck, that's shit, what's going on? Anyway, let's push into Russia, put them all in camps, but put them in Russia, send troops to Russia, etc., etc. And then it's like, okay, yeah, you're annexing more places, and there's more resistances happening all over the place. And then you're continuing to push and push and push and push and push. It doesn't work like that, right? It doesn't fucking work like that.
Through the time that we're focused on Gaza in these reports, of course, it's worth noting, of course, also that Israel's Operation Summit of Fire, the United States lured.
The lack of structure is what I'm talking about, Rune Collector. That's exactly it. Because they only have one thing in their mind, which is expanding their territory and genociding civilians. They don't think about resistance fighters. They don't think about that kind of stuff,
Us negotiators to Doha.
I think this guy is one of the only people reporting on this too, yeah.
Ceasefire agreement. And Israel used that opportunity to attempt to assassinate.
No, you're absolutely right, Mia. Yeah. No, that is absolutely spot on. German fascism is different from settler colonialism. The main point of German fascism was to prevent a revolution, keep the bourgeoisie in charge. That is like what is going to happen and what is happening in the USA. Yeah? USA fascism is more like German fascism, Hitler fascism. And Israel has less wiggle room than Nazi Germany in regard to that, because Israel is just a settler colonial project, Damn, you mean swelling the ranks of ICE with every dropout anti-education loser won't turn it into an elite fighting force? Well, there's also going to be an issue with that, isn't there? Right?
Hamas leadership, but definitely destroyed the negotiations, which is just further proof that Israel is not interested in any kind of negotiation.
Well, it's a boon to us as well, right? Because the IDF trains military in our countries, and it's like, well, if the military wanted to do fascism on us in our countries, oh damn, right, they're only as good as the IDF.
Likely collapsing the negotiations entirely. No interest in their POWs, and we saw last.
Hey, my dog, how are you doing? Welcome in.
In a video released by Qassam, Qassam's shadow unit showed 2 of the captives being driven around Gaza City, and you can see these 2 captives, these 2 soldiers. We saw them previously in the middle camps during the ceasefire.
That's right, Banker. Yeah,
and the 2 soldiers, they introduce themselves to each other in this Qassam video, and the soldiers say, "How did you get here?" Qassam wanted to show that these captives are being moved, and the captives are in Gaza City, and Israel doesn't care about that. Obviously, we've known that throughout this entire war, but the attack on Qatar and Doha definitely proved that point. Let's take a look at Yemen briefly here, because the Yemeni support operations are continuing. This is the map we've shown before. The
only Arab state, Gulf state with any fucking backbone.
Houthi territory, Ansar Allah territory, which is not a significant indicator. They control more territory than that map.
Certified to open my local fab lab.
But you can see the outer rings there. That's showing the range of the ballistic missiles and the drones, particularly the outer ranges that cover Israel are the Palestine 2 ballistic
small scale workshop offering personal digital fabrication. Oh, sweet.
The Yafa drone.
Good for you.
Which, we saw penetrate Israel multiple times.
I'm doing great, thanks.
38 operations in the past 2 weeks. Abdul Malik al-Houthi said 23 drone.
Even in the days of the Austrian Empire, there was a huge lack of Slovenian language schools. The German-speaking ones were to get more state bureaucrats trained.
Those, well, let's take a look at number 12. This shows the graphic of where these drone operations targeted.
One of my nephews was in 29 Commando. They had some visiting Krav Maga instructors. He said some of them were hard and some of them were not so hard. Well, that's the thing, right? Because Krav Maga is... There's a reason that in the UFC they don't study Krav Maga. Right, the UFC, the Ultimate Fighters Championship, the two most popular fighting styles are Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai, Thai boxing, right? They don't train Krav Maga because Krav Maga is only effective. I remember when I was training Muay Thai, I was like, isn't Krav Maga supposed to be a very effective thing? And my coach was like, yeah, I don't really think so. Do you know what I mean? That one UFC fight with the Irish guy will never leave my memory. Yeah. You know, it's just like this is a thing that is only, Krav Maga's shite. Like, it only works if you are beating up a toddler. Of
course, the Yemeni armed forces carried out wide-scale military.
It also, as Israel does, steals a lot of things from other fighting styles. Like, for example, Wing Chun. Wing Chun is a Chinese fighting style which is designed to disarm someone or, neutralize them as quickly as possible, right? And it's kind of like, it's based around these like forward central punches, just kind of like this. And Krav Maga basically kind of looks and feels like that. And Wing Chun is great for defending yourself if you're like in a tight spot or whatever. But if you are fighting an experienced fighter, you're gonna get completely outflanked by someone who understands Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or Muay Thai. You know what I mean?
Operations with several drones targeting multiple objectives.
Krav Maga brought to you by the outward elbow quick draw technique.
Airport down in Eilat. That is on the bottom of the map that you see there. There was 3 drones towards two sensitive sites in the Negev. They don't say what
as terrifying as Jedi lightsaber techniques out of the expanded universe Star Wars waffle.
Sirens in the Dimona nuclear around the nuclear facility, and also Navatim Air Base.
Yeah, that but an entire martial art. Yeah,
for the attacks on Yemen and elsewhere, the attacks on Iran were from that base. Up, you could see up higher, there was the bottom dot is Ashdod. There was a drone attack.
Wing Chun is very good. Wing Chun is a very good style. I learned Wing Chun.
Ashdod, there's multiple, there's a refinery and a power plant that are usually what the Yemeni Armed Forces is aiming at. And then up further, you could see
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is incredibly effective.
Target. The Yemeni Armed Forces said, the Yemeni Armed Forces confirmed that
most street fights end up on the floor. That's just a fact. If you're getting into a fight with someone and you're not wearing gloves or something like that, and there are bare knuckles being thrown around, and like, look at this thing, chat. You know what I mean? Like, even though my fist isn't like a massive meathead fist, it's like a bundle of sinews and bones. And when you start punching people like that with a raw fist, people just end up like falling over, because that's just it. And when you're on the ground, you're going to need to know what to do when that other person gets on top of you and starts fucking beating you up,
Escalate.
Never had any contact point with Krav Maga. I did judo for a long ass time, and its most effective stuff is simple shit. Get people on the floor and choke them out. Yep.
Yemen was bombed yesterday.
Isn't it funny how like all of us are talking about our martial arts experience, like when we've had a look at martial arts, and no one's done Krav Maga? Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Wow. Crazy how that works.
35 people were killed, 150 wounded. The Yemeni armed forces also...
It's also very easy to break your hand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Airports inside
I did Taekwondo, had a lot of fun with that. Taekwondo, not very effective in an actual fight, but very good for athletics.
Bear no responsibility for any consequences.
I did everything but, yeah.
For the immediate halt to all flights.
I've done HEMA, hit people with swords. Oh, yeah, I heard about that shit, yeah.
Airport blockade.
Also, hi, Link. Good to see you.
The naval blockade that the Yemenis have continued. Let's look at 13 because you can see the drone strike on Ramon Airport. It hit the passenger lounge. It was within
Great! Look at that! It's happened!
Liners. So obviously a direct hit that made it through Israeli defenses.
Dude, listen. The Israelis laugh at Yemen all the time. They're like, Yemen, ha! There's no way. They send one shitty rocket every 3 days. Actually, they send sometimes 2 rockets per day and a few drones, right? And that's the reality of it, right? That's the reality of it.
And you can see that there on the Ramon Airport.
What are you saying there, new chatter?
Another drone that penetrated. This is an Israeli Apache helicopter. I mean, American Apache helicopter chasing IDF flown American helicopter chasing one of these Yafa drones. And you can see it shooting it down here at the end of this video. There was a number of reports from the ground in the West.
Please no more Cyrillic in chat. I have to translate all of it. Just stick to English in it, please.
Bank this week.
Yeah, thank you, B-Rat.
Israel, people reporting.
B-Rat, if you wanted to say shit in Cyrillic, that would be fine because I've known you for years and I trust you in it. But like random new chatter who isn't even following me. No, it's all good. You know what I mean? It's just you just don't know. You know what I mean? You just don't know. So
the drones flying overhead.
I promise. By the way.
Hello, me old chum.
Thank you. You read the room. I am going to make an effort to learn Cyrillic, by the way. That is something that is on my list, so don't worry about it.
Saw that as well in the Lebanon front in the war. We saw the Israelis chasing drones around.
Read between the lines, you know what I mean?
There, we look at number 15. There was also a qualitative development in the Yemeni front that was announced by Abdel Malik al-Houthi at the end of last month. The missile force announced.
No, not yet, Helgina. Welcome in.
Developing cluster warheads.
Might have a look at that in a bit.
Missiles.
Got like another 30 minutes of the stream left.
Warheads.
Not sure if we'll have time.
Re-entry vehicle. Abdel Malik al-Houthi says a major qualitative achievement that has deeply alarmed the enemy. Sirens blared in over 200 locations.
Different countries have different letters. Yeah, I know.
Shelters and air traffic suspended at Ben Gurion Airport. So they have announced the use of cluster.
Cornering the coveted Yugoslav demographic.
The Kafia is that's
got to happen.
Vehicle, and
has to happen.
Of that are multiple warheads, which means that the air defense systems have to track a number of those missiles. A number of those warheads from the same missile. We can see that from civilian.
Yugoslav Cyrillic is the easiest.
Number 16 here. This last
gotcha.
Video shows what that cluster munition looks like, and it makes it very difficult for the interceptors to pick each one out and to knock it out of the air as it's already entering. Most of these missiles,
that's wild.
Israel is attempting to hit them in the outer atmosphere before they break apart like that. But that is a major development on the Yemeni front. So that is
a huge development on the Yemeni front. Absolutely incredible. All right, great reporting from John Elmer as always. Let's have a little listen to this. I condone, I disavow, I don't condone, I condemn. It's so naughty, so evil. Oh my god, Bobby Villain. I can't believe he did it again. Whoa. Let's have a look at some Israeli brain rot. Let's have a look at some From Jeff Epstein. Let's have a look at this shit. Israel's envoy at the UN.
This is... You are shredding the UN Charter with your own hands. Yes, yes, that's what you're doing. Shredding the UN Charter. Shame on you.
Bro, this is insane. Shit posting from hell. It's so insane, dude. What is happening? This is classic Israeli, right? Classic Israeli Zionist shit. Doing the thing that he says that everyone else is doing. Is this recent? Didn't they do it almost 2 years ago? I don't trust the blue check. I mean, it could be, right? It could be.
This is...
But I think that this is the new guy, right? This isn't the guy, the same guy from 2 years ago. They got a new guy to come in and do shit, right?
You are shredding the UN Charter with your...
Stop hitting yourself.
Yes.
PBS, he has a mini shredder on the floor of the UN. And he's putting a mini version of the UN Charter into the shredder. It's an old one. I hadn't seen this before. It's funny as hell, man. A classic clip. Do you think they just have tiny shredders on hand? Nah. This is an Israel special for sure. Where did he find a shredder that small? They actually do make these. Like they're kind of like in the realm of like desk toys. It's like that's what I mean. It's like a joke toy shredder, yeah. Like a novelty shredder, yeah. Mossad issue shredder. Yeah, this is from 2024. Thank you for that, Pitsy. Appreciate it. Yeah. Blue check wanker reposting some old stuff. We got some cool actions that have happened recently against the Zionist entity. This is WebDoc in Australia. Blocked again as we demand Australia stop arming Israel. So we have an actionist here above a tripod erected in the middle of a what appears to be an exit ramp for a dock somewhere in Australia. We got someone else here locked on. We'll be back, bitches. Sprayed onto the front of the line, on the front of the thing. There's another tripod erected over there. There's another actionist. Your deals cause deaths. Some banners everywhere. Stop arming Israel. End the war machine. Awesome. Absolutely based. Let's fucking go. What legends? What heroes? What fucking heroes will be remembered as heroes in the history of the world? We got another action yesterday. These are from yesterday, by the way. Welcome to Malmo. So Malmo, I think is that Denmark or is this Sweden? Malmo, I don't know. I know that we at least got some Scandies in the chat. It's Sweden. Thank you, Pitsy. People gathered in Malmo today to say we don't allow genocide. Volvo is profiting off the genocide on Palestinians. Their machines are used to demolish homes and uproot olive trees. Volvo machinery has been used to build the separation wall that locks in Palestinians and keeps them from moving freely across their land. So let's take a look at this here. This is the classic Malmo garb that the actionists got in here. The white jumpsuits, very, very powerful statement. Volvo claws off Palestine. So it looks like they shut down a bunch of roads. They went all the way, I think, to the Volvo factory. So there you go. Very, very interesting. Yes, says Frazo. Hell yeah, let's go. This is breaking news from yesterday. Israelis have been barred from the prestigious Royal College of Defence Studies in London. So it was revealed by Declassified UK that IDF soldiers have been training in Britain throughout the Gaza genocide. So here's a couple of the scum. And and this news was broke by Declassified UK, and because of the light being shone on it, the Royal College decided, fuck it off, we're not doing it, we're sacking him off now. So there you go. Some more stuff from Declassified UK. Top Labour official married to a lobbyist for an Israeli arms firm. Pearson Engineering is owned by the Israeli government. Now it's hired a lobbying firm run by the husband of Holly Ridley, Labour's general secretary. Yeah. Fucking yikes. Labour Party's general secretary is married to a lobbyist for an Israeli arms firm. Declassified can reveal Pearson Engineering, based in England, but is part of Israel's state-owned arms giant Rafael. So some more information coming out there about the Labour Party. Here we have someone in South Africa. Pretoria erupted as police clashed with protesters outside South Africa's trade ministry, where demonstrators demanded an immediate halt to coal exports to Israel. Footage showed officers pushing back crowds as they tried to breach the gates, detaining at least one protester and seizing banners. We cannot be a state that is stood in the ICJ, that has stood on the side of principled solidarity and continues sending coal, one protester said, calling it hypocritical, inconsistent, and criminal to fuel these atrocities while accusing Israel of genocide in The Hague. Activists say South Africa exported over 1.6 million tons of coal to Israel, making it the country's largest supplier. The Pretoria protest was part of a wider campaign, with solidarity groups also rallying in Cape Town and Durban. Organisers submitted a memorandum to the government accusing it of talking left and walking right while Gaza suffers in a genocide. This is great stuff.
ICJ that has stood on the side of principled solidarity and continues sending coal that is funding a genocide, that is killing children, that is actively engaged in an illegal blockade, in starvation.
Israel, it's 17% of their power that comes from coal. And now South Africa is the largest exporter. That's completely unrealistic, but also immoral. Walking left and walking right.
Look at this legend.
It's inconsistent. It's actually criminal in terms of the law to be enabling a genocide.
We know that Glencore is complicit in multiple genocides. We have sent a letter and a memorandum to the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, to Parks Tau. We have not received a response.
Can you imagine being the country that freed itself from apartheid and having your country speak out of one side of its mouth saying this is evil, this is horrible, this country is doing genocide and apartheid, and then out of the other side of its mouth, here you go, bro, have some coal. Right? Can you imagine? Next up, Genoa dock workers threaten a port shutdown on September the 22nd if the flotilla to Gaza is impeded. A strike that could shut down European commerce. It is not acceptable that we could send 17,000 containers to Israel, but we can't get 50 tons of humanitarian aid in. This is a report from Dropsite News. My left ear is loving this chat. Hang on, let me make this mono for you. Yeah, the Samud flotilla is scheduled to arrive in Gaza on, I think it's Saturday or Sunday. Used to be Chile or Peru who is the top supplier till they cut ties, right? Ramaphosa in South Africa trying to play all sides, yeah. This was the same guy that did the speech at the launch of the flotilla.
Abbiamo sommato la volontà di proclamare uno sciopero generale.
Let's go! Chat, this is huge stuff. This is huge stuff. If this happens, this will send shockwaves so far throughout Europe that this is how you make stuff happen. This is how you make stuff happen. You just put your tools down. You don't go into work. You take the day off for one day. 1 day is all it will take. In June PM, Maloney's government criminalized blockades punishable by up to 7 years in prison. The dock workers' strike would directly challenge this new law. Let's fucking go. Oh my God. Extremely based. Holy fucking shit. Someone in tears there. I'm not surprised. Like, this is people power. It's fucking powerful. All right, so woman arrested on the recent Defend Our Juries protest against the ban on Palestine action gets in touch. This is Josiah Mortimer, chief reporter at the UK political outlet The Byline Times, and also on the ground. This guy is a pretty decent journalist. A woman arrested at the recent Defend Our Juries protest against the ban on Palestine action gets in touch. Quote, no one that was arrested on Saturday has yet been charged because there were so many arrests they just sent people home. Shocking, really, sending all those terrorists home. Everyone arrested has been issued a date to go to a police station for an interview and possible charges. All a bit, excuse me, Madam Terrorist, would you mind popping into the local police station? So a good bit of info there for anyone who might have been interested in participating in those protests. I personally would not encourage anyone to do that because, of course, it would be terrorism and against the law. So don't do that. It's bad, but I guess it's important and interesting to know nonetheless. What else we got here? Drop site news. New UN relief chief Tom Fletcher said Hamas are broadly staying out of the way of aid deliveries in Gaza and have not posed major obstacles. Fletcher said most looting comes from starving civilians or gangs, not Hamas, and urged more trucks to flood Gaza to lower prices. He also confirmed that UN meets with absolutely everyone, signaling contacts with Hamas. Let's take a little listen to this.
Your microphone a little close.
I'm sorry. Apropos of delivery of aid in Gaza, you said it's part of your business to meet with all sides.
I'm just going to run to the toilet, chat.
Etc. How satisfied are you with, I mean, there is a war going on. How satisfied are you with Hamas's behavior in terms of allowing and facilitating the delivery of humanitarian aid? I mean, after all, the United States and Israel both say that there's been looting and they have been embedded with civilians and taking food. And what are your thoughts?
So we are facing massive amounts of looting of our convoys, but we assess that most of that is coming from desperate civilians, absolutely starving, trying to feed their families, or from some of the armed gangs that operate, with seeming impunity around those areas that we then have to drive through on those very pre-scripted routes that we're given to drive along. Our assessment is that Hamas are broadly staying out of the way of the aid distribution, which we do through community networks and so on. We haven't hit major obstacles from them, but of course, they've got to release the hostages. That is an obstacle clearly, and we need some sort of transition to a better system for running Gaza as a whole. So they haven't been a major impediment to what we're doing. Can I guarantee that every grain of rice that gets looted from our lorries doesn't end up on the market in some way or doesn't get stolen by a Hamas fighter? No, it's impossible in those chaotic conditions to guarantee that.
Got to throw in a release the hostages.
We have a system that ensures the majority does get to civilians. If we're allowed to operate, if we could flood Gaza with hundreds of trucks a day, the looting would go away. The prices in the market.
God, this is just such basic thinking. Could you imagine if we applied this way of thinking to crime-ridden areas, shoplifting? Yeah, Israel could start the trend by releasing the hostages that they've got. Right, exactly. So there you go. We got a little bit of other extra stuff. Turkish President Erdogan receives Greek Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem. And he, after that, started talking about how important it is to protect Jerusalem from Israel. And then we've got Netanyahu in Jerusalem. I don't know if he's speaking English here. If he's speaking English, that will mean that he is speaking to someone who doesn't speak Hebrew. So ideally, in this situation, it would be Erdogan.
Well, we're here. This is our city, Mr. Erdogan. It's not your city. It's our city. It will always be our city. It will not be divided again. What we're
Wonder why else he would be saying that. Okay, this is some absolutely crazy and insane scenes from the Knesset in the occupying Zionist entity. There appears to have been some kind of committee meeting or hearing about how IOF soldiers are not being provided with support after the war when they are decommissioned and they've seen their friends get fucking taken out, 2 at a time with one fucking bullet from one sniper, and they have nightmares about it because they're like, shit, actually we're not the master race and we got fucking domed and all of our friends got domed and shit.
איפה שר הביטחון? איפה שר האוצר? זה מה שאתם נותנים לנו. זה מה שאתם נותנים לנו. חולה נפש. אנחנו אובדנות. חולה נפש. הכל אובדנות. מה אנחנו מחבלים? אתם מדברים איתנו שטויות. אנחנו מחבלים. אובדנות, תראי מה זה, אובדנות. תתחילו בכדור. אין לכם.
So I believe that what they're saying is we are mentally ill and our friends are committing suicide as they dump piles of psychiatric medications, including fentanyl, on the table. I don't really have any empathy for these guys. I'm not gonna lie. I believe that there is something to be said about the way that the Zionist entity brainwashes people, right? It brainwashes people into believing certain things, many things, in fact, that are not true. For example, that if you go and serve in the IOF, it's really easy. You're super strong. It's going to be like, such an easy ride. We've got all the best equipment. We've got all the best everything. And then you go into Gaza and you get domed, and your friend gets domed, and your other friend gets domed, and your other friend kills himself because all he's been doing has just been like shooting civilians. His commanding officer is like, all those people are Hamas, take him out. And he's like, yeah, they are, yeah. And then all those dead children are just like haunting him for the rest of his life. You know what I mean? There's something to be said about like certainly the fucking psychotic brainwashing that these people go through, but I'm not going to feel sorry for him. And yeah, if they're committing suicide, I'm not surprised. Like, what other human response could you have to just like murdering children? Like, I don't think it matters how much propaganda you consume. If you have just like murdered children, like fish in a barrel, or even not children, just like starving civilians. Yo! Conrad, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, my buddy? Please, everybody, if you don't follow Conrad, please go and show him some love. He's a great streamer. He's also the producer for Red Planet, our great commie roundtable discussion show that we do every... I spelled your name wrong. Sorry. Don't follow that one. You can't anyway. You can't. It's that Conrad Zimmerman. Yeah. There you go. Go and check him out. He was last streaming Little Witch in the Woods. I hope that was an enjoyable stream for you, buddy, and I hope that you had a great time. If you're just coming in from Conrad's stream and you don't know me, my name's djmuel. I'm one of the hosts of Red Planet. I'm also a leftist political streamer in the UK. We're currently covering Israel and how it is suffering and experiencing economic isolation amidst its genocidal war in Gaza, and all the kinds of ins and outs of that. We were just covering these unfortunate fellows who are basically suffering from the fact that they murdered too many babies in Gaza, and now they're like, all these drugs aren't working, dude. None of these drugs are working, and our friends are killing themselves. And it's kind of like, haha, lol, ha 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 ha, lol. Anyway, we got a couple of other things that have happened this week. The Arab states, including Qatar. No, we're not watching this because this is a 3-hour thing. I've forgotten that I included that in here. Qatar, Egypt, Djibouti, fucking UAE, Saudi Arabia, all of the Arabic-speaking states. They all got together to have an emergency summit over the Israeli strike in Doha, in Qatar. So So.
State from across the Arab and Islamic world.
Hello, Morton. How are you doing?
For an emergency summit. They're discussing a regional response to last week's Israeli attack on Hamas leaders in Doha. Qatar says Israel's aggression must be met with fierce and firm measures. Despite that, Qatar's Prime Minister says his country will continue mediation efforts to end the war in Gaza.
The state of Qatar will not tolerate any violation of its sovereignty or
they did reel in,
national security. Qatari sovereignty is a matter that cannot be overlooked or transgressed, and we will confront any threat to us by all means guaranteed by international law. From this standpoint, we emphasize that Israel's mob and barbaric practices will not deter us from continuing our sincere efforts with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States to stop this unjust war.
For more on this, we're going to speak with Mohammed Al-Masri, Professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Thanks so much, Mohammed, for being with us. We heard their talk of concrete measures of action being taken. What practical steps do you think could come out of today's summit?
Well, what practical steps could come out, or what practical steps will likely come out? I think there are two different questions. Certainly, there's a lot on the table, and many of your analysts have been sort of speculating, right? They're everything from a possible sort of Arab NATO or some kind of a joint military alliance to economic sanctions to closing off airspace to Israeli aircraft. Joining the ICJ case against Israel, the genocide case that was brought by South Africa about a year and a half ago.
He's going to end this by saying they've decided to do none of this.
Withdrawing from the Abraham Accords. There are all kinds of options. Unfortunately, though, I kind of agree with what many are saying, that I think expectations are maybe a bit too high. I think it's likely that that things are going to fall well short of the expectations of the Arab street, primarily because there are too many countries. They have diverging interests, and they don't all agree on taking these kinds of actions.
So do you think that is going to hold back some of the more firmer actions that could potentially be taken because of, I guess, the differences in amongst so many countries that are here today?
I do. To me, the Abraham Accords is a real obvious one. 5 years ago, I was saying that this was a really bad idea, and so were many other people. But I think it should be clear to everyone now that this was a really bad idea, right? And not just because it undermines the Palestinian cause, because it also makes things much more dangerous for regional actors, right? But I think it's unlikely, because I think that there are actors like the UAE, like Morocco, who value their relationships with Israel. I'll be very surprised if they end up withdrawing from those accords.
Okay. When it comes to the security arrangements here, especially in the GCC, how will leaders see the Israeli attack that occurred?
So, after all this speculation, as it turned out, Iran was the only Arab nation, and of course they're not really an Arab nation, they're Persian nation, they're Farsi-speaking Persian nation. But in the summit, they were obviously invited because they're part of the region of Middle East and North Africa. And they were the only country who said, this is dumb. We should do something. Are you mental? Right? Are you mental? So, let's have a little look at this. Iran stuns Arab nation and slams the US for giving impunity to Netanyahu. The Doha attack was inevitable.
Unfortunately, the terrorist leaders in Tel Aviv, leveraging the impunity supported by a parallel betrayal of diplomacy, in June 2015 and with their war of aggression against the people of my country, have become bolder. There should be no doubt that last week's attacks on Doha were pure terrorism.
Exactly, Middle-earth Marxist, yeah.
The regime in Tel Aviv has cast aside every moral and restraint. But let's have a candid discussion about how we got here. The attack wasn't out of the blue. Nevertheless, it was an inevitable outcome of giving the Zionist regime decades of impunity by the Western powers. We owe the Palestinian people, and all those who believe in justice,
I don't know why Guyana is there.
Honesty and action. As for honesty, it must be articulated that the crimes of the Zionist regime are not accidental but part of a calculated strategy of domination, purging, intimidation, a doctrine of ethnic cleansing, expansion, and aggression, bolstered by the United States and some Western powers.
It's the Iranian president's office.
Concerned, we must say that words alone will not stop genocide. The aggressor must be isolated, its arms and finances severed, its leaders held accountable in the courts of justice.
Yep.
But none of this is possible without ironclad unity. The Zionist regime has long relied on our divisions and conflicting priorities. The attack in Doha caused many equations and misconceptions to change, and demonstrated that no Arab or Islamic nation is immune from the assaults of Tel Aviv regime.
Correct.
Any capital, Arab or Islamic, could be next. The choice is clear. We must stand together. Bombing negotiators is unjustifiable, and you have crossed every red line, disregarded all logic and laws, and violated every principle of civilized behavior.
Yep.
However, you unintentionally did an indispensable thing. You have awakened the collective will of the Islamic nation. Playing the role of the oppressed and pretending to be the victim has become worthless and ineffective.
They had the leader from the minority opposition to Ansar Allah who lives in Riyadh attacking Ansar Allah's attack in the Red Sea in Israel. That is so weak, dude. I knew that nothing was going to come of this. It's so embarrassing. The only thing that is going to bring down, you know, it's not for me to say. It's not for me to say, but I've heard Palestinians say it, like, where the fuck are the Arab nations? Like, you know, you've got people in the imperial core who are like putting their freedom on the line to like sabotage weapons factories and shit like that. Like, obviously I don't hear much of the news from the region, so I don't know if this stuff is happening in these regions, but like I know how much they crack down on civil unrest in these places, and it's like, you know, are there people doing this? Are there people doing this kind of stuff? And the fact that they're going to prevent their, you know, the people of their countries from doing this stuff. I know that there's massive demonstrations in Qatar right now saying like, what the fuck is going on? We should be bombing Israel. I know that is actually happening, but it's just crazy. It's like, you know, is it really going to be the reduction of the divestment? Is it really going to be the increasing of divestment from the Zionist entity from imperial core countries that does Israel in, with a combination of you know, pressure from Yemen and Iran, which is far away but has been very hands off, Yemen, which is also very far away but is bombing it every day, and you know, the Palestinian resistance, which does operations every day. Obviously, is it really going to be a combination of that brings Israel down? Like, the Arab nations will be embarrassed to say that after it's all fallen apart. They will be embarrassed. It is a deep shame, and like, I just cannot understand it. I just cannot understand it. Egypt is really harsh with any dissent. Yeah, it is, and you know, it's crazy because they don't get anything from it. All they get is like better trade with the US and better trade with the imperial core, you know? And it's like, at what point do you have to like cut your losses and go, yeah, we could just like allow this belligerent nation to threaten us all the time, and it could do whatever it wants with impunity, with no response whatsoever. You know, how is that worth it, right?
Observes, documents, and remembers. The Zionist regime has declared war against our sovereignty, dignity, and future.
Yep.
In response, we will not be intimidated, we will not be divided, and we will
marginally better trade in exchange for your soul. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Justice will rise. From the rubble of destroyed buildings in Doha, Beirut, Tehran...
Sisi is Trump's favorite dictator, his word? Yeah, I believe it, yeah.
One not built on hypocrisy, but on Islamic unity, fraternity, and shared human dignity.
And you know, I've seen brave Egyptian working class people, right? I've seen brave Egyptian working class people lock foreign ministers and policemen in cells and be like, you're not coming out until you open the border with Rafah. I've seen people do that. And of course, horrible, horrific shit is going to happen to those kids who did that shit. You know, these were like young guys who did this shit, you know? And that's fucking dope. More backbone than any of the fucking Arab Gulf states right now. It's crazy. And I like hate saying it because, like, you know, I don't want to be like a white guy in the West West-splaining this shit, but I know that the people on the ground, like the reason why Al Jazeera is so anti-Israel, even though it is Qatar state media, is because Qatar's leadership knows that even though it signed the Abraham Accords and it didn't sign the Abraham Accords, I can't remember which one it is. I don't think they're in the Abraham Accords. I can't remember, but like they literally are just like, you know, we have to maintain this air of pro-Palestine sentiment so that our population doesn't like overthrow us, right? Hey YBE, yeah, they all got the leadership installed by the CIA. Exactly, it's that as well. And they don't want to get bombed. Yeah, but that's the dumb shit though, right? Because they are getting bombed. Like Qatar just got fucking bombed. So you know, anyway. It's like this is, you know, anyway, again, I don't want to like West-splain, but again, it's kind of things that I've heard from people in these Arabic Gulf states, right?
Zionist.
And it's what I hear from Palestinians. It's what I hear from Palestinians. I go off what Palestinians say, you know? Anyway, there you go. So there is Iran stunning the Arab nations by saying, yeah, nah, we gotta just sort this stuff out. So here is some like dumb speculation from Globe Eye News. I'm pretty suspicious of this news source. It's just a blue check wanker Twitter thing. Yo, Morton, thank you so much for gifting a sub to YBE. I was referring to Egypt. I just came in. Yeah. This is certainly true for Egypt. Yeah. No, they're not in the Accords, but they normalized relationships with Israel, who then punish them for it. Right? Exactly. It's just crazy, man. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, this is crazy, right? Because what are you noticing here, chat? What are you noticing here? Egypt plans to establish a NATO-style joint Arab force to defend any Arab nation under attack. I don't know how true this is. This was 2 days ago. But look who's here. Look who's there, chat. September 14th, 2025. Who's this? Who's this? Who's this? Is that Suriyar Allah Bashar? Like what's going on, man? Come on, dude. Like this is just come on, man. I can't see him. I think I need an eye doctor. It's fucking Assad. It's crazy. It's Bashar al-Assad. Oh man, just crazy. Just crazy. That's what I mean. It's an old pic. Somehow Emperor Bashar returned. It's just so insane. Right. Okay. It's not. Assad wasn't there. He wasn't there. It's just like this fucking blue check wanker bullshit. Like, I bet if I search this now, Egypt, NATO, like Arab NATO defense. I don't know. What's gonna come up? Okay, push for Arab Islamic NATO in meeting attended by PAK. Who's PAK? Arab states consider revival of plan to create NATO style. It's this Newsweek, Jerusalem Post, the National News. Who is the National News? Who's this? I'm getting like a stress tinnitus from this chat. Like there's so much misinformation out there. Proposal being discussed on sidelines of Doha. Summit comes in response to Israel's strike on Qatar. Egyptian proposal. Right, okay, so that there seems to be coalition with this. Oh, it's a Turkish party. Thank you, Helgina. Arab Summit held in Sharm el-Sheikh was adopted in principle, but the progress was not made in follow-up meetings in 2015. At the time, Egyptian proposal was drafted in response to take over large areas of Yemen by the Iran-backed Houthis. Iran and Yemen are the only two I trust to organize it. Yeah, same here, man. Same here. Okay, there's not really any information about this. Okay. Jerusalem Post. I mean, this is from the Zionist entity. This is Zionist entity-backed media, right? The Jerusalem Post. Egypt is seeking to revive a joint Arab military force modeled on NATO, according to multiple Arabic language reports. Saturday, the move Israel-Hamas war to an Arab Islamic summit expected in Doha on Monday. Sources from Lebanon's pro-Hezbollah Al-Akbar newspaper, which cited a government source in Cairo. Now, will Al-Akbar be pro-Hezbollah? Maybe not. Oh yeah, Jelani was at the summit. I saw him at the summit. I watched the whole fucking summit like yesterday when I was doing news and stuff. I didn't understand any of it because there wasn't any translation. I can only imagine what Jelani said. Jelani probably was like, Israel is really good. They bombed us a couple of weeks ago. We love it. Yeah. Sweet. Great stuff. You know. Judge dismisses 2 cop charges against Luigi Mangione and United Healthcare CEO shooting. Some good news for once. We've literally just gone through like several different pieces of good news. Appreciate you bringing that to me. I was gonna take a look at that anyway, but yeah, we've literally just gone through so much good news about Palestine. This will be the patient zero for the Daily Mail bullshitting about a nothing burger as the end of the world. Yeah, I reckon so. Okay, all right. Well, that's that. So not really anything to speak about there with the that means no death penalty, right? I don't think so. I think you can just get the penalty for whatever the fucking state says, right? You kill a person, you can just get the death penalty. Depends what the judge says. All right, okay, so this is breaking news as of yesterday. So not breaking news right now, but it's yesterday. Fresh news off the bat. Crazy that this is now. Saying. The BBC is saying Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. UN Commission of Inquiry says. It's still pretty crap reporting because it's like UN Commission of Inquiry says. The headline should just be this. Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. Right? So this is Navi Pillay from the UN.
The commission concluded that Israel has committed genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza and that it is continuing with that genocide.
No death penalty in New York? Oh, okay.
It's now almost 2 years since Israel launched its military campaign in the Gaza Strip in October 2023. This has been the most ruthless, prolonged, and widespread attack against the Palestinian people since 1948. Every day that passes, the killings and the starvation of the Palestinians continue.
There you go. A United Nations Commission of Inquiry says Israel's committed genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. A new report says there are reasonable grounds to conclude that 4 of the 5 genocidal acts defined under international law have been carried out since the start of the war with Hamas. Fuck you, BBC. In 2023, killing members of a group, causing them serious bodily and mental harm, deliberately inflicting conditions calculated to destroy the group, and preventing births. It cites statements by Israeli leaders, the pattern of conduct by Israeli forces as evidence of genocidal intent. Israel's foreign ministry said it categorically rejected the report, denouncing it as distorted and false. The Israeli military launched a campaign in Gaza in response to the unprecedented Hamas-led attack on southern Israel in 7th... Yeah, whatever. They're just focusing on this shit again. Unprecedented Hamas-led attack on southern Israel. Shut the fuck up, man. Oh, I hate the BBC so much. Even with the headline, Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. It's like, yeah, man, let's just glaze Israel's Hasbara talking points. Yeah, just repeatedly, again and again. To fulfill the legal definition of genocide under the Genocide Convention, it must also be established that the perpetrator committed any one of those acts with specific intent to destroy the group in whole or in part. They just said all of it. They said it all. You know what I mean? There is so much evidence that this is the case. Like, we don't need the UN to say this to us anymore. You know what I mean? The people of the world know. I mean, I guess they're using examples of quotes here. Mighty vengeance on all places. Wicked city with regards to Gaza City. Human animals, all this kind of stuff. There you go. Yeah, Israel says this. Israel says this. Daniel Moron, Israel's ambassador to the UN, says Israel. Oh, yeah, this is the new guy. The guy that we watched earlier was the old guy, the guy with the mini shredder. Israel categorically rejects the libelous rant. It's not libel if it's in a rant. That's slander, dude. Come on, get it right. Get it right, dude.
Israel categorically rejects the libelous rant published today by this Commission of Inquiry. It spreads the malicious genocide narrative. The report diverges from the mandate of the Commission, yet again stressing their biased analysis. Throughout the 72 pages of this paper that the COI presented, the COI promotes a narrative serving Hamas and its supporters.
Oh my god, dude, I can't, he's floundering. This guy is clearly floundering. He doesn't have the confidence. He knows that the walls are closing in. You can see it in his fucking eyes. You can see it in his stature. And even then, he's just like, the UN is Hamas. The UN is Hamas. That's what's going on. It's biased towards Hamas. No one cares anymore, bro. No one gives a shit anymore. It's fucking over. It's Jova, dude. It's fucking Jova. One final thing to have a look at. Let's take a look at this. Let's bring our boy James back.
The calendar is fascinating. Ireland moved very quickly, and some other countries. By February the 14th of 2024, by Valentine's Day 2024, Ireland and other countries were describing Israel's offensives in the strongest possible terms. I think they may even have been using the word genocide by then.
Yeah, of course they were.
Some of us were very reluctant to do so. Some of us felt, and continue to feel, that it was perfectly reasonable for Israel to respond in the most severe of manners.
Yes, Paddy, we lives in New York,
atrocity of October the 7th, in which about 1,200 people were killed and 251 taken hostage. There's a moment where the numbers become irresistible, isn't there? There's a moment where the horror and the heartbreak you feel at the killing of those 1,200 people has to in some way reflect or account for the feelings you have when I remind you that nearly 65,000 people have now been killed in Israeli attacks on Gaza, the majority of whom have been women and children. Nick had that unicorn caller today. I don't know if you heard it. Nick had that unicorn caller who is still claiming that
Rune Collector, this guy is one of the worst consent manufacturing neoliberal pieces of shit in the UK. He people think he's a leftist. People think he's a leftist. He's a lib. He's a lib. And of course, they all talk about as if everything started from October the 7th. You're right, Middle-earth Marxist. Israel has killed so many more Palestinians way before October the 7th, you know?
Done everything within its power to minimize civilian
done so many side quests to get to this level of insufferable.
To try and minimize death.
Impossible at the moment to identify precisely what proportion of that is civilians, but it will be the massive, 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 massive percentage. And you've still got people claiming that Israel has done everything it can to minimize civilian casualties. So you're left with two conclusions. It's either that is the biggest load of nonsense you've ever heard.
Starmer Glazer, yeah.
Benjamin Netanyahu opened his mouth on this subject.
Oh, Krill! Thank you for the 420. Thank you for the 420. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Or the Israeli Defense Force is quite spectacularly incompetent. We have tried our very hardest to not to kill civilians, but we've killed tens of thousands of women and children. So tell me again how hard you've tried?
Yeah, he literally helped all this happen. This, it's too little, too late, James,
Good grief. And again, it's only one caller to a radio station and possibly not someone that would ring me anymore, but to be still clinging to that no nonsense, that idea is, if the stakes on If the death toll wasn't so high, it would be heartbreaking that anybody could remain so deluded. But of course, it is that delusion that has contributed to this death toll. And again, inevitably, the evidence that the United Nations
repeatedly called us anti-Semitic
heavily. The comments made by Israeli leaders is being described by an Israeli Foreign Ministry spokesperson as Hamas
You know, we saw a clip of this guy earlier where he was speaking to a guy saying, if I'm proven wrong, I'll be having a slice of humble pie. And he's not being very humble right now, is he? He's not being very humble. The best thing that James O'Brien could do is resign and make a statement about how he believes he has participated in the atrocity propaganda of a genocidal state, either knowingly or unknowingly. Either way, he's guilty of it.
And relying entirely on Hamas falsehoods laundered and repeated.
Legitimizing British war crimes, yeah.
Which you realised where this was all going. Is that a phone-in, do you think? It's a bit too vague, isn't it? It's a bit too subtle. But I'll tell you one for me, and I'm not going to apologise for not spotting this even sooner. But when Israel started claiming that all of the information
I'm not going to apologise. Dude, are you kidding me, dude?
It's a bit too vague, isn't it? It's a bit too subtle. But I'll tell you one for me, and I'm not going to apologise for not spotting this even sooner. But when Israel started claiming that all of the information coming out of Gaza couldn't be trusted because Hamas were in charge of so much of the infrastructure, and simultaneously they wouldn't let independent journalists from organisations like this or the BBC.
He's literally like talking about how this is bad, and he's like, I'm not going to apologise for not spotting this sooner.
What
do you mean, bro?
Channel 4 News into Gaza, you realise that there was a pretty obvious scam going on. You can't trust any of the information coming out of that area except the information we give you, and you're not allowed to send anyone in to check for themselves. So if you were to be marking the milestones of misery that have led to this conclusion of genocide, that would probably be a big one, right? Disproportionality.
He's learned nothing. This is crazy, chat. This is fucking crazy.
Israel responds. Absolutely.
Oh.
But there will come a point when it's disproportionate. And that
oh my God. Again, chat. If you just Google James O'Brien book, one of the first one that comes up, his most popular one, he's just very, very right all the time, isn't he? You know? He's just very, very right all the time. How to be right? How to be right? You just don't apologize when you've been proven wrong. You just don't. You just don't do it. You double down, you triple down, you quadruple down, you quintuple down, you sextuple down, you septuple down, you octuple down, you nonuple down, you decuple down. And then you go, well, that is what's happening, but I'm not going to apologize. You prick!
A long time ago, but there will never be consensus on when. There'll never be unanimous agreement.
Wait, what? I saw someone call him alcoholic heck neck. Wait, what?
On when that point got passed. And that is among people who know that the point has been passed. Never mind the people still clinging to the lie that it hasn't. To the nonsense that Israel has done everything in its power to minimise civilian casualties. And now it launches a ground offensive in Gaza, and nobody's even pretending anymore that this has anything to do with hostages, except, of course, the terminally deluded. And
yeah, Emily Maitlis on the cover, and Robert Webb, turf, piece of shit turf, and Emily Maitlis, someone who, like, was stroking Peter Mandelson's hand at a dinner and was on LBC Today talking about how it was so bad that Peter Mandelson was ever allowed to, you know, about how bad it was that Mandelson was ever allowed to be appointed as the US ambassador. Like, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Hick, it's a kind of a racial term. I don't like using it as a black American. It's white races. Oh, right. Like, it's like a hick. Whatever. Yeah, who cares? I don't give a fuck. Cracker, hick, honky. Like, none of this stuff should offend any white people ever. It's embarrassing.
I mean, it's almost
white trash
impossible in 2025 in a information.
As far as I'm concerned, you can say any of that shit in my stream. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
Rich world.
Apparently, I'm not allowed to call like a chatter a cracker. Apparently, I think I could just say cracker.
Head around the successful
Mayo sapiens
of banning journalism and also claiming a monopoly on information coming out. So let's look at 4 of the things that have led the commission to reach its conclusion that Israeli authorities and Israeli forces have committed 4 of the 5 acts of genocide defined under the 1948 Genocide Convention against a national, ethnic, racial or religious group, in this case Palestinians in Gaza.
I'm going to turn off auto mod. I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to turn off auto mod. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of its shit. I am sick of its fucking shit. Honestly, what the fuck? Today it has been so sensitive. It literally like what? Someone said thank you before and it just like auto modded it. Like, what is happening, man? What is happening? I'm going to turn it off. That's crazy. It's crazy that this is happening. They've changed all of it. Free the honkies. All right, Mia, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, solidarity, and I hope you have a good shift tomorrow.
And remember this.
Yes, you said thank you, Krillin. It auto-modded. What the fuck?
A plurality of international genocide scholars not only arrived
also, hi, Eric,
at the same conclusion, but also explaining and showing their working in extraordinary detail. Killing members of the group through attacks on protected objects, targeting civilians and other protected persons, the deliberate infliction of conditions causing deaths. It is inarguable that that is what has happened, whether through famine, whether through attacks on hospitals, whether through attacks upon people queuing for...
What I need, chat, one of you who's got the time, I haven't got the time to do it. If any of you have the time, if you want a little project, I want you to take this 13-minute video that LBC put out where James O'Brien is talking about how it's undeniable and obvious that Israel is committing a genocide against Gazans, and find all of the points that he raises, find examples of him rejecting those points. Right? A supercut. Like, cut out all the waffle, just get, like, the points that he says where he's like, yeah, well, you know, it's undeniable that they did this, and then, like, find a bit where he's, like, denying that they did it.
Food, whatever it may be. It is absolutely inarguable that that has happened, and therefore the conclusion that an act of genocide has been committed was perhaps inevitable.
You should be at The Hague.
Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group through direct attack on civilians and...
I don't need him to read out all this shit to me, man. It's like teaching, you know, it's embarrassing. Like, who listens to this and goes, yeah, man, sweet, I'm learning stuff. Maybe there's going to be some people who are like, oh, wow, the UN is saying that they've committed genocide. Wow, now I believe it. You know, I didn't listen to all those crusty activists, but now I believe it. Oh my god. It's like he's catching up in real time. It's absolutely mad, chat. Holy fucking shit. I swear to God. What the hell is this phrasing? He's a fucking... Va te faire foutre? I like that. I'm gonna try and remember that. Va te faire foutre. O'Brien. Alright, chat. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Legendary shit. Legendary stream, as per usual. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for being here. We are gonna go and do a raid. We're gonna go over to... Who are we gonna raid? Subversive History is live. Thanks for a stream. I will keep doing it. You're all legends. No, I really appreciate all of the support today. It's been really, really cool. Thank you for all the gifted subs. Thank you for all the support in various ways. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for the raid, Conrad. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for everybody in the chat for being here. And thank you for all the lurkers. You're the backbone of Twitch. I appreciate that. Now, we're going to go and raid, like I said, we're going to go raid Subversive History. They are doing a stream, I think, talking about groypers, which is interesting. Yeah, I got it right. Okay, Subversive History, all one word. Yeah, let's go and raid them. Let's see if that's the right one. Yep, there you go. All right, chat. Join me for the raid. It's going to be fun. I promise. Copy and paste the raid command in the chat. And I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. UK time. We will be hitting up the landlord brain rot. We will be covering the news. I'll be covering the Luigi Mangione stuff tomorrow. And we will also be covering Keir Starmer's assault in Prime Minister's Questions, which I'm sure is going to be extremely funny. Can't wait to see that. Can't wait to have a little laugh at that. So I'll see you all in the chat for that. Don't forget, I got a bunch of socials that you can check out in the meantime. I got VODs that are going to be going live literally now. So go ahead and check them out. Push all the free things. Check out my YouTube channel. Got a new YouTube clip video out today, so go and check that out as well. Thank you so much, as per usual. As I just said, I'll see you in the next stream. Mwah. Bye, 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 bye. Peace, peace, peace. Stay excellent to each other. Good night.